Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Bibisara Assaubayeva, who won a very important game. We have multiple things going on because I know you want to get inside and listen to Javokhir. Now, before we get to your game, Javokhir just mentioned you by name for the first time in the press conference. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, it feels good. I'm very happy about him. He absolutely deserves it. And yeah, that's it.
Don't want to say too much now. Your win, of course, puts you firmly in contention for the women's championship. He said that he would be helping you going into the last round. What do you think that means?
Maybe that he will not preparing on his game until 4 a.m. Yeah, but okay, I don't know what this exactly mean, but now I can absolutely focus on my last game. I have chances and I'm very happy about it because I lost 2 games in a row in the middle of the tournament. Yeah, so I just want to play my game.
This is becoming quite a story. I know you want to get back in there and listen to the interview with him. So thank you for your time. Good luck tomorrow, and hope to talk to you again tomorrow. It probably will mean good things.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you guys. Thanks, guys. We're here with the man of the month, Grandmaster Javokhir Sindarov. Congratulations on your entire event.
Thank you.
Before we went live, we saw you check your phone. President of Uzbekistan texted you?
No.
You actually looked a little bit more serious in that press conference. Are you just emotionally drained? Are you trying to be professional, or what's going on?
I want to really go to my room and maybe, I don't know, take a shower because it's very hot here.
Yeah, I understand.
This press conference exactly is very hot, and so that's why we are doing interview outside here.
You should take your jacket off. You're in leisure time now. Now, we saw a video of some kids in Uzbekistan watching your game from some chess club. What would you like to say to all your friends and family and fans back home?
I'm very happy, like everyone in my country support in billboards. I was very surprised yesterday when I saw this in our family chat. I don't know, thanks for our government, and hopefully we will see a lot of next Javokhir Nazarbayev, and I give all of my support for our young generation.
In 10 years, we'll find out who was inspired by this moment right now. Now, you said in the press conference you've not slept much the last couple of weeks. Do you think you'll sleep better tonight, or do you think you won't sleep at all tonight?
Probably I will sleep better in my home. So tomorrow I have also a game, and also it takes energy. I need to prep, but today I feel, all pressure is gone, so I will just play with chill tomorrow. So
I hope you do chill. Now, you said a couple of quotable things at the press conference. One of them is that you had to get rid of your Counter-Strike addiction to get better at chess. So do you think it will be hard to put down the Counter-Strike controller between now and December?
I don't know, actually. I like this game and I want to play. Why not? When I play Counter-Strike, I was always like living in another world, and it's always very funny.
It worked for you here at the Candidates, right? Yeah. You also name-dropped Bibisara, whose win today puts her very much in contention for the women's prize. So you said you might help her. Do you mean like preparing her tonight, or just supporting her, or what does that mean?
She has his own seconds, but also me and Mukhidin always support her, and so we will try to help her, of course, and let's see. She has a good chances, and I give all of my supports for she's next game.
And you mentioned Mukhidin Madaminov, and also we saw Roman Vidaniak in the press conference for the first time. What was the breakdown for how each of them helped you here?
Mukhidin, he's that guy who always helped me with opening, and also, we are doing a lot of things. Like, he's also one of the good my friends, and we are playing video games with him, everything like paddle. With my coach Roman, he's mostly working with me psychologically, everything close to chess, and also we spent with him a lot of time playing board games. And yeah, it's impossible to live like this in this tournament if you are only with chess, because you can be gone even to last rounds. So that's why we spent a lot of nice time here, and I'm very happy with this company. Also, I would like to thank my 2 seconds who helps me during this tournament very well. And yeah, thank you.
And finally, every single player here has it as their dream to be the world champion. You're 20 years old, and you're going to have the chance to make that happen in about 6 months' time. Did you ever think it would happen this early in your career?
Yeah, I mean, you can never predict this, but I was always think like I will be one of the strongest players in the world, and today show everything, and probably I will try to show in next my tournaments. Hopefully, we'll see. I will try to win this World Championship match, of course.
There you go. Grandmaster Javokhir Sindarov, an amazing 3 weeks, one for the history books, and good luck going for the record number of points tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess: the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some,
What a moment!
last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun await their challengers, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Welcome everyone. It is the finale of the FIDE Candidates 2026. इसी मोमेंट का हमें इंतजार था. एक विनर हमारे पास है और एक और मिल जाएगा आज. वेलकम तानिया, वेलकम सहज. I mean, this has been an amazing journey. Just like every big event, साथ में हम लोग आते हैं, कमेंटेट करते हैं, मजा आता है. एंड आज बहुत सारे दिल टूटेंगे और एक की जिंदगी बनने वाली है. तानिया, your thoughts?
Cannot wait for the excitement. I mean, मामला तो simple है. In the open, everything's decided. Gukesh versus Sindarov होने वाला है in the youngest ever world championship match. But the women's candidate is a full-out tornado. उल्टा फुल्टा है, सब कुछ हो सकता है. But the good news for India, Sahaj, Vaishali in the mix, one of the two leaders.
Oh yes, and I don't know, I'm getting a feeling that tie breaks नहीं होंगे. I feel like we are going to get the W today itself. तो भाई बहुत मजा आएगा. Very very excited for the matches.
Indeed, it's going to be a lot of fun. Chat, do not go anywhere. Stream like पहले से ही करके रख लो because the moments are going to be very very tense. Tanya and Saj, I feel like players इतने nerves feel करेंगे and जैसा सिंदारोव ने दिखाया, अपने nerves control करना is the hack to this situation. You know, Vishi also mentioned this. You know, just kind of staying detached somewhat to the situation really would help a lot.
Someone else also spoke about detachment very recently, but we won't go into that. I just want to say 6 wins, 7 draws by Javokhir Sindarov. Such a controlled performance. Women's candidates has had a completely different narrative. Shuru se leke abhi tak. It's been up and down. Leaders have been changing situations. And even today, 6 players can take the title, can take it to the World Championship match. Bahut maza aane wala hai. And I am with Sahaj on this. I think it gets decided right here, right now. Today, we will have a women's winner.
भाई बहुत मजा आएगा. But you know, considering the fact that Vaishali is playing with white and Bibisara is playing, of course, these are the two players who are at the top of the leaderboard, and it's just anyone's game. But I feel like हमारे लिए, it's the best scenario. Your thoughts on that, Tiko bhai?
आई थिंक आई एब्सोल्युटली एग्री सहज भाई. आई थिंक ऐसा लग रहा है स्टार्स हमारे लिए अलाइन हो चुके हैं फॉर अस टू गेट like a world championship challenger. And in fact, Vaishali had a 1-point lead, but पूरा अंत तक हमें अपने टोस पे रखने के लिए एक हमें लास्ट दिन मिला है. So let's have a look कि माइक क्लाइन क्या कह रहे हैं ऐसे प्रेस से. Maybe he has some words of wisdom जो आज के लिए बहुत valuable हो.
Okay, I go there. That doesn't look safe. Wait, there. No, there. There. Take. Oh, sorry guys. I'm prepping for Sindarov's interview. I'm just prepping, okay? I can't beat him in chess. Maybe I can beat him in Counter-Strike. I got to get to know the millennials. Anyway, with the Open Championship completely over and Javokhir Sindarov probably getting started on his Counter-Strike domination, what do we have looking forward to today? Well, we've got a whole lot of battles in the women's section. In fact, there's so many ramifications. I've got to read them off a list because amazingly, 6 of the 8 women still have a chance to win the tournament. And if all of the cards fall correctly, we could have as many as 5 women playing a tiebreak tomorrow. It might actually last longer than a traditional classical round. So here we go. Vaishali has a slight edge by virtue of the fact that she's got the white pieces today. Of course, she's tied for the lead with Bibisara Assaubayeva. Now, also, Vaishali is playing Kateryna Lagno, which is one of the women that she beat in the first half, and that actually kind of kick-started her tournament. Now, Bibisara's got black against Divya Deshmukh. Bibisara actually lost to Divya in the first orbit, but that was her last loss. She's been on a complete heater. She's won 3.5 out of 4, and she's tied with Vaishali. Now, only half point back is Zhu Jiner. She still has about a 10% chance, according to our statisticians. She's only had 4 draws and 9 decisive results. Of course, nothing short of a win is really going to be able to help her today. Again, we could have as many as 5 women tie. This is a great day for chess because we don't know what's going to happen. Pretty much all eyes are going to be on the ladies, and rightfully so. They've played some fighting chess. And you know what's fun? At the end of 2026, we could have 2 Indian world champions, or we could just as easily have 2 best friends as world champions. Think about that. Another nice storyline for today. Let's get going with round 14.
Wow, that was Mike Klein breaking the odds. But of course, open section, Abhi Zinda and Sindarov, with that win under his belt, I think aaj बहुत quick draws ho sakte hain open section mein. Tanya, Sahaj, your thoughts on the open section in front of us?
I just want to say one thing. While Javokhir Sindarov has won the candidates, bhai bahut zyada hai line pe, because every point gets a player close to 10 lakh rupees, 10,000 euros is per point, 5,000 euros for every single draw. So still a lot to fight for. And let's not forget, Sahaj, ratings matter in the chess world. Every single point for those rankings, players are playing for that. They want to finish on a high. But of course, at 9.5 out of 13, nobody is catching Javokhir Sindarov today.
Great point there, Tanya. And I think this is exactly why I am going to predict कि सारे के सारे matches in the open section should finish in just about an hour. That would be my take. At least 2 Berlin draws. Any thoughts on that?
No, I think agreed. Sorry, Tanya, to cut you off. But at the end, I feel Berlin draws hona ho, I think different तरीके के draw देखने को मिलेंगे. Maybe one game will last like a couple of hours, but I'm in the same boat as you said. By I think 1 घंटे में maximum results are going to end soon. Tanya, your thoughts?
They're going to be like, bhai, khatam karo, let's watch the women's candidates, because sari aag to wahi pe lagi hui hai. So will work out perfectly. These are the pairings that we are seeing right now, but it's going to be all eyes on the women's candidates. And as Mike Klein said, a total of 5 players can potentially go into tie breaks. Only 2, Vaishali and Bibisara, have their fate in their own hands. Bhai, simple sa मामला है. अगर वैशाली और बिबिसारा दोनों जीत जाते हैं, then they are guaranteed a tiebreaker, a playoff. अगर इन दोनों का ड्रॉ होता है और Zhu Jiner जीत जाती हैं, तो 3 लोग टाई ब्रेक्स पे आ जाएंगे. And if all hell breaks loose, and let's say something disastrous was to happen on that 7.5 pointers, those top 2 girls, और जो भी 6.5 पे है वो जीत जाते हैं, तो सहज पूरी दुनिया ही उलट फुलट हो जाएगी. 5 लोगों का टाई ब्रेक होने वाला है. That is going to be the ultimate chaos of the candidates.
Yeah, and this candidates, hasn't felt like that, at least in the open section. Chaos सिर्फ एक ही बंदे से आ रहा था. But yeah, it's a very big possibility that it can be 3 or 4 people in the tie breaks itself. But as you rightly said, that Vaishali and Bibisara के हाथ में है. Like they can definitely win their match and they can just end it off right now. I think Vaishali has the cleanest hand because she's playing with the white pieces, and Bibisara lost her match against Divya, which I think is a very, very important, fact here, because your personal score against any opponent in any tournament matters. Tanya, of course, you have a way more experience than me in these things, playing at this level. What do you think about that?
It definitely, especially when you don't have to go too far beyond in your memory to remember that. I think for Divya Sahil, the thing has been, the storyline has been, she got lucky in that game with Anna Muzychuk, where Anna Muzychuk played a one move blunder, and that was Divya's last win. It almost seems like it's been the Anna curse after that. Divya has lost so many games in the second half today. She can really step it up and do what's needed for Team India by taking Bibisara down.
Agreed. That's a great point. Olympiad का team building exercise आज से ही चालू हो जाएगा. So that would be amazing. But also I think while Vaishali has white and of course Bibisara has black, so Vaishali plays Lagno, who technically on paper is still in the race, right? So Lagno has no choice but to go for the win with the black pieces. Divya is out of the standings in terms of first place. So it feels like maybe, like Divya might not be as motivated as Lagno. I don't know how that changes the standings. Like Lagno might not be okay with the draw and she might push harder. Your thoughts on that, Sahil?
I think for that, let's have a look at the pairings again and just to decipher what you're saying. But I think as far as psychology goes, I think Divya ke liye, it hasn't been the last. Let's say the last half of the event hasn't been kind to her. She has lost 4 games. It's not nice for anyone. But Bibisara ko pehle harana in the first half, I think also plays a part here. I think Bibisara also would be a bit careful against someone like Divya, because let's not forget Divya ne black se haraya tha. And now she's playing white against the same player. So I feel pressure दोनों players पे equally होना चाहिए
और
in this scenario.
सहज, to your point, सबसे ज्यादा pressure तो इस round में बिबिसारा पे हुआ ना, because for Divya the stakes are not that high. For Divya, it is she wants to play her heart out, finish well, finish the last round on a high. But for Bibisara, the world championship is at stake. Being the challenger is at stake. So definitely the nerves are stronger on the black side of that board. Similarly, Vaishali and Kateryna के लिए story है कि भाई Kateryna का chance तभी है अगर वो जीतेगी. Black pieces से जितना वो risk लेगी, वैशाली को chance उतना मिलेगा.
That's a great point, actually. That's a very, very great point.
There are so many angles here कि हर तरीके से you can look at this and justify some conclusion. For example, imagine Sindarov has won. Imagine the psychological boost that also gives to Bibisara to some extent, right? Because she's seen him experience that, wave of, emotions after winning it. So he would be supporting her as well. So इतने सारे possible angles are chat. But at the end, decide जो करेंगे वो होंगे on the board moves. As Boy Fisher, once mentioned कि भाई, I just play good moves. ऐसे कुछ उन्होंने बोला था. Exact quote तो मेरी memory में मुझे याद नहीं आएगा.
I don't believe in psychology. I only believe in good moves.
Yes, thank you, Tanya. And exactly. So moves matter over the board. And of course, abhi ke liye 2 important games will be, first of all, Divya against Bibisara and then Vaishali against Lagno. We see Lagno at the board. Says bhai, nerves control karo, play normal chess and rest. I think ऐसे कहते हैं ना कि फल की चिंता मत करो, बस कर्म करो.
अरे 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 क्या बात करिए. ये तो मतलब इसके लिए तो डायरी भी निकालने का मन नहीं कर रहा भाई. तो बहुत ही होलसम बात हो गई.
ये बहुत डायरी फिल की हुई है पहले से सहज भाई. So no stress.
Nice. But coming back to the pairings and such, I feel Zhu Jiner also has a pretty good hand in this sense, because Anna Muzychuk, I mean, we broke it down yesterday as well कि winning positions उसकी draw हुई हैं, drawing positions वो हार गई, and also she lost against Divya as well in that crazy queen endgame. I feel like for Anna, like because it is so fresh, the wound is so fresh, कि only yesterday she got to know कि अब okay, there is a very, very little chance कि मैं अभी भी qualify कर सकती हूँ, but more or less the dream has collapsed, and that's a very difficult situation to be in, I feel, for a chess player. That gives Zhu Jiner an upper hand, even though she's playing with the black pieces.
And I'll tell you one thing about Zhu Jiner. She's an absolute fighter. इस tournament में minimum number of draws उनके हुए हैं. Even after losing a few games, she always makes her comeback. She has that killer instinct. I think it's the Chinese school of chess where you're completely focused. You calculate the hard work, the determination you can see on the players' faces. They are stone cold completely. So Zhu Jiner will put out her best. I think black pieces से भी she'll try to make her chances. Anna Muzychuk has to go all out. उनको सिर्फ जीत ही चाहिए. But again, with against the world number two, how many chances will she create? I think this is going to be such an exciting storyline. Guys, imagine अगर हमारी एक लड़की वैशाली एंड गुकेश दोनों वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए फाइट कर रहे हैं. मजा ही आ जाएगा.
बोलते हैं ना वो मैनिफेस्टेशन कहते हैं ना एक्सरसाइजेस करो मन में ऐसे. दिस इज द काइंड ऑफ मैनिफेस्टेशन वी वांट टू डू एज चेस कमेंटेटर्स एंड चैट. It's going to be exciting. Stream like karo. By the way, let's not forget, this could be the final day, I think, for the 26% off. Yeah, candidates might end today as well, chat. So get it quickly. Bhai, jaldi se membership le lo aur stronger chess player ban jao. Daily puzzle rush karo, bhai, as top players do. And there we see Divya in an important game. And probably, I don't know if that puts pressure on her. Do you think she's even thinking about, okay, my game kind of influences the final standings, or is she just playing chess?
I feel like she's just gonna play chess because again, because Bibisara is more to fight for, ज़्यादा pressure I think उसके ऊपर होगा. But okay, that's I think for Divya she can just play freely because okay, she cannot win the tournament, she knows that, and अगर आप first नहीं आए तो the rest doesn't matter, so you can play freely, and I think that's a great thing for Divya, and she can be very dangerous to Bibisara.
Speaking of playing freely, there is one man who is definitely playing super freely in Cyprus, and he's right in front of us. Javokhir Sindarov ने already कमाल तो कर ही दिखाया है. अगली मंजिल उनके लिए है गुकेश. I think Sahil for Javokhir today, while he plays his game, his maximum attention will be in the women's candidates on Bibisara's board. But I think whatever we say about the 20-year-old, it's less. You cannot overstate his performance in Cyprus.
Oh, agreed. I think he's going to possibly end up with 10 points, that double digits points at the candidates. That's insane. And of course, Wei Yi is his opponent today. I wonder what Wei Yi is thinking. Maybe he's thinking, maybe Yakovina utti practice nahi kari hogi aaj. Let me just bring my A game today and defeat the tournament leader. Any chances of that happening, Sahaj bhai, with the black pieces for Wei Yi?
It could be for sure. But we'll see, bhai. We'll see. We'll know on move 2. अगर वेई ने नाइट F6 खेला मतलब पेट्रोव खेला मतलब वो गेम खेलने आया है. अगर वो नाइट C6 खेलता है मतलब बर्लिन ड्रॉ होने के चांसेस आई थिंक इज वेरी वेरी हाई. तान्या, what do you think?
Well, I think ki Sahaj, I don't know about us, but Anish Giri to apparently already knows how the opening will be played out. I wonder what that letter reveal finally was. I do think that Anish was on point. I would expect, as Sahaj also mentioned earlier, कि भाई open में काफी ज़्यादा draws देखने को मिलने वाले हैं, while women में तालियां बज चुकी है because ceremonial moves आने वाले हैं. I won't be surprised if we see 4 out of 4 decisive results today in the women's candidates.
That would be a show, yeah, for all of us to get entertained by. By the way, E4 is the ceremonial move, handshakes. And what is our prediction for move number 1 for Vaishali? And what's going through her mind? Is she going to go for the win? Is she going to play it safe? I mean, so many thought processes. क्या opening choose करेंगी वो?
Sahil, before the first moves happen, handshakes happen, chat पूरे hearts भेज दो, तालियां भेज
Let's
दो.
go!
Chat में शुरू हो गया. The most defining moment in Vaishali's career, her fate in her own hands. This is where it starts. I'm predicting 1E4. What about you, Sahaj?
100% 1E4 as well. Best by test. I think that's Vaishali's favorite and it works really well for her. So why change it? And she does it. Let's go.
Wow. Very interesting. Oh, Sicilian defense. Okay. So results ke chances already बढ़ते हुए chat. The most ambitious opening for black. Sahaj bhai, Tanya, I feel like Lagno has to go for the win. I mean, she's going to give us a show to watch for. And of course, all the other games that Sanya predicted ki results आने के chances बहुत high. I think बहुत मजा आने वाला है आज.
Bhai, Naidov or Dragon की तरफ बढ़ते हुए because she just played D6. Interesting to see whether she will go for Moscow, which is bishop B5 check, or she goes for D4. She goes D4, open Sicilian on the board. So Naidov, classical या Dragon में से एक टिकू भाई. Choose one. What do you think?
So
Lagno will
Naidov,
play.
yeah. Maybe the I kind of feel knight off
Dan, what do you
positions
think?
as sound.
Knight off. I'm with a6 coming up and going into the knight off. पहले knight निकालेंगे f6 पे, attacking e4 pawn. वो knight defend होएगा, and I am predicting a6 going into the knight off. Cecil for the kill कहा जाता है. So Kateryna Lagno saying that I want a full bloodied fight. Moment of truth, guys. Moment of truth.
Dragon.
Oh!
Let's go. You know,
Okay,
I
this
wanted to
has-
say dragon since I asked you the question because I just felt that she's going to play dragon today because उसकी नजर हमेशा मतलब body language was completely on the other side.
GM for a reason भाई, and क्या ही moment में आपने prediction मारी है सहज कि G6 होने वाला है, literally half a second before he went for it, and Vaishali takes a pause. I think for Vaishali also probably knight off was more expected.
Agreed. Yeah, this should be slight surprise for Vaishali. And also, I think this opening, I've not seen like Black even get a win in the entire event. We've seen this a bunch of times. And कहीं ना कहीं Vaishali के लिए clearly a minor surprise. Although I think she definitely knows what to do. सहज भाई क्या expect कर सकते हैं Vaishali से? Some crazy attack, some solid line. क्या चल रहा है उनके दिमाग में?
I think firstly we should understand कि Lagno के क्या intentions है because she just made it very very clear that she wants a game and she's here to win. You don't play dragon अगर आपको solid game चाहिए होता है फिर आपको लंबा game चाहिए होता है. You play it because you want havoc on the board. So that's what Lagno wants. So now it depends what Vaishali's strategy is and उसकी preparation क्या. There are many lines you can play here. The main variation is bishop e3 which goes into the Yugoslav attack. Bishop e3, f3, queen d2. It's a very very long theory. But then इसमें risk ये रहेगा कि you might run into Lagno's preparation जो भी board पे नहीं है by the way. And then the second option is कि आप किसी sideline में घुसो. जैसे आप f4 खेल सकते हो which is kind of 11 fish attack which is quite good. And then there is bishop e2 as well which is quite good as well. She goes for bishop e3. So the main line on the board.
भाई एक बात तो पक्की है साहिल सहज की इस गेम में बहुत मजा आने वाला है. Dragon has not been an opening that we have seen too often in the candidates. So Kateryna Lagno will show us what her preparation will be in this. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and do a full opening tour. हम chat को पहले ही बता देते हैं. Chat, I don't think you can fault us for this. हमारी maximum attention आज women's candidates में होने वाली है. I think Vaishali का board will take up most of our time. But look at that. Speaking of boards and attention, top left में queens are already off the board. तो ये तो भाई draw होने वाला है बहुत ही जल्दी सहज.
Oh yes, looks like it's going to be a draw very very soon. Yeah, मतलब castle sub pieces traded off. I mean Sindarov knows. I mean that those double digit points are very very important by to finish off the
Let's
event.
bring them up, Sahaj. Let's go there and just quickly show this because I have a feeling that these two will likely find a way to repeat this position. Look at the symmetry that they have. Same pawn structure, bishop pair दोनों के पास castle हो चुकी है. कुछ भी खेलने को रह गया है क्या इसमें साहिल?
नहीं आई थिंक अभी बहुत डीप गेम चलेगी ताने. आई थिंक अभी एक क्लिनिकल बिशप एंड गेम मास्टर लेसन देंगी हमें यहाँ पे सिंदारोव एंड 4.5 घंटे आई एक्सपेक्ट द गेम टू लास्ट एटलीस्ट. सो धीरे धीरे आई थिंक रुक e1 आया है, फिर रुक e2 आएगा, फिर रुक e4 आएगा. एवरी स्क्वायर द रुक इज गोना ऑक्यूपाई and that is after the game ends. They're going to chill around and discuss the game. So बहुत मजा आएगा. तो पहली गेम तो खत्म हो चुकी है मुझे लग रहा है because यहाँ पे अगर
What you mean to say is कि 0-0 तो है but practically white के chances हैं खेलने के.
No, what I'm saying is basically कि I think already dinner के plan कर लेने चाहिए. I think सिंदारोव को like he can spend time on book my show या जो भी Zomato पे जाके देख सकते हैं कि dinner कहाँ करना है. If Bibisara wins, I think क्योंकि इस गेम में तो कुछ नहीं बचा सहज भाई.
Yeah, looks like it. And also I believe Rookie 8 भी आने वाला है, so ये भी trade हो जाएगा बहुत जल्दी. So this game should finish very very soon. By the way, he did play knight f6, right? So he did go for the Petrov, but उसने knight c3 खेल के बोला नहीं वापस let's go back to our जो draw करना था. Look at this by bishop e3. When have you seen this is how you know it's the last round of candidates, by the way. तब देखोगे इस position में Sindarov plays bishop e3.
This is how you know that Sindarov has dominated the candidates कि उसे फर्क ही नहीं पड़ा है भाई. गेम खत्म करो, मेरे को जाके बिबिसारा की गेम देखनी है. एक के बाद एक धम धमाकम pieces are getting traded. Sahil, maybe we just do a quick action replay from the start to where we are right now. I think rooks are also about to come off the board.
And
So it was the 4 knights.
Sorry Sahaj, but हाँ.
Yeah, go ahead.
नहीं, I just want to say कि मेरा और सिंदारोव का स्ट्रैटेजी जीएम्स के साथ खेलने का सेम है because this is what I do. जीएम सामने बैठा हो, exchange, draw. This is my strategy. So glad to know कि the candidates legend is also following the same.
फिर भाई Sindarov तो successful होता है ना अपनी strategy में.
अरे यार बताओ भाई, सिंदारोव जल्दी ड्रॉ कर रहा है भाई. I'm
नहीं
catching
नहीं,
strays, but
what टिको मीन्स इज के सिंडर, मतलब जब आप सब कुछ जीत जाते हो ना तो उसके बाद यू बिकम लाइक टिको.
हाँ,
That's
yes.
the takeaway from this. You just act like Tiku. So Tiku just acts like Tiku anyways, yeah. So he's
What
a
is
winner.
this, yaar? Guys, just look at what is happening. We are left with a bishop and bishop. 5 minute हुए हैं. अभी तो games भी नहीं शुरू हुई हैं. Full force में जाते हुए draw की तरफ.
नहीं, वो किंग
तेजी
पॉन
से.
एंड गेम, किंग पॉन एंड गेम एक इंस्ट्रक्टिव ओपनिंग दिखाएंगे हमें. किंग को कैसे इस्तेमाल करते हैं आज, ओपनिंग क्लास हमें देखने को मिलेगी. एंड गेम क्लास, किंग F2, किंग E3, तानिया. लॉट्स टू लर्न फॉर बिगिनर्स बाय द वे. किंग को सेंटर में लेके आओ एंड जैसे ही पहुंचेंगे E4 E5 पे ऑटोमेटिकली ड्रॉ हो जाएगा.
साल वैसे आपने प्रिडिक्ट तो किया था कि बिशप ऑन एंड गेम आने वाली है. So full marks
Good
on
bishop,
that.
bad
Bishop.
bishop.
Something to play for. But look at this, वो बिशप भी शायद वो एक्सचेंज करना चाहता है या एटलीस्ट एक्टिवेट करना चाहते हैं वेई राइट नाउ विद दैट लास्ट मूव F6. गुड थ्योरी हियर. कीप योर पॉन्स ऑन द ऑपोजिट कलर ऑफ योर ओपोनेंट्स बिशप कलर. तो वेई डार्क स्क्वायर्स पे रखते हुए, किंग को बीच में लाते हुए, आई थिंक दे विल हैव मोर टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक देन व्हाट दे स्टार्टेड विद व्हेन दे फिनिश. Guys, I have never seen a game race towards the finish line so quickly.
Yeah, they're just blitzing the moves out at this point.
भाई बैड
Player
बिशप भी नहीं
C5.
रहा यार,
एंड
बताओ.
अगर आपको
अरे
लगता
वो
है
तो
कि
good bishop हो गया.
इस पोजीशन में पहले कोई गेम्स खेली गई हैं तो ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. दिस इज अ फ्रेश पोजीशन दैट वी हैव आउट ऑफ द ओपनिंग.
खाली
Fresh out
ड्रेस
of the
की
end game, bhai.
ड्रेस
This
की
is what you
क्राउड.
get when there is good bishop and good bishop.
And look at them, they have placed all their pawns on the dark square. That is the strategy that we were talking about. Bishop का जो कलर होता है उसके ऑपोजिट पे करिए. 40th मूव पहुंचते ही उससे पहले ही रेपिटेशन हो रही है. एंड सिंडरॉव फाइनल मोमेंट्स ऑफ हिज डेब्यू एट द कैंडिडेट्स. व्हाट अ किलर कैंडिडेट्स ही हैज हैड. क्या लगता है,
भाई
रेपिटेशन होएगी कि ड्रॉ फॉर होएगा?
हो गया रेपिटेशन. आई थिंक इनको तैयार होने में ज्यादा टाइम लगा होगा गेम खेलने से ज्यादा आज के लिए. एंड देयर इट इज. आई थिंक ऑलरेडी द मूव्स हैव बीन रिपीटेड ट्वाइस, सो वन मोर रेपिटेशन एंड इट इज गोइंग टू बी अ 10 पॉइंट एंडिंग फॉर सिंदारो. दैट्स इनसेन.
भाई आई थिंक ये एक बार और कर रहे हैं जस्ट टू बी श्योर कि मतलब क्लेम करने से पहले. हाँ, देयर इट
वेई
इज.
ने कहा मैं ही कर लेता हूँ. कहता है मत क्लेम कर भाई, ड्रॉ. मैं जानता हूँ 3 टाइम्स रेपिटेशन है, खत्म करो. हैंडशेक्स. सिंडरॉव के लिए एक बार तालियां हो जाए. व्हाट अ फैंटास्टिक परफॉर्मेंस बाय द 20-year-old उज्बेकिस्तान ग्रैंड मास्टर. ही विल बी प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट गुकेश फॉर द बिगेस्ट टाइटल. टू ऑफ द ब्राइटेस्ट स्टार्स ऑफ द चेस वर्ल्ड फाइटिंग फॉर द अल्टीमेट क्राउन. एंड साहिल, विद दैट it's time to move on.
It is time to move on, Sehj bhai. Let's go to Vaishali's game because crazy position hai. What's happening? Kings on the opposite sides of the board. Result ही आने वाला है. Draw तो मतलब हवा में उड़ गए भाई उसके odds draw के.
Absolutely, and let's go through the line. So she played bishop g7, f3 आता है, castle queen d2. By the way, so far main lines Yugoslav attack like we mentioned earlier. She goes long castle. You can also play bishop c4 here. There are two different variations. यहाँ पे g4 भी होती है, which is quite sharp for white. But long castle आता है. She plays d5. Now takes and bishop to c4. Now if memory serves me right, takes and queen e1 देखा है मैंने. Takes bishop c4 नहीं देखा है मैंने. I think this is something new. Maybe it's not as new. कितने games हैं यहाँ पे? Yeah, it's around 35 games or so I can see on the chess.com database on bishop c4. So this could be some prep by Vaishali. And that's maybe why Lagno is thinking.
Sahaj, to your point, इस पोजीशन में असाइल अगर हम एक मूव पीछे जाए, बिशप h6 is the most popular move over 200 games. The second most popular move, भाई उधर ही ऑलमोस्ट 175 गेम्स से ज्यादा इस पॉन टेक्स पॉन. एंड बिशप c4 में सिर्फ 55 गेम्स खेली गई हैं. टेकिंग एडवांटेज ऑफ द पिन बिफोर डिक्लेयरिंग योर इंटेंशन इन द सेंटर. बिशप को आप कैप्चर नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि क्वीन पीछे हैंगिंग होएगी. एंड वैशाली पुटिंग प्रेशर ऑन दैट d5 pawn. Now, as far as I can see, e6 is the most played move in this position, just consolidating the center and defending that d5 pawn.
And it's very interesting that after bishop c4, in those 55 games, Sahaj bhai, that you mentioned, white has a phenomenal record. So clearly lag raha hai aajkal, I think players when they go for their opening ideas, they usually choose like the second or the third preferred move, जहां पे white का record या black का record, उनके colors का record better है. So it feels like Vaishali has come up with a relatively new idea. And Lagno ने देखा है कि नहीं, is going to be crucial. Has she seen this before? And so take us to like a main line, which could happen in the next few moves.
And as we Get that up, Abhi. Bishop c4 खेला गया है. Sahaj will take us through that. But Sahil, I want to point out that basically in openings में ना जो dark squared bishop है वैशाली का जो e3 वाला bishop है, you might want to place it on d4 or on h6 eventually. And I think Vaishali's last move keeps that option flexible. जैसे अगर e6 खेला इस पोजीशन में तो आपके पास ऑप्शंस होंगे कि आप बिशप b3 आकर अपना बिशप बचाकर इवेंचुअली एच पॉन पुश करके बिशप h6 और भाई h7 पे चेकमेट देने की कोशिश करो.
Agreed.
अगर वो पॉन टेक्स पॉन मारती उस टाइम पे तो काफी ज्यादा लाइंस में वो बिशप d4 पे जाता है. सो दिस इज डेफिनेटली वैशालीज आइडिया टू गो ऑल आउट ऑन द किंग साइड. सहज इज बैक विद अस. सहज, व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट बिशप c4 एज द फर्स्ट सरप्राइज?
I kind of think of this as the Sicilian Sozin, जो नाइट ऑफ में खेली जाती है. उसमें भी white का bishop c4 पे आता है and white usually puts the bishop on b3. But there is a newer approach there where white can castle on the long side. And the benefit of keeping this bishop on b3 is that it's a great defender. तो कभी black rook b8, queen a5 खेल के कुछ b2 पे pressure, in some knight e4, this bishop can also join in on the attack. This bishop not only defends b2 but it also defends a2 and c2. It basically covers your entire queen side. तो एक bishop को आपने यहाँ रख दिया बचाने के लिए, and then you basically have a free hand to attack, like you mentioned, Tanya, with h4 h5 and just go for the kill. I really like this approach, especially because Lagno सोच रही है.
6 minutes से ज़्यादा, and I think that's great. Lagno जितना सोचना चाहते हैं, take your time, burn the clock as much, because ये वो position है जो middle game में बहुत ही ज़्यादा high intensity attack की होने वाली है, जहाँ पे black queen side खेलेंगे for a breakthrough on Vaishali's king. Vaishali will go all out on the king side. I really like this move, and Sahaj greatly broken down that you want one minor piece along with the knight to save your king, and everybody else in your army can focus on the king side attack. That's definitely incoming. Bhai, Vaishali is going for the kill with this opening choice.
Absolutely. And मेरा एक सवाल है सहज भाई and Tanya. So for example, like I was looking at some lines and the engine somehow screams rook b8 for black here, just to kind of put the rook on the open file. And now it says just take the pawn on a7. Like not in a million years I would even consider bishop takes a7, just opens up the a file. After bishop a7, just rook b4 attacking that bishop. So what's your take? What's white's plan after rook b8, Sahaj bhai, which apparently if Lagno has seen, she might have considered?
I think you can simply go bishop b3 as well. I agree with you, by the way. Bishop takes a7 is a highly unlikely move because you're opening up two files, not just एक तो खुली हुई है already, but you're opening up a second file जहाँ पे आपने castle किया हुआ है. तो in the middle game that can be a very risky decision. Bishop b3 looks very logical to me. I feel because you can just leave the pawn. ठीक है, you're sacrificing it. Thank you for the offer, but I'm just not gonna take it, and I'll just go h4 h5.
Let's also add why rook b8 indirectly defends d5. I think, Sahil, it's a great suggestion because bishop c4, rook b8, d5 is a main pawn here. पर आप वो उठा नहीं सकते हो because सब trades के बाद black का वो dragon bishop, भाई वो bishop क्या ही बढ़िया dragon है. Suddenly b2 पे attack आ जाएगा and that would be game over for white. Bishop takes pawn, so you can't even go for the central pawn. And even if the engine says that bishop a7 after rook b8, bishop takes the other pawn, is the top move. I think from a human perspective very difficult क्योंकि आप अपने king की तरफ सारी files खोल रहे हो.
Agreed. And this looks like a moment जहाँ पे Lagno is having her first deep thing. Clearly, this doesn't seem like it's part of her prep. We don't know if this is an opening she plays often, Sahaj, but like I don't remember Lagno playing it too often. Maybe it's like a surprise weapon, but maybe she might have missed bishop c4, and that would be great news for Vaishali. And maybe is this a time to have a brief look at the Divya game as well?
I think as we speak of great news, we've got more great news coming in, Sahil, because in this very important position, reinforcements of the best kind are here. And we've got, the man who needs absolutely no introduction, the man himself, the legend himself, 5 times world champion in Cyprus currently, Vishi Anand, sir, is joining us. Anand, welcome one more time. Final day of the candidates, potentially. How's the vibe there? How are you feeling? And exciting games on along.
Well, in 1 hour yesterday, everybody forgot about the men's tournament. So, boy, we have some interesting possibilities amongst the women, and so many contenders. It's just well, at least 4. You can stretch it to 6, but at least four really plausible contenders. And here we are. Amazing last round.
Incredible.
And we can't even roll out tiebreak still. So
not at all. I think there's a
Yeah.
very big possibility of
That's
having
right.
those tiebreakers. It reminds me of the open candidates from Toronto, Anand, in many ways, where you had Fabi, Hikaru, Yan, and Gukesh fighting for the top spot, and they were all playing against each other.
Yes. And then luckily Gukesh got that half-point lead. So the others had to win on demand, but he could just play solidly, and he cruised in. Here, nobody's really in that situation. So they'll all be watching their backs a little bit. And maybe though this is 4 rather than 2, it reminds me a little bit of London Candidates 2013 for the men.
Yes. Oh,
They both ended up losing looking at each other's back. So I don't know if it's going to come to that, but very, very exciting day, of course.
So,
Very good.
Vishi
Were
sir,
you
do you
surpri-
think there's going to be a tiebreak in the women's section?
At the moment, I would say it's 50-50. I can easily see one person slip up, but not both. But of course, very, very good odds that there'll be a tiebreak.
Were you surprised with the quick draw that's already happened on the Sindarov Wei Yi board, or was that something you were expecting?
What took them so long? I mean, there's just absolutely nothing to play for. And
Yeah.
if at all for anyone, maybe Wei Yi might have wanted to improve his score a bit, but I think he just decided that was that.
Done with that tournament, with the candidates women totally open. So, Vishi, we would love to start with, actually on Zhu Jiner's board is where I want to go on Sahaj first, because she's half point behind, and for her I think she's with the mindset that she has to win today. What do you make of this? And we'll work our way up to Vaishali's board. Are you being able to view the games?
Yes. Sorry, I wasn't completely sure if you're asking Sahaj or me. That's why I was waiting for him to. Okay. The knight on d7 puzzles me a little bit. So my assumption is this is better for white, for Anna Muzychuk. Not the end of the world kind of better, because black can take on d4 and play b6, bishop b7 or something like that. But normally I've seen the knight on c6, and then you take on d4 and play bishop d7, all that kind of stuff. This must be pleasant for white. Nothing huge, but it's pleasant for white.
Sahaj, do you feel like Zhu Jiner, if you were in a must-win situation, is this an opening that she'd be happy with? What she's gotten?
I would be very happy with Anna Muzychuk's position as white, but I'm not so sure if I'll be very happy with black here.
Chalo, that's good news for then Indian fans here, that Zhu Jiner probably not so happy. Let's move on to the other big contenders board, Bibisara playing against Divya. Now, Anand, for Divya, it's just been a very difficult second half. She's lost 4 out of 5 games. But today, this is what she has. And actually, it's not just about her board. Of course, a lot depends on this because she's facing Bibisara, the only other player on 7.5.
I like Divya's position. Somehow, this what she's done is, instead of bringing the f3 knight to d2, she has taken the e2 knight to c3, and the b1 knight's going to come to d2. So but white keeps the option of knight a3. We really want to clamp down on any b5. And black's got to do something. If it's not b5, it's got to be e6. So black won't be able to put it off. She can, in fact, play e6 now, but I'm not sure that the resulting Benonis will be completely okay for black. So nothing huge, but I think, and I'm far from a Benoni expert, but this one looks favorable to white.
Sahaj, I see this position and I see ki the knight from g1 has made its way to c3. The knight from b1 is still on b1. I think for many watching, this will be a bit mysterious. So, Vishi, can you take us through from the start of this game and just break down the opening for us?
Okay, so Divya has started in an unusual way. First of all, she started with A4, not C4. And that's important because it eliminates all the benkos, no C4, B5 happening. Not that the benko is the end of the world these days, but and generally then she's saying if you play E6, I can not only play C4, I can play knight C3 and capture with piece. So I'm fine with that. Some flexible options. At the very least, it gives her an original position she can play. I don't know when black could have thrown in E6, perhaps on move 7. But by the time we get to move 9, suddenly I think it is white who's doing better here. Because black's pieces also need to come out in some way. The only plan I can see for black is maybe E6, capture on D5, and then take the knight to C7 to try to make the B5 break happen. But I just feel that's going to be a tad slow. I'm going to be able to play some knight C4 and attack D6, things like that. And now even that avenue is closed because she put her queen on C7. Probably in order to protect the pawn on D6, but then that is taking away the C7 square from the knight, so that's one plan less. As I said before, she can play E6, but let's say white makes a couple of useful moves. H3 is always useful, and then throw in F4. You can take on D5. I capture with the C pawn with my knight on A3, and that's a nice clamp. It's easier to play knight D2 when you're able to stop B5, but I don't see that here. If I go knight D2 and you play E6, you'll have to take on recapture on D5 with your E pawn. Because if you do it to the C pawn, I might be able to play B5.
Very nice.
Again, nothing decisive because I can play bishop F1 later, but so kind of Benoni position. I'm not familiar with this position, but I'm just using analogies with the Benonis that I know to understand what I can. Divya has the extra comfortable option to play knight A3 and leave it there. So the knight can reach the C4 square in 2 routes, not only from D2, but also via A3. And that gives white a lot of flexibility. I think white is more flexible with options here. And black's pieces are tripping on each other. The queen is taking a square, which could be useful for the knight. The knight is taking a square, which could be useful for that bishop to help push B5, and so on. On the surface, it just looks good for white. But they're also provoking each other. I mean, they're both trying to get off book, and Bibisara is also saying, okay, you can keep your advantage, but show me. And maybe there's a bit of that going on. They're spoiling for a fight, I think so.
That was a great full Benoni 101 masterclass that we just had with all the plans. This is something that we brought up earlier, the fact that Divya did beat Bibisara earlier in the first half of the tournament. How much of a role does that play psychologically coming into this round? And is that something that's at the back of the player's mind or goldfish memory for the win?
It does leave a scar. I think bad records are more of a problem. So, you know, when you have someone against whom you're -3 or -4, it's difficult to play. Vaishali against Jiner, for instance. Even Divya against Jiner. So she's got a good score against both the Indian women. But this tournament's strange because they've been sort of all having good moments, good streaks, and then accompanied with mini tune-outs. So that's I think. I mean, for Divya, it's clearly been a very tough tournament in the second half. I think starting with that defeat to Vaishali, and it's been rough. But maybe today is the day she feels freer, knowing also the tournament's coming to an end today for her. So
yeah. Definitely less pressure on Divya than on Bibisara. By the way, the bar is giving her an almost plus 0.8 advantage in this position to Divya. Are you inclined to agree with that, or do you think the position and these kind of setups are practically offer more chances to black, and the bar sometimes overestimates things? How do you look at that? Because we look at the bar and it just says that Divya has a big advantage out of the opening here.
The bar is more likely to be right than anything else, but of course, we would frame it differently, right? We would think something like, oh, this one can go here, and I like my position after that move, and I can do that. And in an emergency, I could run back to this. Whereas computer is thinking very clear lines. But okay, let's not kid ourselves. It's right. So,
I think the space advantage, and before we go to Divya's game, before we go to Vaishali's game, is Divya eyeing the kingside pawn storm in these positions? Is that part of the plan apart from the knight development, f4, trying to get e5, f4, g4 in? Is that somewhere on the agenda?
I would imagine so, unless black clams up with e5. But then, if you're going to play e5, okay, you needed queen c7 to protect d6 in order to play e5, something like that. But then you have to unscramble, move, and then what are you going to play for? You're going to play for f5 maybe? Whereas white could play a5 and try to achieve b4 also. And plus white could play on the king side. Nothing to say that even knight a3, knight c2, even rook a3 somewhere for a third rank, and I play f4. I have good plans. And again, black's pieces are slightly tripping on each other. They don't have a lot of squares to go to. Both the knights want f6 and things like that. But if black doesn't play e5, then I'm going to play f4, h3, and then next thing you know, I'll be playing g4 and pushing you back heavily.
I'm loving Divya's position here, by the way, Sahaj. What do you think before we move on to the big one?
No, I think I second everything Vishi sir said in this situation. It doesn't seem clear what the plan is for black, and for white it's just way more space. And I love this knight a3 idea as well that Vishi sir mentioned, and I think it's very, very good.
If we're able to get to that c4 point. So things looking really good for Divya on her board chat, which will be huge. Of course, Divya wants to finish on a high, but there's a bigger storyline of stopping Bibisara, who is co-leading with Vaishali. And on that note, Anand, let's check out the big game. And I want to start from the very beginning. I know this live board is exciting. By the way, Kateryna still not made her move. Almost a 20-minute think. Do you want to first dive into this or take it from the start? I leave it to Sahaj and you to decide.
We can, up to you, sir.
No, go for it.
So, I mean, we were on just Dragon. This was the first surprise for us. And then Vaishali goes bishop e3, bishop g7. So still going into Yugoslav attack. But here she goes long castle instead of bishop c4, which I guess is equally fine. And after d5, she goes takes, and bishop c4. Now, I'm not sure about bishop c4 as I've never seen this before. Would love to know your thoughts on what is Vaishali's strategy. Do you think she's still in prep? And how does this look for her?
I think it's a good strategy. I can't resist a joke. She forgot to play bishop c4 before castling, so she's atoning for that sin now. But the idea is to provoke e6, and then possibly bishop b3. Yeah, I think in fact it'll be bishop b3. And the idea is to play knight a4 and put a clamp on c5. If white can get that, then in fact black's queenside attack doesn't really happen, even though black has all the ingredients, the rook on the rook with the open b file, and so on. Having said that, I know I've forgotten. I looked at this line once, and there is a solution for black. You have to know a few moves, and you have to have an idea of what you're doing. And from the speed at which Vaishali entered this, I think it's good that it's obvious that she has prepared it as her anti-dragon weapon, or for some game she must have needed it somewhere, and she kept it in thing. And so she's probably got the advantage that she knows what she's doing, and this could be nice for her. A good start, I think.
I wonder, Sahaj, just break down the atoning for sin statement, the inside joke. For Vishi, I think Before going long castle, as you mentioned, bishop c4 is a very popular move played by many strong grandmasters here. And the point is you stop d5 from happening, Vishi. But like you said, she's gone long castle, and it's time to pay up for that. So bishop c4 follows that, but a different approach by Vaishali.
Yes, totally. I mean, after e6, you're basically biting on granite, but the idea is to clamp on c5. And in the meantime, do something on the king side, h4 as well. So it'll be sort of thing. But I think, I mean, looking at her clock, she's obviously happy. And Lagno is also trying to recollect what she's supposed to be doing. So
considering that,
sorry, go on, sir.
sorry, Daniel. So, considering that Lagno is maybe not familiar with this position, how difficult or how easy it is to navigate the first, how easy is it to navigate a plan for black in this position?
it's easy to make automatic moves and then be in a little bit of trouble against someone who knows exactly what they're doing. At this point, I would be trying to remember what the hell I'd seen myself. But I did look at this. It's some e6, bishop b3, and then
e6 is the main move.
I can't see that you can do without e6, to be honest.
There's rook b8 that was being looked at.
Yeah, but then bishop b3, and then you'd play e6 anyway, probably. Also, I don't know if I want to capture on a7 and come back. That's also a possibility. Because
Actually, Sahil,
bishop on b3, knight on c3 is a nice, safe thing to have. And you might need the a pawn at some point. After e6, bishop b3, one option is to play a5 somewhere. So that somewhere you can play a4 and harass that bishop. So
in some variations, Tikku was mentioning that after bishop c4, if you played rook b8, apparently bishop takes a7 was the best move of the engine at this moment. But we felt that it was a bit too difficult to know this. But considering that if this is Vaishali's prep, this could be something that she knows, and then it's just a free pawn, yeah?
Yes.
Also, I want to just point out the clock situation looking super good. Vaishali more time than what she started with, and Kateryna Lagno with a huge thing, almost a 30-minute thing. So definitely a slight surprise here. So maybe the sin wasn't such a big sin. After all, Vichy to go long castle and bishop c4 in this position.
Okay, 1 second. What I remember is that
Are we getting the Vichy files? Is it release the
yeah,
files?
I'm just
version
checking that.
of
So
Vichy?
Are you actually checking your files? That's amazing. That is so cool.
yeah. In fact, after e6, bishop b3, you can just play bishop b7, and probably the idea is to play knight d7 and get a rook over. And slowly that might be okay for black.
And how is white, according to the Vichy files, how does Vaishali make an attack or create her chances here on the king side? What's the plan?
The plan is keep a knight on a4. If the knight goes from f6 to d7, then throw in h4. And that's kind of the direction of travel. But you have to just wait. White will play knight c5, you'll play a5. Keep the option of a4 open, even though right now it doesn't look possible. And then swing a rook over. There were some important games in this line about the last 4 or 5 years. So if you have surprise value and you know exactly what you're doing, that can be a difference, definitely.
And when you have these notes and you've checked this line, can you tell us, were you looking at for a specific tournament, or was this a while ago? When did you study this?
This was 3 years ago, and I noticed that there were some games played in the line, and I was just curious. I asked myself, this approach I've never considered. Why do people play it? Or rather, what does the engine say? And is there something useful there that's worth knowing? Because whatever you do in this, you can even apply in a rouser and so on. It's similar, though the bishop will be on e7 there. But clearly, what we're doing is doubling down on forcing e6, which and then the idea, as I mentioned, bishop b3, you can play some move, bishop b7, knight a4, and queen c7 is a good move now. But then we are in the realm of computers, which don't tell you anything why a move is good. Just do it and you have to sit and figure it out.
We have you for that.
Because if knight d7, then h4 is awkward because your knight is doing double duty. On the one hand, it's trying to stop something happen on c5, and the other hand, it's trying to stop h5. So
Yeah.
I have something like queen c7, and honestly, I didn't check too much further.
I am just amazed, Sahaj, that we have a privy to the Anand files here, with all his opening ideas here. Knight d7. I would have never said that this knight on f6 is overloaded, has to stop the c5 idea and h4, h5. That is a great insight into this position.
The benefit of having the Vishi files,
Amazing.
And Muzychuk, Jiner, it's
So,
nice,
Vishi, just
but
one.
you can see
Before.
that Jiner has got her sort of French kind of structure and a chance to fight back on the king side. So if there was an advantage, it's probably not there anymore. Or maybe white has some plans with bishop b2, knight a4, rook c1, all those kinds of moves, and try to play c5 somewhere.
And meanwhile, for black, you just want to go bishop b7, short castle, rook d8, knight e5?
Yes, something like that. Also, I guess you'll not let me take on f3, take on h2. You'll pause for some useful move there. Well, in fact,
h3, just played
she's
h3.
played h3 on her own, so that's even
Stopping any tactics there. Vishi,
yeah.
I
Any
want to
chance
ask.
of any chance? Sorry to cut you off, but any chance of a kingside attack here, like after short castle, black can go king h8, g5, or is that too much?
In my humble opinion, if you want to do that, you should not bother with the castles. You can just throw in g5 and go for it.
Throw in g5.
It's not impossible. I mean, these days, I'm never sure when g5 is good and when it's not. Having said that, maybe h3 invites it a little bit. I don't know. Could black play rook g8 here?
She just went
I'm
bishop b7.
skeptical, but I mean, if you played h6, I would actually think about it.
So, for example, if white went bishop b2 in this position, just as an example, maybe rook g8, g5.
There you
Be
might even
possible.
sack, no? g5, knight g5, rook g8, because either you come back with the bishop to c1 or how are you going to protect that and so on.
Oh, nice.
But it's risky because even when you castle on the queen side, I can just play c5 and your king is just, in fact, it's weaker than mine. So your king is going to have to stay at e8, which means you're going to play attack with one rook. So there are a few hurdles to be overcome first. But maybe h6 g5 is simpler. I mean, why sack a pawn? You can just play h6 g5 and see. You can even change your mind on castle short if you want. It's weak, but nothing disastrous.
Not showing your cards with 8-6. And it also kind of suits Zhu Jiner's tournament situation where essentially it's a must-win game for her with the black pieces. So it could get really exciting. Anand, I want to ask you a question that at this stage, in these very critical rounds, it's the end of the candidates. And the candidates is not just about these 14 rounds, it's months of the hard work that the players have put into it as well. Going into this final round, what becomes more difficult? Is it the actual calculation skill part, or is it equally difficult to have your nerves under control right now? What is the harder part for the player?
I think it must be the nerves. The moves will follow if you're calm and everything. But in these positions, already you have an advantage now. Hey, you might have a chance. You got the advantage served to you on a platter, and you might want to. And suddenly you start obsessing about being accurate, and that's some pressure. I'm sure Vaishali must be slightly excited, at least, watching Lagno consume time. And Divya Assaubayeva, well, both of them, Bibisara is just happy that she can maybe play e takes d5 and play c4 probably. If white plays knight a3, then that's a plan. And they're getting excited because there is some tactical skirmishes coming.
So this is going to be fun. And Vishi, there's one game where there's a lot of excitement, I'm being told, and we're going to take you there. But before that, I want to just ask you a small follow-up on what you said, nerves being the most crucial part at this stage of the candidates. What for you, do you remember any one particular moment in your very long career where you really were extremely nervous? If you had to point out one moment where you really felt the nerves.
Um, I think in Mexico, it was my game with Morozovich when I went into the race on opposite sides. And he's getting his H pawn, I was getting my central thing going. In the Topolov match, and suddenly I realized I had a very, very big advantage. Of course, you get excited. Where else?
I thought you would say the game 8 against Boris when you made the comeback.
Well, then it's over, right? You're so happy with the comeback. You're very happy.
Yeah.
But it's mission over. But I went to that game with some trepidation, knowing that there were lines which I was very worried would have come on the board, and I still wasn't sure what I was going to do. All I decided was my math situation didn't permit me the luxury of thinking about it. I would just have to bite the bullet. And so that was my frame of mind, and difficult. And by the way, just to contradict everything I've been saying, Divya took on e6.
She did.
So she is not going for that Benoni after all. And Kateryna has gone bishop e6, not e6, which is also awesome. So
it's going to be an awesome fight. And before we go into that, should we check in with what's going on Hikaru's game? Because I'm being told that he's had some crazy queen sack prep. Okay, both queens are off the board. Sahaj, what happened on this one?
So I just want to go, just want to ask Vishi sir one more time, at which point was, it didn't look like prep, because I feel like for us, it's going to be it's going to be very early on, but for Vishi sir, it's going to be different. So this is the opening here. Black played h6, g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, castle. I'm already out of book, Tanya. So knight e5, black plays knight c6. So just say when it's not prep.
not prep for whom? Or one side or for both?
No, look, something that you already know, because I feel like you would know this. I mean,
No, I
considering all
don't. I only know it with the pawn on c4, not like this. And so this particular order, it looks very weird to me. But it's this new obsession, right? Hikaru found, I don't know, found h6 somewhere, and he's very excited about it. He's playing it. And
the power of h6. But yeah, this
I
was
mean,
the
in
game.
that other game, you can see the logic that instead of playing a6, he has played h6, which means that when he captures on e7, queen a4, that pawn capture routine that they're doing, he doesn't have to play a5 in order to play bishop a6. He can play a5 directly, and instead of having wasted a move with his a pawn, he's gained the move h6 on this side. That's very useful. But there must be some side variation where it's useful for white, that white can do something. I don't know, maybe white could have done queen d3 or some specific move.
I mean, that is
95 seems
so
to be
cool.
in that direction, that he
That
played
is
95.
so cool. That is just so, because he connected it. You are talking about that Catalan variation where black plays a6, right? Yeah. And now it makes sense when you break it down, in this sense. But yeah, that's very, very cool. So h6 is of course a more useful move in that sense, is what you're saying, right?
Yes. So that's why Pragg started in 95, so that dc4 he can just capture, and he avoids this having to take on c6 stuff. And Hikaru goes and plays knight c6. So I mean, he must have checked c5, e5. And the rest I can't really tell you off the top of my head, but it's...
Well, it looked like it was prepped for a very, very long time. This knight f2, knight e4 business takes here. Bishop f5, long castle happens. Bishop g5. Oh, apparently it was a queen sacrifice with bishop g5. Some preparation here with queen c4 check. Black moves the king, takes and bishop. Wow. Wow.
Oof.
This is beautiful.
Yes, I mean, it's uh, modern chess that people bash out moves in a line that was never been played, and they just bash out 20 moves. Yeah.
Yep.
And in the end, it's not even that much fun. They've got some dopey ending, and that's where they are. So.
A dopey ending. I love it. But I'm just wondering if this is, such an incredible prep. If this is the round that you want to spend it on with such, well, with for at least these two players, not much at stake.
Well, it's exactly the round to spend it. First of all, there's a little money at stake. And second,
There
what
is.
are you storing this for? So
That's true. In the chess
Pragg,
world.
it may be a while before Pragg meets another person who plays this h6 line. So he just figures I'll cash in now and that's it. And also it's really baiting, isn't it? They're baiting each other. Hikaru is basically saying, come and get me. And Pragg is saying, yeah, I'm ready. So
In the chess world, you can't hold on to preparation anymore because if you don't play it, somebody else is
somebody
going to play
else
it
will,
before you.
exactly.
Very true.
Nice. By the way, we do have an update on the Vaishali board. So Lagno did play bishop e6 instead of e6. And now Vaishali blitz. Okay, she didn't blitz out. She took some time and she took on d5 and now pawn takes d5. I'm guessing she wants to take the pawn on d5.
I think so, yes.
Should we look at that? Let's make some moves ahead and see what happens. It's got to be the first line that one has to consider. Knight takes pawn.
And bishop takes bishop, queen takes, and I'm assuming you don't go queen d5 because the endgame would be worse and something like queen
Yeah,
c7.
so you could try rook b8.
Rook b8.
And then I can go b3, but I have seen this position with the bishop on f1 and a bishop on c8 or f5 or whatever. I've not seen it quite in this pure form.
So rook b8 on move 14, you said, right?
Yeah, so take twice and then rook b8. And a queen d8, I can intermezzo with bishop b2.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you go king b1, I go bishop d4 check. And that's clearly the trap. You take on b8, I take on b8, but you get everything back.
Wow.
In fact, you could, no, this is the best way. You would also make a draw with, I thought with bishop a3, but then there's bishop b6, which is awkward. So instead of bishop d4, you go bishop a3 to make a draw.
It's happening on the board, by the way.
And then
d5
you
has
go
been captured.
bishop b6 or something. So that is not what you want.
Because you take
And
care.
so if she takes on d5 and queen c7, let's say.
Let's just have that on the analysis board. Right now,
With this
bishop takes...
position?
Yes, so this has happened, Sahaj. This is where we are on our live camera, I see. And Kateryna is now paused.
And I'm kind of not taking into consideration rook b8 here because I'm assuming bishop b3 is going to be great. Because I think, but it's not trivial because you can play queen c7 and then you can play a5 and I'll still have a question or two. But there must be some, here, queen c7, I have bishop f4. That's the problem.
Okay.
And so
So
on.
queen c8 maybe?
Queen c8, maybe I could just play bishop e3. Bishop d4, sorry. Or even our favorite move, can I go bishop a7? No, because then you go rook a8 and take on b3. You could, in fact, go king b1 and you're threatening queen a5 because your queen didn't keep that square under control.
To king b1 and queen f5. That's nice.
Yeah, or queen
Just
a5.
want to mention in no scenario is
no,
bishop
because of the
a7
pin,
a favorite move.
Yeah. So
Rook
my
b8,
hunch
by
is
the
white
way,
is
played.
better and this should be a pawn up, but there
she's
is
gone
some
for
bluff
rook
factor.
b8. Anand, we might be seeing this. Bishop b3, and our computer points out it is by far the best move and the only move that Vaishali
Which one?
has. Bishop to b3 here.
Bishop to b3, yeah.
I think that she will. It's also a very natural move because you definitely don't want to play b3.
Also, I think she's still in prep, so.
But she thought for about 7 minutes when she took the pawn on d5. Still prep, yeah, you think?
Yes, I mean, that's within the margin of error. I mean, you want to compose yourself. I mean, some allowance for that can be made.
Speaking of composure, every time when I commentate with Peter Lecco and Vincent Keimer is playing Vichy, he's always like, Vincent, don't do this to my heart. And you know how Peter gets very emotional in those moments. I was wondering what's it like for you because, of course, Vaishali also belonging to Vaka, Prague as well. When you see them on the board fighting it out in these very critical moments, do you feel also those emotions?
To some degree, yes. In general, when I think if I can get myself into the frame of mind that I'm sitting at the board and what would I do, then I start to experience it in a different way. But oh boy, it's tough to tether yourself to Vaishali. She can give you a rodeo.
I've been in the team with her. I know exactly what you mean.
So it's not the recommended viewing. But
It's very exciting for the fans. And I think what I
that's right.
really admire about Vishali always is that whoever she's playing, whatever the tournament situation is, and then she always sticks to her strength and her style. She's always brave enough to go for the fight.
Mhm. So Kateryna has gone rook b8.
It's on the board.
And well, it has to be bishop b3. Can't see anything else.
Uh, yeah, b3, I don't think Sahaj anyone wants to play weakening that diagonal to defend it. Bishop d4, queen d5 just loses a piece. c3 is the only way you can fight against that check, but also feels a bit weakening with queen a5 coming in. So I think bishop b3,
Yeah.
process of elimination, also just you come to this point.
Yeah.
But I think it should be better for white, no? After bishop b3.
That is very good news for everyone. It is an extra pawn and it looks quite healthy right now. Looks like a
Yeah.
healthy extra pawn.
It looks kind of similar to that other dragon variation where white gets that pawn on d5 in a similar way, but somehow white is a lot better in this. Is it largely because white is ahead in development, or is there some concrete way forward for Vaishali, or do you think it's just an extra pawn and yeah, little compensation in the position?
There is compensation because you have to open files and that's always there. But I have to say that if white knows what she's doing, then it should not be a problem. This should be better for white. Incidentally, I'm quite puzzled by what Divya is up to.
Okay, maybe we go to that. But just before we go to that, can we call this a dream start, a dream position for Vaishali with the white pieces out of the opening Vishy for this round?
Definitely. I think Vaishali is quite happy with this.
Okay.
And what I mean, it's as much as you can hope for. And think you get a small advantage to begin with, and you get to play. So I mean, this is just very pleasant for
And
white.
it's a tangible advantage, right? It's an extra pawn. So you can actually feel it and see it. And if you're Anish Giri, you might even pick it up off the board. But Sahaj, let's check in with Divya's board right now, as that's got Anand's attention. Oh, wow. A lot has happened. Totally different pawn structure.
Yeah, I was thinking knight d7, I have to vacate rook b8 and then go knight b8 c6 to bring it to d4. But I'm wondering, do I really need the knight on d4? Maybe I should just play rook d8, d4, and then just forget about the rook. If you find a way to take it, please do, and I'll recapture, and I'm happy with great pawns and pawn structure. And then I just bring my pieces behind. I mean, I already think black is slightly better.
So you think black is already slightly better? Oh,
I like,
yeah.
or I think black's moves are much easier to make. I mean, rook d8, d4, then you play bishop d7, then you double on the d file. You can play bishop h6 from there. You can poke a bit here, poke a bit there. It looks to me quite nice.
By the way, we do have a super chat incoming. Sorry for missing it earlier. And it says, "This is to the chess god Vishi sir, a towering personality who is so polite and humble, greatness overloaded." Thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you so much to Vishi sir as well. Vishi OP होना चाहिए भाई chat में.
Well, thank you. What can I really say? Very nice of you.
Very. That was a very humble response as well. Anand, I wanna ask you, as we wait for what happens here, another question that's been on my mind with after Sindarov won yesterday. We've got the youngest ever world championship coming up. Both these players are going to be 20 years old when they fight for it. It just feels like such a generational change is happening currently. You have the youngest ever World Cup winner, youngest ever world champion, the championship that will be fought as well, Divya winning the World Cup. And from somebody who's had more than 4 decades at the very top, looking at the 80s and the 90s when you started, 2000s when you pretty much dominated, 5 world championship title. When you look at this younger generation, I think it's a two-part question. What is the one thing that sort of brings a smile to your face? And what is the one thing that makes you go like, never in our time, guys?
I think one of the reasons that they're getting so strong and much faster is because they're able to take in new ideas, new concepts much faster. Obviously, it helps that if you can, you don't have to work out things by yourself slowly over the board, but you can find out what are the best lines and then figure it out from there. Plus the ability to look for knowledge. I mean, it used to be said that you needed months to understand a new opening. Now I think it's days, yeah. What I like is their totally non-dogmatic attitude. I think in that sense, they're really creatures of the computer revolution. They just are open to concepts, and they have this, their underlying philosophy is, if I can't show why it's lost, it's not. And they don't reject things, because it's not in the center or something. They're more used to making very different moves. And I would say, yeah, definitely not in my time, guys. There were a lot of moves I never considered, and now I'm forced to consider because, it's there. And it's good because you're young, you're fresh, you're willing to take risks. All these are very good qualities. And most of them also have this habit of playing for a win no matter what and so on. Very healthy qualities.
Yeah, very interesting. And who do you think out of all these players would be the one player who'd fit right into the non-computer era and who would actually thrive on it?
I don't know. I mean, you obviously then want to point to someone positional who plays conceptually, but they all play very, very concrete. I can't offhand think of someone who doesn't play in a very concrete fashion. Concrete means I do this, you do that, this works out, rather than I'll be happy if I can put this one over here and that piece over there. I believe that they play in a very specific way. Sorry?
Maybe Arjun?
No. In fact, if anything, he's willing to take a lot of risks. But this may also be that he might have tested it in Blitz online and he's comfortable with it and he's willing to stretch boundaries. But maybe it's unfair. Maybe nowadays you simply can't ignore the computer in the background somehow.
Yeah, and the influence of it. Said, let's bring up our Vaishali board as knight d2, bishop d7 has been played on this. Okay, meanwhile, Vaishali still hasn't gone for bishop to b3.
So it's around 10 minutes of thinking. Okay, so can we say safely now that prep has ended, or do you think is it too soon?
Maybe she just noticed that she was better and she didn't give it any further thought or something like that. I don't know.
Which is very logical, I think, in a situation like this.
And she's already consumed 15 minutes, a bit more because of the additions as well. So yeah.
Were there any celebrations in Cyprus last night with Sindarov?
Not that I'm aware of. So I don't know what he got up to, but I don't think so. I think he still wanted to get today's round out of the way, and also he was quite serious. I think he was going and helping Bibisara a little bit. So
Yeah. And Prag was probably doing the same with Vaishali, so it's also in
I
some ways
imagine
on the
so, and I think there's a bit of that because
They
after all,
both
I mean,
have great positions out of the opening, that is for sure. So
how big is
should we bring up
Prag's advantage?
our bird's eye view and just Vishy, maybe we can go through all the boards and then you can pick what catches your attention if we just bring up our 8 board view. Well, one has already ended in a draw, and that was between Javokhir Sindarov and Wei Yi. They blitzed the game through, almost bulleted the way through in this bishop and pawn endgame. As Vishy said, it took them too long, should have ended quicker. Vishy, this is what is going on across the boards right now. Do you want to check in with Giri? I do see some exciting kingside situation happening on our top second board from the left.
Oh yeah, sure. And my God, of all the days, Bluebaum is going bonkers today. No, I mean he's leaving a piece hanging, but Anish looks like someone who has checked even this and knows exactly what he's supposed to do.
so just mentioning, he thought for 35 minutes before he played rook e8.
Oh,
So
then I withdraw my statement. But I just thought, I mean, if you step away from that f7 pawn, then it means you know something specific. But perhaps his problem was if he didn't play rook e8 and maybe made some move like, for instance, b5.
Okay.
Then, I mean, knight c4 is something to watch out for.
Wow.
Yeah, and so that's why rook e8, because now thanks to the f8 square, everything is taken care of. And in general, I would bother white with knight b4 or something first. Instead of rook e8, I would have considered knight b4 and b5 just to mess with white's thing a bit. But
This kind of reminds me of your game, sir. Your famous game, no, against the one with b5 c5, the one against Aronian, I think it was.
yeah, but my knight wasn't puttering around on b4. In fact, he
Well,
had
of
played
course.
a3 just to shut that one down. But rook e8 makes sense because you really need this f8 square in a lot of lines, and so Anish put that in. Maybe it is a product of the think. Problem is, whenever I see Anish play, I think he's prepared, but maybe not.
Question, are you talking about the knight de5 game against Levon?
Yes.
Yes.
That one. Yeah, one of Vishy's masterpieces, absolute beautiful stuff. How many pieces did you sacrifice in that one? 2 minor pieces?
There was, I sacked one pawn. Then after that, I didn't sack so much. I offered a piece, that's true.
Yeah, on e5.
And when he didn't take it, after that, I didn't sack anything. I gave up an exchange and I won.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, knight d5. That's the move, chat.
Yeah,
So
by the way,
rook e8
Lagno has played a move, queen c8, but nothing major has changed, so we can stay here as well. Your call, Vishi, sir.
Yeah. So Lagno has played queen c8.
Maybe we just check in with that, Sehed, just really quickly. As Bluebaum, he might be looking. Sorry, Vishy, you were going to say something?
No, you're right. I think we should come back to this game with Giri and Bluebaum, but of course, the real action is over on the other side.
Yeah, after queen c8, I think we can come back to this. So this is the position, rook e8, and Bluebaum is thinking here. So you were mentioning some ideas with knight e4.
Not anymore, because you will just take on g5 and capture with your queen, and your king has an escape route.
So you'll just win the piece.
So one idea that comes to me is g4 here.
Wait, if I take anyway, pawn takes knight? How am I getting checkmated?
You can, I think. You take, I take.
Let's move our
And
knight to, where do we go? Knight d7, knight d5. First, I just want to see if I'm getting
already
checkmated
it seems
chess.
that white's attack is worth going for, right?
Yes.
Uh,
I mean, it gives an advantage to white. But I was just
Yeah.
wondering if there's a knockout in this position.
So mine was speculative because after g4, as you might have noticed, the knight and the pawn are fighting with the same square. But I was hoping to sack on f7 and play g5. But after g4, maybe there's some intermezzo like b5 or something, which works.
Mm.
Because I can push you around a lot there. If you go bishop e2,
Bishop e2.
then I can play e5 because you're no longer attacking f7, and such ideas start to pop up.
And if I go bishop b3, then
I could
just to
go
keep
knight b4, or I could play, and I could go knight b4. Queen b1 you have to do, and then I can go c5. I don't know if I throw in bishop b7, but I can play c5 or bishop b7 and then play c5.
Exciting.
And Bluebaum has shut it down with a3. So clearly knight b4. Also, it's annoying to have the possibility there and having to check it on any move. So he just went ahead and did it.
This is the most aggressive position that Bluebaum has had all candidates, and Anish Giri has to be feeling a little bit annoyed with that why today. Vishi, how would you summarize Bluebaum's performance? And also, are you aware of the great Bluebaum streak memes?
What is the streak? Is it a drawing streak or what?
Sweep. The great Bluebaum sweep.
Sweep. What is the sweep? Sorry.
So it was this phenomenon that people were saying that Bluebaum is going to score 14 out of 14, and it became like a Twitter
Huge
thing.
meme. It
And
became viral
yeah.
fully.
Well, guess who has already achieved that goal and moved on? Anish in Moscow. So
maybe that explains why he's playing aggressive against Anish. He wants to
Anish,
hit
yeah, I know. I
50%
think he
at
said,
the end of
okay.
it. At the end of candidates, yeah, that would be completely. It would complete the legacy.
But I can't remember the last time Anish made all draws. I mean, nowadays he's sprinkling the wins everywhere.
Yeah, it's been like a full resurgence Anish 2.0.
And by the way, in
Yeah.
Moscow, though he was making a draw every day, he was actually getting very interesting positions. So it was an unfair label. But of course, nobody on the internet cares that life is unfair.
No.
They just go ahead. So
Did you just say life
Is
is
it
unfair?
back?
yeah, and I mean, what on the internet nobody cares you're a dog. No, on the internet nobody
true.
cares that you had chances. Whatever.
Have you watched Samay Special yet? Because life is unfair actually comes from a lot of his jokes.
Ah, right.
I'm guessing you haven't watched it yet, which is why.
No, but I will check it out then.
Okay.
So it's the second time during the first was Sahil asking Dhurandhar, and then second is Tanya asking this. Now Vishi sir has like this whole list, yeah, of things to watch after the candidates, basically.
All right. Well, Anish is thinking right now, and so Vishi, A3 played. Do you think Anish is feeling a little bit uncomfortable in this position, especially considering how he probably thought that Bluebaum will keep it solid, and somewhere you just want the last round to finish. You don't want to be facing this sort of a dynamic position.
Okay, Anish seems to be going to that he's bashing out b5 right away. Second, you know that in not all the lines in the Ragozin are flat zeros. Some get exciting, and Anish, I think he's both. I mean, of course he knows the solid lines, but he's well prepared in the sharp ones as well. So I don't think he'll be disappointed necessarily. He might be disappointed with the outcome of the opening, but not from the nature of the opening. Actually, if you're well prepared, what's the big deal? I mean, even a sharp position is something you welcome, right? So,
actually, you touched upon this earlier that how Anish has been playing differently over the last year and a half, and it feels like I was going to make the point that it feels like sort of an Anish 2.0. He's picked up a lot of rating points. Every game feels quite fighting, and him trying to get that to get that dynamism in.
Totally.
What do you think is is the reason behind that? And is there, have you felt the same about Anish's play recently?
I think he knew always that he's one of the best in openings, but he's also found a way how to bring a practical element to it. So even in a given position, he not only thinks what are the best moves, but he also thinks what can I do so that with minimal risk I can keep some tension in the position and put my opponent in a situation where he has to find something difficult. And he often mixes his opening lines with that in mind. So it's a conscious decision as well, I think.
Actually, somewhere for all these, all these guys like Anish, Hikaru, Fabi, somewhere it must be a little bit annoying to see Sindarov just run away with the whole thing, because everyone was saying how this might be Hikaru's, Fabi's big chance to make it to the World Championship. And then it just feels like there wasn't even a challenge because of Sindarov's form. It's sort of frustrating for the other players when it's a one-man show at the end of it.
Definitely. I think Fabi could take the blow of losing. He thought, well, I will have chances and I can still chase the man. But then when he keeps on winning and he beats everyone. I mean, he beats Hikaru, he beats Fabi, he beats Pragg. 3 in a row, right? That was his second streak after this second round draw. He had a 4-round winning thing. And so in the next few rounds, you could see that Fabi is still trying his best to go through the motions, but at some level, he thinks it's become too difficult a task. Hikaru as well, maybe. Though Hikaru's score was already quite bad. I think he managed this nice win against Fabi, but nothing more. And so on.
Yeah. To me, it felt like after Fabi lost to Sindarov in the first half, just something really changed after that. As we go back to Vaishali's board, so we just had one more move, Queen C8, and Vaishali calmly plays King B1. Still feels like an extra pawn, a very healthy one. Kateryna Lagno,
This is
where
a
does she
dream
find
opening
her?
for Vaishali. I mean,
Dream opening.
you're just a pawn up,
Yeah.
and there's nothing difficult going on. So,
are you still looking at H4, H5, trading the dark squared bishops for Vaishali?
White doesn't need H4, H5 anymore. Now White can win in technical ways. I mean, what I want to do now is to play Queen A5, perhaps play Bishop D4 swap. And once the dark square bishop goes, my king is absolutely safe. I mean, this is just a big advantage for Vaishali.
How is Vaishali managing the risk and reward today? Do you think she somewhere you also know that if you draw, then it depends on how Bibisara does, or do you think she's just focused on her own game? She's not checking out what's happening on Divya's board. How much of her influence is going to be how much of her decision will be influenced by Divya Bibisara today?
Well, in an ideal world, she will just make her moves and that's it, because that's the only thing you control. But inevitably, your eyes will go there a bit and so on. But yeah, you just play your position. That's all.
Although speaking of Bibisara, it looks like Divya has regained some of that advantage in their match. Should we take a quick look and to see what's happening there? Because I remember Vishi was mentioning something along the lines of Bishop C6 and Rook D4, but Divya has played Queen E3 to put some pressure on the C5 pawn and maybe create some hindrance to this Rook D4 idea. At least the bar seems to like the position. I'm not really sure why.
Yeah. I mean, Rook D4 is not the end of the world. You're plugging a gap. I can play Bishop E8 and Rook D4 and then come around. But it's true. The queen is sitting comfortably on E3, so there's no Bishop H6 also. I think Divya's position is stabilized. But I also don't see any plan for Divya. What's her plan exactly?
Yeah, it's
In
tough.
In fact, they both seem kind of stuck. So
try-
Bibisara is actually biting the bullet and she's going to play B6 and Bishop C6 and plug the gap with Rook D4 and that's it. Yeah, something like that.
And are you willing to sacrifice the exchange as well on D4 then?
It depends. But here, for instance, if white played knight b5, I don't think you can rush with bishop takes b5 because I'll play c takes b5 and leave a knight on c4.
Nice.
Which means you'll have to go knight e8, d6 and try to swap. And then it's another yawn fest. So
Another yawn fest. Saying it like it is.
yes, well. So
actually, what can be the plan here for Divya? I'm just wondering, how do you... Okay, usually one would think about pawn breaks. I don't think you ever want to play f4 in this position, Vishy. That I think idea can be put to rest.
No, I think we can agree on that in principle.
Yes. You never want to open up that bishop, too many weaknesses. So f4 chat will not be the path.
Yes, because Vishy said, has always said, never push the golden pawns.
I don't know if I said that, but I would say this one. I'm going to call a draw. So I think they're just going to shut down, funnily enough.
Okay, if this draws, Vishy, if this game ends in a draw, that means if Vaishali is able to convert that extra pawn, no tie breaks. That's it. Candidate's done.
Yeah.
That would be huge.
Also, Vaishali not only has an extra pawn, she has a 20-minute lead as well on the clock as well. Looks very, very pleasant for Vaishali.
Can we check in with Zhu Jiner once?
Yep, this is the current position. I believe we left it somewhere around here. We were debating this g5 idea, but she doesn't go for it. After bishop e3, she goes short castle. Rook c1, rook c8, knight a4. Like Vichisa said, this idea of c5 on the cards. Rook d8, queen f3, and queen b3, sorry, and black plays bishop f4, offering this trade. So what are your thoughts on this? Looks a bit more comfortable for black, maybe?
Not impossible. I don't know if Anna should start considering c5, but the problem is after c5, black also has knight d5 and so on, so not quite sure what exactly white should be doing. It's probably still equalish. Let's not get carried away, but anyway, the nice thing for Vaishali is she converts her pawn. She doesn't depend on anyone.
Nothing. It's only if something
Bibisara
goes
also
wrong.
wins, and that's looking incredibly unlikely.
Unlikely.
Yeah.
If Vaishali draws and Bibisara draws, then we have a tie break.
Yes.
But then and then comes down to, will it be a 2-player tie break? If Jiner wins, it will be a 3-player tie break. But right now, things looking super good on Vaishali's board.
Yes,
Vishy, if you can you point out what it is that white should be careful about in such a positions? What to watch out for if you're Vaishali here? What kind of counterplay?
Just some cheapo. I mean, you'll miss some little tactic here or there, and you got to watch out for those. You got an extra pawn, so black will lash out. So you got to keep an eye on your king every move, really control the counterplay. But why black doesn't have good resources, I think. I mean, almost everything that black could do, I can see white being able to neutralize easily. So this is just this is a dream start for Vaishali. In fact,
yes.
Right now she looks just in clover.
Love it. Usually Vaishali, one of the things that I've noticed is that her clock management, her time management comes to bite her later on. And in this game, she's even quite a bit ahead on the clock as well. And it's not a position that's super complicated where you need to spend 20, 30 minutes every single move for the next 5 moves.
Yes, all white has to do is to be careful because the position will play itself otherwise. So, yeah, just
maybe some sacrifices on the queen side somewhere. But like Vichisa said, this bishop d4 would be neutralizing everything. So maybe some rook endgame incoming, yeah, in the end. Do you
can't.
think
You'll be a pawn down, right? So
yes, exactly. So do you think any for Lagno is it harder? Is it extremely hard to hold this practically? Because, okay, she has an extra pawn, but there's only a +1 advantage. So not exactly quite winning just yet, but is it? It's,
I don't, though it's only a pawn, which is literally the difference in material.
yeah, right.
It is, I don't see what black is going to do. There is no imbalance in the position. I mean, it's almost impossible to rush with the d pawn. So what is black going to do exactly? The only idea I'm seeing is
It would be
something
amazing.
in bishop f5 attacking c2, but even there I can kick you out to g4. So I don't get
Exactly, because I was thinking if the pawn was on h5, which is usually what happens in such positions, then you could play bishop f5, but even
Yeah.
that doesn't seem likely anymore.
And Vaishali is probably threatening bishop takes a7 again. So
This is just such a scary move to me each time you mention it, and you're mentioning it so
Yeah.
casually. It's 3 files.
black could play something like queen a6.
But is
But
there a
then
threat?
I could go bishop d4, rook f d8, and queen f4 maybe. No, queen e3 maybe, and then it's game over, right?
You
No,
just
queen
want to
f4, rook
trade off.
b4. I just noticed that. But
Queen e3 is nice. Queen
yeah,
e3
queen
is
e3 is
just...
cool.
And basically the point is just to trade off as many pieces as quickly as possible here.
Yes. I
I
mean,
think
trade
it's a
off the dark
lot.
squared bishop. After that, my rooks can participate beautifully in the game. I can double on the d file. I can put one on e3 and bring it to c3. There's so many ways for the rook.
Yeah, it's
No,
also
this
three
for me,
pawn.
this though it's only a pawn. I don't see what black is going to do simply.
And it's also the ideal pawn formation, right? Because you don't have to create a passer. It's sort of already there. It's a 3 versus 1 majority. So
Yeah.
all endgames, you can go into a rook pawn ending without fearing that is this going to be easy or not for me.
Yes, I'm also kind of thinking, but I don't see how it's going to be difficult.
Yeah. Maybe the nerves. It's going to be all about the nerves.
Yeah. I mean, trust me, if you're playing a computer, it will find some tactics that will bother you, white, and so on. But still, it'll attack some h2 pawn, this and that. But I don't see it. It's just a nice edge. And
It
she's
kind of
taken on
comes...
b3 with the bishop.
She's done it.
Oh,
Bishop takes
that's a
bishop.
slight error.
I
I
would be
guess
tempted
a
to
takes
take...
b3 is better than, but nothing wrong with cb3 either, because I can play queen c2 somewhere and so on.
But taking with the a pawn just feels like the more human choice here, the more instinctive choice.
But then I thought maybe she's trying to go for a5, queen a5, rook a8, and claim that.
Nice.
But even that doesn't work. I mean, a5, you can play bishop d4. So where is that going?
After ab3, a5, bishop d4, you mean, yeah?
Yes,
Yeah.
because a pawn takes bishop, a5, queen takes pawn. Maybe we can have that on the board side.
Bishop d4?
If queen takes pawn, let's just show the idea that how black can actually try to create would be queen takes pawn, rook 8, and at least we can see the makings of something. And you can see the bar also says that this is
So
too
rook
dangerous for white.
a8.
Rook
Rook is
8.
going to be a move. And then
queen...
I go queen b5. It is not rook 8 actually. It's some other move. Hang on.
Maybe you start with queen c6. I don't know why, but I thought queen c6, then rook 8 or rook c8 is one way to do it.
Queen c6 could be an idea.
Oh, it's not queen c6 for some reason.
So the bishop d4.
Or rook d7, I was thinking. But yeah, bishop d4 also looks very good. Yep. Basically, you shouldn't give me time to play bishop d4 then. So something that stops bishop d4.
But in general, even rook 8, I think it just feels like it didn't absolutely hate it. And black sort of is back in the game after sacrificing this pawn.
Yeah. But
How
in a
easy
position like this,
is
just
it to
going
take
back
with
to
the
the
C
original
pawn?
position. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is it better to take with the C pawn or the A pawn? Like, of course, for me, A pawn looks very automatic.
But then how are you
But
responding to A5 and A4 idea with bishop D4, you're saying?
No, if you take with the C
oh,
pawn, you can
bishop.
take on A5, right?
No, I mean after
Mhm.
pawn takes
The
bishop
A pawn.
A5. After A takes B, sorry, yes.
It's
And if
quite
bishop
annoying.
D4
We
now?
don't see why the eval bar is dropping so much after queen A5.
Also, isn't there queen D7?
Forcing act. No, queen is, yeah.
Queen
What
A,
is
I mean, must be bad, no?
Yeah,
Queen
maybe queen
D7, queen
D7.
A6.
Queen D7. Ah, that's not it, actually. Something stronger is there. No, I just feel bishop D4 at any moment you provoke E5, it should be fine.
Yeah, but bishop D4,
Rook
rook
D8.
B8 maybe.
And if queen A4, there is rook B4.
But there's queen A7.
Oh, wow. Missed that one completely.
Yeah, same actually.
So in fact, that's
Queen
why I
A-
said rook B8. And then queen A7, I can go queen E2 and
the rook is not attacked.
yeah, and
Nice.
queen E2 somehow, and I'm also poking around.
Okay, she's
But
taken with
rook,
the A pawn. She's taken with the A pawn, by the way. That's on the board. So now Lagno might have her opportunity with A5 to at least try to create something.
A5.
Yeah, but you can see she also doesn't know what she's doing. I mean, she even with, I think even with black to get some compensation, you should have some should have gone a few moves deep. Okay, pretty good. She found A5 instantly. Maybe
It's
just by
also
elimination, but
elimination and also this feeling of desperation, right? You know that you're just lost otherwise if you sit still in such a position. You kind of have to hit that panic button.
yeah. So what can I do now? I can play bishop D4.
So firstly, do I have rook D8?
Yeah,
Then I have
No,
queen
you
C3.
queen C3.
Oh,
Okay, that's
nice.
nice.
So, and we saw that queen takes pawn is not correct here. Although we didn't figure out why exactly, but at least rook A8.
No, I didn't even want to go bishop A7. Now you're going queen A5. No chance. Keep the pawn, it helps us. I think bishop D4 is very logical here, but I would be worried about something E5 or rook D8 related.
Well, E5, I'm going to play bishop C3. And rook D8, I'm going to go queen C3.
Okay. So bishop D4.
Though, once again, it's not happy. The advantage is dropping, but I'm not sure why. Maybe queen D7 is the move that it likes.
You mean in this position, queen D7? No, actually the eval went down here as well. Okay, no, it's kind of the same with bishop D4 and queen D7. I can take a peek to see what... It's bishop D4 actually, which is the best.
Oh, it's the best move, okay. Yeah, no, this is great. Bishop D4, I don't see any problem for
Actually, just to show, it's bishop D4, pretty much the only move, queen D4, and then rook B4 also an only move here for black. How easy is this? Besides rook B4, everything is technically lost.
And if queen D7,
Probably have to keep the queens on the board. Queen C5. Oh, we lost our board, I believe. We'll have that back up just shortly. So this is the moment right now. And bishop D4 is what Vaishali has to... Well, not has to. I'm sure there are other options in this position as well. Anand, or do you think bishop D4 is...
I mean, it still bugs me that I don't know why queen A5 is not working. But anyway.
We can try to work it out because I think that's exactly what Vaishali is thinking as well as Sahed's come back. So we have control over the board. Sahed, queen takes pawn. Let's work it out why that isn't great for white. 。 . 。  . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . I just want to remind everyone that, for Vaishali, this can be a very tempting option as well. It's not the correct one, but you're kind of really wanting to reach out for that second extra pawn in the position.
I just, yeah, I wouldn't consider this. It just looks too scary. Like I wouldn't trust myself enough with this. Okay, but let's go queen e6 maybe is possible.
Yes, I think that's probably right. And maybe I simply can't get stop here stuff happening. Okay, I go bishop d4.
Oh, that's actually really bad.
That's a terrible move. Maybe rook at g1 somehow.
Yeah. So there's something really concrete here.
There is. It's very
Which is
interesting.
not
Let's try
queen
to work this
b7.
out. Chat, send in your suggestions as well, but we are trying to work it out without any help from the engines.
Queen c6, queen f6 looks interesting as well, but I'm
The
guessing
queen
that
c6, we already checked. It's not the best move. Even rook a8, it's not bad, but it's not the best as well.
Oh my God. What about
What
rook
is
a8?
it?
Well, I have
Vishi?
one idea. Just try rook a8.
Queen b6 or queen b5?
Yeah, and rook a1 check and queen c2 maybe.
Oh my.
Oh.
But queen b6 kills it. But let's try rook a1 check.
What? Oh my God, it's the correct idea.
Yeah, cool.
That is so cool. And now you're threatening queen b2 and
Now I
rook
don't understand why
a8.
the hell I'm not lost. Why am I equal?
Rook d2, I think queen, then you have queen f4.
You'll go queen a4 at some
Ah,
point.
rook d2. I thought bishop d4, but then I lose after queen a4. I'm losing d4. Okay, yes. d2 and queen a4.
Queen a4,
And-
this is so nice.
And even you can take on b2 with the bishop, the king just hides on a2. That is just a crazy position.
Yeah.
Still zeros, actually. One side should be lost, but still zeros.
This is stunning. Can we just see rook a1 one more time? Wait, I can't believe this is working, Vishi. Rook a1. So you take, only move, queen takes pawn, b2 is checkmate, a8 is coming, and that's it.
So you said queen on b6 works here instead
No,
of
I
b5.
thought some rook d8 will interrupt, but I can't. I can't play rook d8 while b2 is attacked and so on. And on top of that, after queen b6, I can play rook a6. And when you move your queen, well, in fact, I can go queen a8, and that's a different ball game.
Let's show that. But I think you can go directly, right? Queen b6, also rook a1. Do you need
In fact,
to go rook
yeah,
a1?
the thing has disappeared because now there is no queen
But
a4
queen
check, so it
b-
says rook a1 is resigns.
Yes, because
This
there's
position
no...
is mate in 7, by the way, from what I can
With-
see on the board. This
Is
is
it the
mate in
same
7.
idea? Is it the
I don't
same
know.
idea with rook a1, queen c2? Or do you have to throw in rook a6?
Just checking. Yeah, it is. Mate in 6 now. This is mate. Mate in 5. This is crazy. Because the queen on b5 was a happy accident because you could play queen a4.
Queen a4, yeah.
Now there is no queen a4, yeah.
Okay, please do not pick up the a5 pawn. Just do not touch that pawn. Saj, your instinct was on point with it, by the way, that I just don't have the guts to
Just
take
try
it.
queen a5, rook a8, queen d2.
It's not insane. You just lost too many games doing this. You learn at
Queen
some
d2.
point.
Queen d2, queen a6, right?
Yeah, and then c3. Why is this lost?
So queen a2, bishop c3, I think, no?
But I have bishop c5, right?
Right. Maybe bishop c3 first. So takes, rook c8, this bishop c5. That's what you're saying.
And if we give it check first, king and rook b8, you want to go b4.
The queen a2 is correct?
Rook b8, I was thinking here, but b4, I don't know what's my follow-up.
Well, rook f
Bishop
b8, I was
c3
hoping
must.
queen d5 might work.
Wait, is it rook into pawn? Rook b8, rook in... No, it can't work, no? Rook b8, rook into pawn? I don't think that works.
No, it works. You're right, Dan.
No, there's some
100%.
queen d8.
How?
No, but I wanted to play queen d5.
Queen d5 here. But rook f8 is correct, by the way, so far.
Okay,
I think there's e6. Is there e6?
And queen c4, rook c8, maybe.
And then you take on
Yes.
c3. Love it. Love this
No,
team
the
effort
beauty is
going
not.
on.
Oh no!
Oh,
Now everything
no.
is changed again.
That's not it. That's not it.
I'll tell you the
bishop
problem.
c5
If you go rook c8, I win with rook a1.
Oh, rook a1. Your queen is
Sahaj,
also trapped.
No, I
Can
have
you
the
start
answer. It's queen. Leave the queen on d5.
Okay. No e6. Said go back one move
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
And bishop takes c3.
King c3. King takes bishop.
And then
So am I taking this to know?
Yes, we are taking it.
rook takes b3 check.
It's correct.
Rook takes pawn. Queen takes rook. Only move,
And then rook
I
c8
think.
check. Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, mystery solved. Amazing line. But okay, rook b8, b4. Can you confirm if rook takes pawn is the move there?
It
I
is
wasn't
actually.
sure.
It's the best. Rook f8, bishop takes pawn, rook takes pawn. Everything is correct.
Not here, Sahaj. Not here. Instead of queen d5. Yeah.
b4, rook b4.
It's
No,
not the
actually,
move because I thought queen d8 somewhere. I think queen d8 now. No, not queen d8. Yeah, maybe queen d8.
queen d8.
No?
How? How? Okay, like this is ridiculous. Takes. White is
And
better
then
now. Okay,
yeah, because
okay. I was thinking you're going bishop h6 the whole time because you can
no,
just
I
take the
take
rook.
the rook. I take the rook.
Yeah, that was stupid from
Okay,
my
if you
side.
can get back for a second.
To reality.
No, I think I have the line. It's just
In this
queen,
position,
not rook
after
b4, queen a4 check.
King b1, I think.
No,
I mean, at least we can safely say, okay, only Lagno is playing for a win. Yeah, she can at least repeat here. So this is
Yes.
reason enough that why Vaishali won't go for it.
No, we are wasting our time, but that's the whole point. If we go instead of rook f b8, let's try.
Okay, she's getting ready to make a move. I just want to say, Anand, we're totally not wasting time here because I'm sure Vaishali is calculating all these ideas right now. And she has to not pick that pawn up.
I
It's too
sincerely,
deep.
this was a tourist trip. I sincerely hope Vaishali is not wasting her time on queen a5.
I completely
and,
agree.
c3.
Or at least not too much.
So this is a tourist trap, yeah, a5.
A tourist trip
I mean,
for
queen
you,
a5 is a
Anand.
nice tourist journey, but let's go back to bishop d4.
Okay, just keep it simple. Play bishop d4 in control. Do not reach out for that pawn.
Do not pass go. Do not collect 200.
Greatest game ever, by the way, Monopoly.
Yeah.
Greatest board game, you mean?
Yes. Not the greatest sport. Not the greatest sport.
Nice.
What does it say for bishop h6?
Right now? Oh,
Yeah. I'm just wondering if that makes a difference.
0.2. Not sure
Oh,
why.
okay. So there is maybe some take in a4 or something like that. Yeah.
And if bf4, then are you queen c3 maybe, yeah? Just takes on
Queen
b2.
c3, but it's not the end of the world. I go queen c1. So that isn't it.
Yeah. Rook. It's tough actually to play for black here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the current position with a5.
Yeah, chat, we're going to potentially wait for Vaishali's decision here because I do have a feeling she's almost ready with it. And it's quite a big moment. I think bishop d4 or bishop h6, right? Both keep quite a pleasant advantage for white. But queen takes pawn. Just the one move. The tourist trip that needs to be avoided. Said, meanwhile, do you want to just check in quickly with Divya and Bibisara? Because we were struggling to find, well, plans. At least Divya has shown one path. She's going for h4. I'm not sure what's next because h5 is quite well guarded in that position right now. And this has been her last move.
It looks pleasant, but I just keep thinking about rook d4 and yeah, that spoils my plans.
Okay, Vaishali plays bishop d4.
She
Okay,
played
let's
it?
go.
Nice.
Let's go back. Let's go back,
Yeah.
Sahaj.
let's go. Nice.
Okay, there it is.
So in Divya's game, there is rook d4. In Vaishali's game, there's bishop d4. That's amazing.
I am just very relieved.
Yeah.
Always play towards the center, boys and girls, never on the side.
So basically, she has to trade now. If she doesn't go bishop takes d4, she plays e5 or something. I saw earlier that it was a winning advantage for white. So basically, it's takes, and rook b4, which has to be found by Lagno. I'm guessing
That's
to have
just
some a4 ideas.
long-term suffering. She's gone e5. She's gone e5, Sahaj.
That's
And you
That's
said
it,
this
it's
is an
over.
inaccuracy.
Yeah, bishop
That's
c3
it.
now is massive.
Bishop c3, a4. How are you responding? You just take that pawn now. Now you
I
don't
thought
care.
take.
With the
because,
bishop, yeah, I'm very confident now. I'll take this.
Take it. And now what? Are there any tricks?
It is still +1. Yeah, it went down a bit. Maybe b4 is stronger slightly, but
Yeah, maybe b4 is stronger.
Okay, she's going to play it and she plays it. Bishop c3 on the board.
nice.
And just a reminder for Vaishali and Bibisara, the only two players with their fate in their own hands. Half a point ahead of the rest of the field. Vaishali is playing with the white pieces. Bibisara currently playing against Divya with the black pieces. And looks like it's very difficult for black to create chances in that one. So win on this would be huge for Vaishali. I can't imagine Bibisara doing the same. Sahaj, can we go over to that board and ask Vishi what are the plans that Bibisara can push for there?
So just h4 was played in this position. I'm guessing to have bishop h3 or put pressure on e6. But yeah, this is the current position. Divya still has half an hour less, by the way, in comparison to her opponent. So that's one sign of worry for Divya. But overall, does it look okay for you, sir? For white, or any problems?
To me, it looks fine. Something would have to go horribly wrong for Vaishali. I mean, for Divya to have problems, yeah. The only thing is, again, this doubling on the d file. That's the only thing which could matter.
Vishi, we're being informed that you have to be at another commitment right now and
Yeah.
you have to leave us. Just final words, with the chess that we've seen, does Vaishali do it? Does she get this done today? What do you think?
This is a dream for her. See, another thing is, on a tense day, if you have to hold your nerves for several hours before anything exciting happens, then it requires much more of you. Here, basically, in the opening, she got exactly what she was hoping for. I mean, you can't do better than that. So, just a dream outcome for Vaishali. She gets exactly the position she wants right away, and she doesn't have no tough choices to make or anything. Just take this where it goes.
If this was like a boxing ring and Vaishali comes to you right now in this position and you're on her corner, what are you telling her right now before sending her back in there?
Is she sitting there after getting a lot of blows? I don't know.
This position, she's very happy. She's bringing
Go
in the
there,
punches.
go there, and I do that boxing coach screaming thing. But
Love it. Thank you so much, Vishi, for joining us.
Sure. Thanks, guys.
All right,
Well,
have a
I
good.
think we're leaving it in a good place, but hopefully.
Yes, we are. And have a fantastic day in Cyprus today.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So Vishi telling Vaishali, just go, keep bringing the punches in. Sahaj, dream position aa chuki hai Vaishali ke liye. By the way, A4, has that been played by Kateryna?
Yes, she has played a4 indeed in this position, and now the tough call whether to take the pawn on a4 or whether to play b4. But
मैं तो मार
on
लेती
the
pawn
brighter
को.
side, दोनों better.
I would be very tempted because the bishop on c3. Did you see that? By the way, Divya just did a full turnaround. I wouldn't be surprised if she wanted to check on what's happening on Vaishali's board. That right there. Divya so much on her shoulders today, not only for herself, but also to just make sure that Bibisara ko rok lo bhai.
By the way, completely agreed. By the way, we're getting a super chat from Mr. Tikku himself, who said,
What's he
"सहज भाई,
saying?
Zoom का पासवर्ड चेंज कर दिया आपने?" नहीं भाई, Zoom का पासवर्ड सेम ही है, and आप आ सकते हो भाई any moment, you know. So that would be great.
Have you just locked out Sahil from the broadcast, Sahaj? Is that what you've done?
भाई इतना इजी होता तो भाई तो कैंडिडेट्स के लास्ट डे का वेट करते हो.
गजब बेइज्जती है चार, गजब
अरे
बेइज्जती है. A4 खेला गया है बाय द वे. सेट कमिंग बैक टू द पोजीशन, मैं तो कहती दोनों पॉन खा लो. बिशप ऑन C3 ब्यूटीफुली डिफेंडिंग इट, बट इफ वैशाली वांट्स टू स्टे completely in control, she can go B4, and after A3 you can also think about going B3, but I think then you probably want to take that pawn. That's my question to you. After B4, if black insists on opening up lines with A3, how are you reacting?
B3. I think no, not B3. You play
B3 is
anything but
lost, bhai.
B3. What is B3? ये कोई चाल है?
Sorry, bhai.
What is this? Yes, ऐसे चाले बोल रहे हो तान्या. What is this? B8-3, of course, I will play in this position. And yeah, B8-3. B8-3 is perfect for white.
You
कितना
wouldn't
easy
even
है
think
ढूंढना.
about B3. It's
Of
not
course,
even on your radar.
पहले नहीं मारा, but next move पे मारना. It's very simple, yeah. First time you don't take the pawn, second time you take the pawn.
Sahil is joining us. Sahil, Vishi के साथ क्या ही मजा आया. He broke down all the openings and the position, and he said that this is a dream outcome for Vaishali. Divya is holding. She is putting pressure on Bibisara. Bibisara struggling to find a plan, और यहाँ पे Vaishali is up a pawn, Sahil.
आई
आप
वॉज
mute
म्यूटेड
पे हो.
एक्चुअली. मेरी जबान यहाँ पे और जूम पे दोनों जगह बंद कर दी गई थी बिकॉज पासवर्ड उन्होंने टाइगर 1 जिंदा है के बदले टाइगर 2 जिंदा है कर दिया था. सहज भाई, व्हाट इज दिस?
भाई
यू स्विच
कैंडिडेट्स में भी
टाइगर.
कुछ ऐसा ही हुआ लग रहा है.
But okay, commentary panel में the biggest downgrade, from world champion to NM since the launch of iPhone 17. But position में upgrade हो रहा है तान्या, as you mentioned. I mean, Vaishali looks like she's in the driver's seat. ये A4 move feels like the last try. If Vaishali gets this puzzle correct, she fits in the right place in the puzzle. I feel like jeet jayegi. Like I can always trade queens at some point, and then it's a simple endgame where I have 2, potentially 3 passed pawns. This A4 pawn could just be weak. So, what's the best move here? Is it B4?
भाई वो सब तो ठीक है, आईफोन को क्यों तोड़ा आपने? Like
भाई
it's
आईफोन मैं
still an
यूज नहीं करता
upgrade.
ना, तो
हाँ, okay,
इट्स
okay.
लाइक इट्स समथिंग आई
इसीलिए
कैन नॉट
Zoom
पोजेस.
पासवर्ड चेंज किया था.
अरे
नहीं
आपने
नहीं
एक बात मैंने नोटिस किया कि आपने तो जूम का पासवर्ड सबको बता दिया. आप सब ज्वाइन नहीं कर सकते हैं.
बट
लीक
लिंक
नहीं
भी
कर
चाहिए ना
दिया?
तान्या, तो खाली पासवर्ड नहीं
अच्छा,
चलेगा.
हाँ.
वो
मेरे को वो
वो
अपने
भेजना मेरा काम है अब.
मेरे को सोचो अगर कोई चैट में लिंक डाल दे. मेरे को वो स्ट्रीमिंग के डेज याद आ रहे हैं जब ऐसे फुल
हाँ
लीक हो जाता था एंड देन जनता आ जाती थी. मजा ही आ जाता था.
हाँ, गूगल मीट का वो लिंक ऊपर दिखता है चैट से. उसका कितना इस्तेमाल किया है लोगों ने. आई मीन वी ऑल रिमेंबर दोज ओल्ड डेज. बट या, एंड ओल्ड डेज से याद आया, 2024 की भी याद आ गई विद एन इंडियन विनिंग तान्या सहज. आई मीन, what percent odds do you think that we finish this today in our favor?
The position we have, Saj, I want to say like more than 75% right now. To me, this is going to be about nerves. Vaishali knows that this is a winning position. It's almost a winning advantage right now. Extra pawn hai, king defended hai, queen d7, एक queen trade हो जाए, you are crushing this endgame. भाई 3 versus 1 है, तुम्हारे पास 2 connected passes होने वाले हैं. Saj, it's going to be about having just control over your nerves for Vaishali to calm herself down and just keep doing what she's doing. Vishi से भी पूछा था कि भाई आप क्या बोलते वैशाली को उनकी कॉर्नर में. He said, just go, just keep doing what you're doing, just go, just go.
Fully agree. And तान्या, I think वो 75 का मैं 80% करने वाला हूँ अभी. Because just now Bibisara has made a mistake and Divya is much better. 0.6 advantage from what I can see on my screen. And Zhu Jiner का भी slight inaccuracy.
Oh, she's
अगर
taken the pawn.
वैशाली का draw भी होता है आज,
Yeah.
it could be confirmed by the way.
Vishal
Oh,
just took on
wow.
A4.
She's taken
just
on
took on
A4.
A4.
But it's great news. Bibisara is in trouble, as you're saying. Zhu Jiner का भी कुछ इतना पता नहीं है. Position कुछ इतनी great नहीं है उनकी. In fact, very much in the balance. So even a draw, as Sahaj is saying, might be enough for Vaishali.
Right, and we can see the situation in front of us. Yes, Zhu Jiner has to win. Like, right, if she makes a draw, then she's still not gonna make it. I don't see this. I don't see Black winning this. I mean, you're gonna capture everything on C5, and the position's gonna simplify very, very quickly. No, I think this is great news for Vaishali.
Agreed. I think यहाँ से black का जीतना would be next to impossible. I can see like कुछ takes on f3, knight e5, but of course a6, b6 पूरा queen side आपका hanging है वहां पे. So how do you kind of even go for inactive ideas? So if anything, I think Anna has maybe some chances to reach 7.5, but I don't see Zhu reaching there though.
7.5 to chalega, because I'll tell you one thing. Vaishali it's a full 2 result game, 1000%. Your upper pawn, maximum Kateryna can hope for is कि कहीं trick करके कोई counter play निकाल के बचा ले draw के लिए.
By the way,
So yes,
she has played a move in just 6 seconds. Kateryna Lagno, we should go there. And now look at I don't know if we looked at this before, but look at White's best move here.
well, a4 is hanging, so you either push that pawn, you could go a5 here. Sahil
But
would be
that's
one idea.
lost. That's
What?
lost.
What?
A5 is losing for Vaishali completely.
Okay, wait,
Exactly.
don't say no more. Say no
Huh.
more, Sahil. A5 pe, what is the... Are you saying there's only one move that White has?
Oh, there is e4. Wait. No, the e4 pe
No,
bishop
no,
b7.
no, no.
But I'm
Win and
on the,
win.
I know,
Oh, win and
I know
win.
it's
Rook
C8,
C8.
Rook C8.
Yes,
Rook C8,
yes, it is
Rook
winning for
C8,
black.
Rook C8.
Yes.
Rook C8. And the bishop is trapped. Sahaj, the bishop doesn't have squares. You will have to move your king away. Kahan hi jaoge aap? King A1 pe... Okay, what's the finish?
check तो है उसके पास कम से कम.
और king C1 पे भी queen A4 तो है कम से कम. But king A...
Yeah.
King A1 pe, there's a beautiful idea actually. That's queen A4 check, king B1,
B1.
and just rook takes C3.
And E4 after that. Beautiful.
Chat, she's not choking. I mean, this is like a blunder we are looking at. Just understanding ki bhai,
Oh.
why is A5 not working?
She plays B3. She plays B3. Guys, she
Best
didn't play A5. She has protected that pawn with B3. It is the right choice.
It is the
I think
best
she's
move in the
in-
position.
She's inviting queen a4, I'm guessing. Ye to black, I mean, if you don't take this, then 2 pawns down or up, and you can just play something like bishop b2 and you're fine. Oh, not bishop b2. Bhai, this is not simple then. This is not simple. Bishop b2 is worse here for white.
Wait,
Oh,
queen
wow.
takes pawn has to be the move here.
Yes. But bishop b2 is worse, then I mean, that's still not easy, no?
Okay, I have
She's
an
done
idea.
it.
I have an
She's
Oh, she
done
did-
it.
did, yeah? I have an idea. So
Yes.
A file pe attack kar raha hai. Okay,
Haan
it's
ji.
showing rook h1, but can I just play king b2, rook a1 and just remove all attack whatsoever?
Oh, I
King
love that idea
B2.
actually.
I really like king b2.
Okay,
It's such a
bar-
sensible move. It's fine. Even if it keeps some advantage, I think king b2 is a very human move here, actually, Sahaj. Because rook a8, you have rook a1. I think maybe black just goes rook c8 and says that, bhai, I will play for long-term compensation. Is that the point?
By rook c8 pe, I was thinking queen d8 check, but I think you have bishop f8. Like I don't think it's working because you have bishop f8 here. Otherwise, it would have been a beautiful tactic, no?
Lovely. Can you show the line that rook takes queen? Your idea,
takes-
Sahaj?
And if you take this, then
Amazing.
you're not pinning the queen anymore, and you win this. And if you go bishop f8 instead, then rook takes rook, and I have 2 pawns and 2 rooks for a queen. It should be winning. But
100%.
sadly, there is bishop f8 here, which saves the day.
And now actually you might have to be a little careful because queen hanging at queen a3 check ara, it suddenly becomes very tricky. Actually, this position is tricky, chat. It's not as linear, as straightforward as one would think.
Agreed. And if we go to the live position, वहां पे blue arrow दिख रहा है, in fact, rook h1. And which is not so clear. I mean, usually kingside attack, you want to do something to solidify that point around your king. But aram se rook h1, I think the idea is actually rook e1, rook e4.
And then
Not
rook
to really take
a4
that pawn.
at the right
Yeah.
moment, if
Not to take the pawn.
required.
If memory
I-
serves me right, Nodirbek won a very similar game against, like in the Olympiad, against Volokitin, I think it was, this Olympiad, in like same rookie 1, rookie 4 kaida. He also played Sozin in Nido, so very similar position happened on the board. And this rookie 4 just completely killed everything. If she sees this, I think it's very easy, like her follow-up, but the idea nahi dekha, abhi bishop b2 khel diya, so I think could be a completely different story.
Oof, this is difficult moments, by the way. Look at the clock, 44 versus 42. So neck to neck chal raha hai, chat. And of course, the pressure will be piling up on Vaishali a little bit. I think it's always easier said than done. I'm just going to play my normal chess. And do you think, by the way, Tanya and Saj, if you were in Vaishali's shoes, would you go and check at some point what's happening in the Bibisara game, or do you just avoid that to not let it affect your moves?
But I think it's better, like, don't ask me. I mean, Tanya has literally been in this exact same situation like before.
And
So,
not at the
like,
candidates,
were you doing
unfortunately.
it, Tanya? Were you looking at the games of your teammates? Un moments pe.
It's again, I will say one thing. After spending so much time with these girls, right now, at least at this moment, Vaishali isn't thinking about what's happening on Bibisara's board. In fact, I'm pretty sure that her team has told her that you please focus on your job at hand. वहाँ पे जो होएगा वो result आपके सामने आ जाएगा. When things are settled, you can go have a look. But your primary focus, what is your next best move? What is your next move is the only question that Vaishali has to answer. She is not looking at Bibisara's board right now. Is what I would think is happening here.
Yeah, agree. And this two board setup is so amazing, by the way. Both games important. Reminds me of the last candidate, Saj and Tanya, जहाँ पे चार players अभी भी running में थे. We had two important games, Ukesh versus Hikaru and Fabi versus Ian, and the same situation in the women's section now. And both the Indians having a purpose today. By the way, both of them better. अगर दोनों जीत जाएंगे तो we are gonna win the candidates. So close, yeah, we can almost smell it now. But Queen A4, still pressure on Vaishali's king, and as we know, the objective is to checkmate the king. Extra pawns don't matter as much.
It's very tricky, and I've been trying to understand, guys, what is the big difference here? Why rookie one is super important, and I want to break this down a little bit. Chat, stay with us. थोड़ा सा deep है, पर बहुत ही ज़्यादा critical moment है ये इस game का. So we'll try to make them understand. Sahil, do we have the analysis board? Is this our analysis board?
Yes. I'm the one who's doing it, yeah?
Sahaj, you have to show this. Now, the point is that if you go bishop to b2, by the way, she's made her decision. Rook h1 on the board. Chat, she has found the best move and the most precise move in the position. Vaishali OP in the chat. And the whole point is that because of this, Sahaj, if we just go back one move to understand how deep this moment was, how difficult it was, Bishop b2 बहुत ही एक natural move है, but this would have given Kateryna Lagno the chance to go queen a7. And now notice, queen बचा ली है, queen e3 आपके पास है नहीं to offer a queen trade. Queen trade हो जाती है, white is winning. You will play rook e1 now, and black is just in time to create all the counterplay with rook a8. You cannot eat the e5 pawn because checkmate हो रही है a1 के square पे, तो आपके पास मौका ही नहीं है to play this out. On the other hand, भाई, जो वैशाली ने खेला उसका डिफरेंस देखो सहज. रुक HE1 के बाद on our live board, now रुक 8 आ नहीं रहा क्योंकि क्वीन हैंगिंग है. क्वीन A7, आप क्वीन हटाओ क्योंकि आपको रुक 8 खेलना है. बट थैंक यू वेरी मच क्योंकि क्वीन A7 के बाद queen to E3 is the key move there. You offer a queen trade, said let's have the moves on the board after queen A7, queen E3. If you try to run away with your queen, now white is in time to grab the E5 pawn. और white की queen वो diagonal ले लेगी to defend everything on the left side by bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, 2 pawns up, king is safe, queen वापस आ रही है. End of story.
Yeah, this
Great
sounds
summary, Tanya.
sounds amazing.
Thanks, भाई.
But मुझे अभी भी
बहुत
डर इस
मजा
बात
आया ये
का है कि
breakdown में.
मुझे अभी भी डर इस बात का कि अभी technically Vaishali is 2 pawns up, so why is it only a plus 0.9 advantage? That's what I'm still kind of concerned about overall, because it should be way more than that. That means कुछ है Venom position में. So maybe some rook
है सहज
f8.
भाई. अच्छा एक ही pawn है ना अभी तो आप लेकिन.
दो है ना
अच्छा
भाई,
even in
एक
this
तो पहले से
position,
था.
okay, got it.
Yeah, bishop e5 के बाद.
After bishop.
This breakdown was very nice, and I think very much possible in the game as well, because she could very well play queen a7 here just to get away, to play rook
She
a8.
found rook e1. I am so happy with that because
Yeah.
bishop b2 was really a move that all of us had in our mind कि भाई pin को block कर दो, queen को attack कर दो. But getting that final toy into the nursery is the right defense. Vaishali is on track here. Rook h1 and just chase the queen. Exchange offer karo. Just trade the queens the first chance you get.
And I think if Vaishali wins this game, this is the move that kind of comes as a star move for me at least, because it's not easy to find. आपका completely queen side पे attack लगा हुआ है and you bring the rook to e1 with this beautiful idea of rook e4, also pressuring e5. I think this could be the star move of the day, Sahaj bhai. जो हमें daily करना था हमने किया नहीं.
True, bhai, true. And at least we can do it today, and we know what that move of the day could be. But on just to add on to that thought, if black plays something like f5, just to मेरे को rook e4 आप allow ना करो, I could see her playing rook takes e5 as well. Just bishop takes, and matlab I was the one defending, but now I am the one who knocks, yeah. After rook takes e5, just एकदम
Knock,
full
knock, knocking
change.
on candidate's
there's
door.
a blunder after rook takes e5, Sahaj bhai.
अभी नहीं, मतलब it's like an idea.
हाँ.
Queen d5, rook e5. I
In
mean,
the air,
not
bhai,
exactly
in the
this,
air.
but
हाँ.
हवा में है भाई. Queen d5, rook e5 चल रहा है क्या? देखो चल रहा है भाई, +4.
Oof,
हवा
oof,
में
oof.
हवा में बहुत कुछ है सहज भाई, and I think yeah, we saw some
भाई
clips
और
of it.
पता है
Let's
क्या
see.
है हवा में? एक और चीज है हवा में, कहते हैं लव इज इन द एयर, तो इसीलिए बिबिसारा पे एक चेक करते हैं कि वहां क्या हो रहा है, बिकॉज दैट इज एन इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट मैचअप दैट वी गॉट साहिल.
Yep, absolutely. And question mark दिख रहा है. Okay, rook a d1, but feels very logical. No, I just want to trade rooks, remove any potential for an attack. Why is it a mistake?
I don't think it's a mistake. Maybe black also has to play very, very precise after this. भाई एक चीज तो पक्का, I don't think Bibisara is winning this. Like there is
भाई
no
rook
chance
d4.
Bibisara can win this.
Can you, Saj, would you consider that exchange sacrifice right now?
No.
No,
I mean,
can't
okay.
be, right?
Take away the whole मैं candidates का last round खेल रही हूँ, मुझे जीतना है. Take away all of that. There is no chance I play rook d4.
Fair. Because I just don't think it's enough. I think it's not just about the situation. I think rook d4, you pick up the exchange and it feels like black will not have enough counterplay.
Too big a risk, I think. You could lose. I mean, yeah, I mean, you will see. I mean, Bibisara भी तो वैशाली का game check कर रही होगी. I mean, she will see, okay, she has some chances, but if she draws and Bibisara, plays a bit solid, which is probably the right thing to do here, at least आधा point तो आएगा आपका.
Correct.
Also, I think the reason why it's kind of pointing it out as a mistake is because e5 pawn hanging tha, and technically Divya is saying maar do us pawn ko, but okay, it's easier said than done to open that bishop up. So I think objectively maybe not the best move, but practically a decent one. And agar rook straight ho gaye, I really don't see how you attack as black. Your pawn structure is broken. Look at the bishop on c8, by the way. Okay, has some potential on b7, but right now looks a bit weird. And knight on b5 also doing a great job.
And ये दो pawns इतने खराब लग रहे हैं यहाँ पे. I mean, you would just want, you would spend a move, you would invest a move just to fix this structure, but sadly you can't.
आज chat बहुत results आने वाले हैं. Sticking to the Divya Vaishali game, but right now Anish is winning, Caruana is better, so open section maybe I think the game's not ending as easily as we thought. And Vaishali game अगर हम जाएं, Lagno by the way has 36 minutes now, so she's around 6 minutes behind. Rook h1, maybe a move she completely missed because it's not something you consider after queen takes a4.
Funny that you mentioned the Fabi game because I believe Lagno dragon खेली थी, right? And I think Fabi की जो position अभी इस moment पे है,
Same चाहिए उसको.
वो
Exactly.
चाहिए था Lagno को. रुको मैं एक second के लिए दिखा रहा हूँ आपको. Look at this. This is what Lagno wanted on the board. ये है dragon का rook takes c3, the infamous sacrifice. And this is what she wanted. But she, उसके जगह bishop आ गया c3 पे and she's a pawn down. But yeah, भावनाएं यही थी.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And let's just break down this very famous dragon sacrifice. क्यों black को ये इतना अच्छा लगता है? क्योंकि well, इस position में तो आप queen से मारेंगे तो e4 pawn भी मर जाएगा, bishop बहुत strong हो जाएगा. और अगर आप pawn takes rook मारते हो तो कोई immediate checkmates नहीं होती, but black just lines up on the c line, starts putting pressure. Basically वो जो black bishop g7 का होता है, वो power piece हो जाता है. Queen c7, rook c8, knight c4 at the right time, a5, a4. It is a dream sacrifice for every dragon player. And I think Fabiano is super happy to get this, but also super sad because it still doesn't get him to the World Championship.
True. By the way, Bibisara has taken a pawn on e4. Maybe you should check that out.
Whoa. Oh, Sahaj,
yeah.
bishop b7. That's the point. Back up. She did rook takes rook, and then she grabbed the pawn on e4. And the point is queen takes knight. There's bishop to b7 chat. Dragon bishop on the other side. Bhai, knight on f3 hanging.
This looks okay. A little bit concerning कि हमें दिखा नहीं पहले. I feel like maybe Divya could have missed it. But मेरा question है कि if I sack the queen on b7, is that a fortress?
What?
Wait,
Sahaj,
what?
You just
Or like
gave me a
okay.
whole,
One
you
sec.
just gave me a whole lecture, भाई. कि rook
Just
d4
one
तो
sec.
कभी होने नहीं वाला. Candidates tournament
Just
में
wait,
कौन
ना.
खेलेगा?
Before you show it, Sahaj bhai, मुझे विशी का dialogue याद आ रहा है. वो था ना कि tourist lines, I think something like that. I think मुझे याद आ रहा था.
Tourist
जो I
trip
think हम
भाई,
imagine
tourist
कर
trip.
खुश होते रहेंगे. But yeah,
But
please go
knight
ahead, Sajid.
g5 के बाद, I mean, is it भाई उतनी खराब नहीं है, only -2. Just putting it
भाई
out there.
क्या
जा
बोल
रहा है,
रहे
जा
हो?
रहा
कोई
है.
ऐसे कैंडिडेट्स के लास्ट राउंड में ऐसे अपना क्वीन नहीं दे देगा भाई, वो भी इस गेम में.
But it's a fortress, I
चांस ही
think, no?
नहीं है.
Like there is no way you
Like,
can go forward, I think. I
sir,
think she
I
can
will
stay back.
challenge you on the D file. How can that be a fortress, yaar?
I can
I
put
will
my knight
challenge
on
you.
d6.
Then I will put my bishop on f8, queen on c7. Your knight will not stay on d6 forever, yaar.
Bishop, ठीक है, e6 मरेगा, bishop d5 पे आएगा. It's
भाई
really not
d6
that
का
simple,
knight
भाई.
भी तो hanging होगा. सहज.
Okay, so tourist lines पे जाना है मतलब.
चलो, let's see. Fun
जाएंगे
करते हैं.
tourist line में, चलो चलते हैं. Takes.
चलते हैं.
What do you
I'm
play?
just opening Vaishali's board on the side. Don't want to miss that action. Right now, कोई move चल ही नहीं गया after rook e1. So let's start with the plan. Let's go with rook d8.
Rook d8. तो एक ही फाइल है आपके पास.
वो तो
Well
है
begun
भाई,
is
अब क्या
half done.
करूं?
And we have not begun well here, Sahaj bhai. So I think this is basically gone.
You think this is
वो
lost,
कहाँ-
yeah?
I mean, 100% bhai.
But I don't think
Sahaj,
so.
maybe
At
it's
some
not
point-
lost immediately, yaar. But I mean, are we really going to argue on this queen down position and play it out? Do we really?
I don't think this is lost, bhai. But okay, we can agree to the fact that she's not gonna play this most likely.
Yes,
But
yes,
I
agreed.
think like okay, yeah, tough choice.
Like, I'll tell
But
you
do
one
think she'll
idea.
miss-
In that position after knight d6, e4 and bishop e5 as well. And I genuinely don't think it's a fortress.
No, I meant knight bd6, of course.
And then queen c7 and bishop f8.
But queen
you
c7 पे
go-
knight f7 check है मेरे पास. Like there's a lot of tactics in the air, Tanya. It's not that simple.
No, if I don't fall into a cheapo trap like that, Sahaj, then of course, if I fall into a cheapo, I will lose that position. But I'm saying if I don't, long term, it's not a fortress. That's the point that I'm making. But okay, maybe you're right.
I think just the e4 pawn sack, bishop खुल जाएगा. And I think at some
वो
point
knight
bishop...
b वाला खेल रहे हैं ना. He's not playing the e वाला knight.
but okay, ठीक है.
ये लो. So like, simply put, if I just played bishop g4 here, you took on d1, I took bishop d1, you played queen e7, I played bishop e2, right? How are you making progress here?
Okay, it is a question. Let's see how we're making progress here.
Like मेरी next move is king g2, king g1. That's all I'm doing. What is black gonna do?
It's actually quite an interesting question now that this position is on the board. How are we breaking this chart? The more I look at it, the more I see the point, but there has to be a break. So we have h6 g5, but that doesn't get us anywhere.
Yeah, I can take also, or I can play h5.
I have a plan. So
Bolo.
first could be h5, then bishop h6, then we plan for g5. And if you take with the knight, then your fortress
And then
just breaks.
h4 at some point. Done. That's how we break this. So h5, bishop h6, g5. I love it.
So h5 ठीक है, मैं खेलता हूँ king g2, bishop h6,
Bishop
knight
h6.
d6.
Knight d6
नहीं
knight f7 का एक
king
trap
c1 का
लगाया
plan
जा
था
रहा
तुम्हारा,
है.
तुमने plan change कर दिया.
ये सिर्फ knight d6 knight f7 का plan लगाया जा रहा है. वो एक बार रोक दो आप king g7 के साथ.
हाँ, king g7 तो खेलना ही है वैसे भी यार.
ठीक है, king g7. Okay, I'll play b3.
Okay, खेलो भाई.
Are we ready for g5?
g5?
Yeah.
Feels like that.
ठीक है, takes bishop h5.
Okay, so bishop maybe to...
Pawn
your
किस
bishop
position में दिया
e7
हमने?
actually.
Bishop e7. Let's
Yeah.
put that knight out and enter queen d3. भाई, bishop h5, bishop e7.
No, bishop. Sorry, bishop is. I don't want to give you this access.
Okay,
By
but
the way, Chan, if
Saj,
you're
can we
wondering-
just agree that this will never happen? And if it's a
No,
fortress,
no, of
it's
course,
a
yes.
miracle. It's a miracle
Yeah.
if it's a fortress.
By the way, if you're wondering, this is what GMs do for fun, like on the Sundays. Like
This is
SC
not only
games.
for fun. This is what all of us do at like chess parties. At after tournament parties, भाई यही चल रहा होता है. तुम किसी भी chess tournament पे जाओ, chess board लगा होगा और हम analyze कर रहे होंगे कि ये fortress है कि नहीं है.
And I'm pretty sure Magnus beats me like 10-0 from that position as well. Somehow, I don't know. But anyways, Rook h1 के बाद, I think no moves by Lagno, who's falling below the 30-minute mark now. And Divya has 17 minutes. Maybe that's a reason for worry. Because
missed it.
it's still a complicated position, yeah?
She missed knight takes pawn is my guess, yaar. She would not have gone for rook d1 otherwise. And now in the position, the left board that we have, chat jo Divya ka hai, queen takes knight, bishop b7. You don't want to fall into that. And if not, you're just down a pawn right now. Even if it's a doubled pawn, she's given access to Bibisara to play for something.
True. And
Yeah, agreed. But okay, like this is precisely how my thought of queen takes c4 happened in the first place. Because if you can correctly estimate there is that it's a fortress and black doesn't have anything to play, and then you can just say it's a draw and then you can just call it a day.
But Sahaj, I don't think it's the kind of position where you can be so confident about a fortress. No, you can't because it's not that obvious. You always feel कि कहीं ना कहीं तो breakthrough आएगा because वो G5 का break है उस position में. So to take that call, it's such a huge call to give up your queen because it's a point of no return.
Agreed. And Divya, of course, like she's not really fighting for much. Imagine if there was a way jahan pe kuch, she would get something out of this. I mean, a draw would get her something here. I mean, a result, a rank, something, but it's not even the case. So she would look for the simplest solution. And simple nahi lag raha Sahaj bhai. I mean, किसी भी angle से.
So queen e4 तो नहीं है फिर. Sorry, I meant queen e4, bishop b7, and you move the queen away. It doesn't make sense like
No,
this.
this
So
looks
let's
very
play something else
dangerous.
then. I feel like ये एक चाल की बात है.
Huh, because we can see that the bar is saying that white does have something, but I don't know what that something is. Any suggestions, chat, for Divya here? With 15 minutes, she has to find it. And let's not forget the shock value. कि भाई तुम रुक d1 खेल रहे हो, you're fully in control, and suddenly, boom, knight takes pawn in the center.
Agreed.
What
And I
if I
think
go
black का
knight-
सारा plan bishop b7 से आ रहा है. Sorry to cut you off, Sahaj bhai, but bishop b7 से आ रहा है. And I think pressure on f3. So why can't we just play bishop g2? Like defend the knight. And if you move your knight, I take on e5 now. And that's much, much better than what I had earlier. Because I have control and access to the e file.
हाँ, bishop b7 पे भी knight e5 है आपके पास, right? I'm guessing. Because I was thinking bishop b7, knight e5.
Ah, okay. This also, yeah.
You put, I mean, if you take on f2 or something, I have rook d7. I was thinking something along these lines. Bishop e5 है तो bishop e2. ये तो मतलब white ही खेल रहा है जीतने के लिए. This is very
Agreed.
comfortable.
And I think वो दो pawn chat, why is white better? Because I think black का जो pawn है e6 पे, that's weak, and also the black king is open. If that pawn was on f7, I think maybe it would be dead equal. Also knight on b5 can be irritating in any endgame. So very interesting position. By the way, 14 minutes for Divya Deshmukh. Chat क्या लग रहा है? Do you think Divya could potentially make a mistake? The pressure is increased. The pressure is rising, just like the inflation, Sahaj bhai. And chat, do like the stream because बहुत मजा आने वाला है. It is the final moments potentially of the candidates coming to an end. सहज भाई, अगर आपको इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट को एक वर्ड में समराइज करना होता, कैसे करते?
भाई एक वर्ड में तो नहीं होगा भाई, but I would use that word to be tighter. But एक वर्ड में तो नहीं होगा भाई. But yeah, by the way, Lagno also played rook b5, so she's trying to launch an attack on the queen side with maybe rook a8 incoming in the next move. So I think some sharp moves for Vaishali is needed. Rook e4 perhaps looks logical. वही plan था उसका, I feel.
But also rook b5, you don't have access to the a5 square, so it's kind of also it's basically defending e5 and maintaining pressure on b3. So
But rook a8 आ रहा है ना, दूसरा rook a8 पे आ रहा है, I think.
True. So rook e4, अगर हम full screen जाए अभी on Vaishali for a moment and rook e4 we play, where is the black queen going now? Because there are a bunch of squares, right? And which one is the best one? A7, A6, where do we, A3, I mean, where do we put it?
So you're going rook e4 first, yeah? Queen a3.
Yeah.
Queen a3 तो I'll discard because there's bishop b2.
That's
Queen
a double
a6
attack.
पे maybe there's queen d6. And rook b6 जाओगे आप, then queen d3. That looks good as well. I'm sorry, but this looks very bad, no?
But queen a7 है मतलब, yeah? I think
Queen a7 में तो queen d7. Same ही तो बात है. Maybe you have queen c5. क्योंकि rook c4 में queen c4 पे नहीं है. Something along those lines. Still very hard to play these moves. Yeah? Queen c5 के बाद भी bishop b2 and just rook c4, rook a4, all of like the rook acts such a great defender from the fourth rank. A file भी cover कर रहा है, C file भी cover कर रहा है.
Yeah. For example, अगर queen a7 खेलता है black, apparently just bishop b2, for example, if you play, just not even queen d7. And now rook a8 तो है ही नहीं ना, because there is rook a4, just ending the game on the spot. So it's very hard for black to actually attack here, I think.
Yeah, for sure. उसमें rook a8 मार के queen d8 check भी है तो खत्म ही हो जाएगी game.
Absolutely. But okay, the nerves are going to play a factor. By the way, look at Lagno, kind of holding her hands in the prayer position, so to speak, Sahaj bhai. Like, I think kahin na kahin pe to, look at her like shaking a bit. Vaishali also tense. This is the final round, by the way. I would say 2 साल की मेहनत, हम कहते हैं Olympics होता है जहां पे 4 साल की मेहनत आप, you have a race which is going to end like in 10 seconds. 4 साल की मेहनत. This is like the effort of 2 years coming to a conclusion, Sahaj bhai. And 8 में से 6 players still in the race. What a tournament this has been, but who will be the winner is the question. And let's have the 2 boards set up, because Divya also has 11 minutes now. So clearly she did not see knight takes e4 and is still kind of recovering from that shock.
11 minutes is way too less for a situation like this, I feel. How much time is she thinking? Because by मेरे दिमाग में अभी भी वो है वो कि वो she's thinking about that queen sack. I think it could be in your mind. I'm telling you. That's why else is she thinking for that long? Because queen e4 is like completely आप पूरा कोई mess नहीं रहेगा position में उसके बाद. There's no you can't do anything on the light squares, for example.
She's thinking for 13 minutes almost now. So I'm really hoping against Hope ki queen sack now, because I think that you're kind of frustrated there in that position, because you're just defending for a long time. And even if it's a draw, you have to get it absolutely correct.
Yeah, but if you're playing with 10 minutes on your clock, you would ideally want a position like that where you can hold a fortress, where you don't have to make forcing moves, where you can just play filler moves. Let's say, जैसे मैं king g2 king g1 खेल रहा था.
भाई अगर दिव्या ने क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस करी है, जो तू बोले यार, जो तू बोले हो जाएगा.
Come on दिव्या, queen takes c4.
You are witness कि queen takes c4 नहीं, queen takes c4 हो सकता है, but that whole line with giving up the queen, knight g5, knight takes queen, if that happens, said whatever you want, तेरे नाम.
Whatever I want. चलो ठीक है भाई, done. Chat आप मेरे गवाह हो भाई.
ये गिफ्ट बाय द वे तानिया देगी है. आई मीन बाकी कमेंटेटर्स इन्वॉल्व नहीं है इसमें.
अरे आपको इन्वॉल्व, आप हो ना इन्वॉल्व भाई, आप मेरे गवाह हो भाई. चैट के साथ.
हाँ, ट्रू.
तुम्हें लगता है साहिल की क्वीन टेक्स नाइट होने का और क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस होने का अब चांस है? तुमने पार्टी बदल दी अपनी?
आई मीन I don't think there's a chance, but I've thought this before. Yeah, कि Sahaj की prediction will never happen, but it has happened. So that's why I'm a bit scared. I would never really bet 100% on anything against Sahaj, at least in terms of predictions.
Fair. And the thing is, she's thinking a lot. Under 10 minutes now. तो होने का तो कुछ भी हो सकता है, but I'm taking Sahaj on this one. Chat, मुझे लगता नहीं है कि दिव्या with what's at stake here, and she does make a decision.
Let's go!
Bishop to G2 खेला गया है भाई, खेला गया है. सहज आपको कैसा लग रहा है इस मोमेंट पे?
अच्छा लग रहा है भाई, दिव्या मेरे जैसे नहीं खेल रही. Very very nice.
और अच्छा लग रहा है कि
I have to say I'm a bit worried because Divya thought for a lot of time before playing something like this, and unless you simplify like in the next 2-3 moves, these 11 minutes are they're gonna cost you. अगर कुछ अगर calculate करना होगा यहाँ पे, तो you can very easily miss something.
But also, don't you feel like uske moves आसान है? For example, bishop b7, by the way, is the only move. Otherwise, apparently, Divya is just winning. Like, if she has seen knight e5, like, are her moves kind of difficult moving forward if we go a couple of moves in after bishop b7, knight takes e5? Is that the difficult position to calculate?
Black, yes. For black,
for white,
sure.
I mean, for Divya, it doesn't feel that difficult, right, to calculate all of this, like with the time she has.
Yeah. I mean, in a position like this, I think black's gonna take on e5. I'm guessing bishop e4, and okay, just for the sake of clarity, we'll go bishop e4, queen e4 as well. I mean, white कैसे हार सकता है इस position में?
Exactly.
Queen f6, I'm hitting b2 and f2, or maybe queen e2 then you have, or queen c2.
I mean, you can go bishop b2 straight also, but ठीक है, मैं दे दूंगा ये pawn. Then what? मैं blockade तो है ना मेरा. भाई मैं queen sack करके position खेल रहा था. ये तो queen के साथ है. मैं इतना confident हूँ इसमें.
By the way, bishop b7 खेला गया, so we might be seeing this line appear. Said, you know what? I had to put a counter bet on that. I missed my opportunity to say, अच्छा अगर नहीं होगा तो तुम क्या करोगे? वो miss हो गया यार chance.
मजा तो आता अगर वो queen sack करती तो भाई, मजा तो आता because I'm still. I mean, you know, I'm gonna look at this after the commentary if that's a fortress or not, and I'll let you know just so you know.
It is not. It is 1000% not. We'll ask chat to check. Chat कोई super duper engine पे जाओ.
ठीक है, same rules. Do you wanna like later on check करना है कि वो fortress था?
Done. We'll check.
I promise you नहीं था.
For us, but ठीक है, cool.
Let's go.
We'll check it out. But I just want to say one thing. It would have actually, in the bigger picture, Sahaj, made you feel bad because Bibisara would have gone on to win that game, which would have put so much pressure on Vaishali. So actually, it was a win-win bet for you. तुम
Hmm.
हार के भी जीत गए क्योंकि अब दिव्या इज बैक इन द गेम एंड हार के जीतने वाले को क्या कहते हैं
Arjun. Tiku will
भाई
get this joke because
भाई जब हार जाते हैं ना और जब कुछ दिलासा देना होता है लोग ऐसे ही बोलते हैं अरे तुम हार के भी जीत गए यार फिक्र मत करो यू आर द रियल विनर बट ओके यही होपफुली आई थिंक हम बाकी प्लेयर्स को बोल पाएंगे आज when Vaishali wins but meanwhile I think knight takes c5 in this position is an important move for Divya if she finds it. I think she will have enough resources to simplify and handle this position in time pressure. Can we jump back to Vaishali because queen a7 has been played finally after a long thing by Lagno and this is the position. I think rook a8 in the air at some point, not right now because there's rook a4. So do we offer a queen trade now like queen d7, queen e3 or what do we do?
I would be so invested in somehow if I'm white, ki bhai queens ko just get it off the board. So I love your suggestions, Sahil, whether it's queen d7 or queen e3. I like both of them. I do think queen d7 can run into rook b7, and I'm not sure if you want your queen to come to a4 because black ka queen f2 aa raha hai. It just feels like queen e3 playing towards the center keeps things more intact. I'm also eyeing that e5 weakness that we've been talking about.
Yeah. Fair
So
point.
queen
Chat-
d7, queen a4 goes to the other side of the board. That gives queen f2. If queen a3, then that doesn't exist. Maybe I can go something like queen a6 अभी भी, because अब आपके पास वो queen d6, queen d7 वाली चालें नहीं है.
I want to check if I can go pawn hunting here. Can I take on e5 in this position? Is my first big question out to the universe.
By the way, chat करिए कि rook a4 blunder है टिकू. I mean after bishop b2 भाई of course यार ये तो देखा ही होगा I mean.
अरे भाई वो एनएम साहिल टिक्कू है ऐसे क्या अंडर एस्टिमेट कर रहे हैं उनका मतलब ऑब्वियसली बिशप b2 के बात है ये तो सब समझ गए
देखा था
प्रग को हराया था जब वो 1900 था, बट हराया था.
और वो तो हमने भी नहीं किया भाई सहज
हाँ.
कोई
Exactly
मजाक
भाई.
नहीं
जल्दी
है
चलो
ये
वैशाली ये
ठीक
फिर
है
स्टार्ट हो गया है.
कोई मजाक नहीं है ये साहिल टिक्कू की स्ट्रेंथ is not a joke for the universe. क्या हुआ साहिल
कुछ नहीं हंसी आ रही थी ऐसी जनरली.
बल्कि मैं तो सरप्राइज हूँ कि आप जीएम नहीं हो अभी तक ऐसे कैसे हो गया
भाई सहज भाई ने चोरी कर
भाई
दिया टाइटल मेरे को लग रहा है.
चैट क्लिप इट एंड कीप इट, मतलब डोंट शिप इट. जो भी
हाँ.
हुआ, डोंट शिप दिस. ये अपने तक ही रखें तो बेस्ट है.
Okay, so catching strays again. ये कभी नहीं रुकेगा. But meanwhile, Queen E3 I think was the move, right? So how does Black avoid the trade then? Queen E3 के बाद, because you want to keep the queen on the A file. I'm guessing Queen A6.
yeah
maybe,
and can we check Sahil that can white get greedy can you actually pick up the pawn on e5 or does everything fall apart on the a file because bishop takes e5 rook takes bishop and rook 8 is very scary but rook
there's
e8
rook e8
check
check.
bye rook e8 check
But still, it's scary. I do understand. Like I would check this, 5 times before entering it. Because threats like queen f3, जब भी ये रुक हटेगा यहाँ से, queen a1 is just checkmate in this position.
exactly
Never easy to self pin ever in any situation.
you know what has been the most famous self pin in the history of chess
वो भी रुक की चाल थी
question
लग
for
रहा
chat Rukhi tha question for chat what has been the most famous self pin moment let's see हमारी chat कितनी ज्यादा chess historian है
self pin.
साहिल आपको तो बताना चाहिए यार
नहीं
आप तो
यार.
हमारे पैनल के
हाँ,
सुपरस्टार हो आप हमारे पैनल के
यार.
सबसे स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर हो आपने प्रग को 1900 में हराया था मतलब 1900 ईयर्स साल नहीं पर जब उन्होंने
1900s में हराया था उसको.
पर जब उनकी
हाँ
wrist
तो प्राग और मैंने ही साथ में बैठ के ओपनिंग से इवेंट करी थी लाइक बैंको गैमेट हमने ही बनाई है. वो तो नाम में दोस्ती यारी में कहा हमने बैंको से कि भाई नाम मत लेना बट या.
Sahaj, what about the chat? Do they know the moment? Does the
Oh,
chat?
they know it. They know it. Ding
Nice.
versus Nepo, Rook G6. Exactly, chat. What a move it was. But
Amazing.
that was a Rook move as well. And self pinning is never ever easy.
And does chat know what was the most famous tweet on that self-pinning moment? भाई chat काफी ज़्यादा knowledgeable है यहाँ पे.
ये तो मुझे भी नहीं पता यार मोस्टली
ट्वीट तो
क्या?
पता होगा 100%.
भाई साहिल को कंटेंट सब पता है, उसे ये नहीं पता कि सेल्फ पिनिंग मोमेंट कौन सा था, पर कंटेंट पूरा पता है साहिल को.
मैं कह रहा हूँ चैट को पता होगा, चैट को पता होगा 100%. मैग्नस ट्वीट कह रही है चैट.
Yes, self pinning for immortality was the tweet. Rook g6 was the move that nobody was expecting to block a check. And that was the moment that changed and decided and defined that world championship match. It was the one move that won Dingler in the game. A rook move won him the world championship, and a rook move lost him the world championship.
Wow.
That is true. Wow, I never thought about it like that, but yeah, you're right.
So which move will help Sindarov lose the world championship this time? Any guesses?
Move है okay, मैं I'll be the vessel, तानिया. Chat की कुछ पूछ रहे हैं आपसे, I think.
तो वेसल का टैग चोरी हो गया तानिया, बोलना पड़ेगा शायद अब.
I think it's going to be a fantastic world championship match. And if Gukesh is able to find his form, I think for me, Gukesh is a favorite, just simply given the fact that he's had the world championship experience, which plays a huge role at that stage. He's a very confident player. He believes in himself immensely. So it's going to be, for me, both are extremely courageous players. What form, who comes in better shape in November on the board? Right now, Sahil, for me, if I'm totally honest, that match is a 50-50. It's really anyone's world championship.
I mean, maybe even 55-45 for maybe Sindarov a little bit, I think.
Yeah, given the form.
Considering the form.
No, I
By
think
the
it's
Queen
more.
E3.
For sure. But okay, Gukesh will definitely be different before he plays the world championship. Abhi to it's different. Sindarov is on cloud 9 right now, and Gukesh, okay, is not feeling the best.
I was thinking about that, there is the Olympiad before that, and that could be a big shift tournament. I'll tell you what, Gukesh needs one good tournament before the world championship for the whole script to flip. Just one good tournament. On the other hand, Sindarov has to keep his form going to feel that energy, that confidence going into that match. So for Gukesh to get it all back, whether it's at the GCT or it's in Malmo or it is the Olympiad, one good tournament is all that's needed.
Agreed for Gukesh and for Sindarov, but okay, I don't think for Sindarov it's possible to maintain this for that long. I mean, if at 27-45 he's gaining some 30 points, if he keeps this up within two tournaments, he will cross Magnus. Like in ratings, yeah. That's basically how far it is. Just two events like candidates.
I mean, I think, but Anish had this opinion ki, at some point, though 2024, we were kind of talking about Gukesh in the same way. So the only question is ki either his form will not be as good as it is right now, or he might turn out to be the next GOAT. I think दो ही alternative मुझे दिखाई दे रहे हैं कि भाई he is on his path to become like the next Magnus or close to Magnus player who's going to stay ahead of everybody else. Otherwise, he's going to not be in his peak form forever. Yeah. And Gukesh will have a better chance for sure.
It's going to be really, I don't think anyone's ready for what's happening. Nobody knows what to expect, and hype full hai us match ki, as it should be. India versus Uzbekistan rivalry brewing at the national level in terms of the teams participating. Olympiad winner, 22 Olympiad winner, 2024, 26 mein kya hone wala hai, world championship match.
By the way,
we are getting a huge update that there's something happening on the Divya board. Divya is crushing it.
Bibisara completely winning for Divya. Huge update. What is the problem, Sej? Why you mentioned this move, Knight F2? Take us through the winning variation for Divya.
There's Rook D7 and okay, but what did she miss is what I don't understand. Because this I thought this was so clear. Queen F6, I'm guessing.
Only move.
And then you take on B7. Wait a second, Bishop B7.
E5 is hanging.
Okay. No, but F2. Oh yeah, E5 we can just take, right? Why is this so bad?
I mean, it has to
Fine,
be.
let's just have the lines on the board so everyone can follow it. So rook takes bishop, queen takes knight. We are sure that is fine for black, right? No, bhai,
Rook takes B7, you mean? Okay.
Yeah. Yes. And this is totally fine for black. So it's not this.
Yeah.
Let's go back. So
I
there's
think it
something
is Rook
stronger
G7.
here. Really?
I think so.
But you can't take on F2, no? Still says I would take on E5
Rook
then.
takes G7, Queen takes Rook.
And
Why
Bishop
do you
takes
think?
B7, I thought. Queen
Queen
B7,
takes?
knight this. Oh! This Queen H1 mate. In that line.
भाई दिखा दो सहज भाई मुझे भी समझ नहीं आया
Bhai, okay. It's not gonna happen ever, but okay, we were looking at this and chat, look at this. There's a checkmate here.
Oh, yeah. I thought
That's
he
actually
spotted a Queen
crazy.
H1 checkmate for white, and I was like, मतलब white is getting like white is the one doing it. I was like, ये कैसे हो रहा है chess में? So what's the move here is the question.
Chat is saying knight d6 is the winning move after queen f6.
And this is what Bibisara has missed because that is not on anyone's radar. 1000% she saw rook d7 Sahaj. She's seen queen f6. But knight to d6 is not an easy find. And the point is that after queen takes e5,
Knight F7 check, yeah.
7 check. Let's show that. Rook takes knight, otherwise queen is hanging. Rook d8 check, bhai. And that is beautiful because bishop is overloaded. By the way, Divya has gone for rook d7 khela gaya hai. If rook f8, you take that rook, you win the queen. If bishop f8 in that final position, black would have lost the queen here. And Divya, queen f6 on the board. It's coming. She's played it. Divya has to go knight d6 and she's winning the game. If she wins the game, Vaishali takes the candidates with a draw.
Chat, does Divya find it? Looks very tough though. Looks very tough. It's the only move. And वो पूरे जो checks हैं बहुत सारे knight df7 check is not easy to see because a knight is on f2 after all. Sahaj bhai, what do you think? Does Divya find knight d6? She has only 8 minutes on the clock to play 14 moves.
That's the only problem here, that she has 8 minutes on, because you sense that something is wrong in the position. Of course, that okay, you know something is there, but whether she has enough time to calculate. And rook b7 also feels like, okay, at least I can push there. Mera rook 7th rank pe, okay, I'm a pawn down, but I can win b6 and I can just continue that.
Saj, one more bet. Divya finds it. Divya will play knight d6.
भाई यार नहीं है तो ये तो 100%. I'm for Divya here as well. I'll
Oh, you
double
were
down.
also
That's
saying
it.
I'm
I'll say
doubling down.
she's-
Anyone wants to take this? I say that Divya, this is a Divya
I think
move.
it's tough, Tanya, but I'm not going to
It's
bet
tough.
on this one. I think
Of course it's tough. भाई candidates हो रहा है. तुम बिबिसारा के साथ खेल रहे हो. Easy नहीं होने वाला. पर मैं कह रही हूँ Divya's game is up to that mark where she will play knight d6 is my belief.
Can we go full screen? I want to see where she's looking right now because she looked at the clock. She definitely is influenced by the clock right now. Sahaj bhai, take us through your eye analysis. Do you see her finding knight d6?
She's looking at the b7 square, I feel, and on the queen side mainly. So abhi knight d6 nahi dikha hai. That's what I can understand.
Come on, Divya. 7 minutes. Play knight to d6. Oh God, she's getting ready to make her move, and it felt like it was too soon.
Why she
It was
keeps
too
looking at the
soon.
b7 bishop?
Yeah, she is. And it also felt like she was reaching for her own bishop. You can't take it with a bishop, by the way. Bishop takes b7. It's checkmate in 2. Chat, question for you as Divya's thinking. Bishop takes b7, black to play, and checkmate in 2.
Checkmate?
Checkmate nahi hai? Oh, sorry. Chat, I take that back.
मैं खुद सोच रहा था भाई क्या मिस हो गया.
Chat, ignore that question. I thought knight h3, queen f1 was checkmate, but there's king h2 in that position.
Okay.
Okay, by the way, 6 minutes now for Divya. So it's getting really, really close down to the wire. And of course, she has increment on her side. But I mean, she
Why
might
she's
just
looking
go for
at the queen side only, I'm telling you. Tanya, I'm not sure. I'm not sure she's
No, she
seeing
plays
this.
knight d6. I'm telling you, Divya, I know her. I know her style. She will play knight to d6.
Tanya, what's on the bet? What's on the bet?
यार ये थोड़ा सा आप भी जानते हो बहुत ही 50-50 bet है, but I'm taking it on as
No,
many
she will not
Maggies
find
as
it.
you want. Come on,
बहुत-
Divya. And
बहुत
guys,
difficult है.
if she plays knight d6, Vaishali with a draw is minimum guaranteed a playoff, and Zhu Jiner is nowhere close to winning. Zhu Jiner will have to win her game, and she doesn't have that kind of a position.
It's an endgame where only her opponent can push. Like really doesn't look pleasant.
5 minutes now. Vaishali, by the way, has stabilized her edge a bit.
I
So
like-
looking good at that front. We'll jump to the game soon. But
No, we wait here. That game is going to go on for a while. This is a huge moment. It could be over if Divya plays knight d6. It is game over. Okay, tata, bye-bye. And Divya has to find it. And the more she thinks, the more the chances that she plays knight to d6.
no!
What happened? Oh,
Rook b7 on the board. A win missed by Divya. I think it was very hard to see, though. I think totally understandable. Knight d6 was not an easy spot.
Oof, that is so painful. Yeah, it was
It
right
hurts.
there.
It hurts.
Okay, now I think
But it was
black is...
difficult to spot that. Let's be honest. I mean, we also struggled to find. We didn't find knight d6 ourselves. I mean, the chat told us knight d6 was there. Yeah, I mean,
Let's
it's
just
very
show that
difficult,
idea.
and she
Let's
doesn't
show it
even
one
know.
more time. Let's
Yeah, and she
quickly
doesn't
show
even
it.
know. Yeah, that this is the critical
No.
moment. We know that.
Yeah. Knight d6 was just game over, and it all relies on the fact that you end up either losing the queen. Bishop takes bishop के बाद क्या हो रहा है?
Knight f7 check. Anyways, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
Rook
you have to play
f7.
knight f7 check, then knight h6 check. Like very hard to see all of this, to be honest.
Yeah.
And
Very
e5
tough.
has been captured, by the way. And now black is slightly better, actually, after queen
Not an
takes
easy
e5.
find, but a huge miss there. And now Bibisara is back in the game, chat. She's back in the game, and queen takes knight ho chuka hai. b2 will be hanging. And I mean, let's not forget that black right now is a pawn up in this position. b2 hanging hoega, g3, h4 भी hanging hoega once the bishop lands on e5, यार. दोनों side वो monstrous bishop हो जाएगा, splitting the road.
On top of that, by the way, great observation there. 3 pawns on the dark squares. All of them are hanging. You cannot defend all of them. And also on top of that, she has 4 minutes on the clock. There's a 40-minute difference in this
And
position, which
it gets worse, actually, Sahaj Bhai, because knight c7 is the only move for white in this
What?
position. Yes, the
Why?
only move for equality.
What? What? Okay,
That's
rook takes
impossible.
pawn, and what bishop
Right.
g3 and black is better, or what is the point?
rook takes pawn here. Yeah.
Instead of knight c7, yeah. What does
Right.
black play? Bishop takes g3?
By the way, she just took on e5. Moment of truth.
Moment of truth. यहाँ पे what is the winning move for black?
I'm guessing it's bishop g3. Tikku bhai, what is it?
Yes, bishop
yeah?
g3 indeed.
Yeah,
Yes.
bishop g3. Okay, so let's back up. Knight c7, because very important to get the knight towards the black king, attacking that e6 pawn, hitting the black rook on f8. Knight c7. I'm done making bets on this game, guys. So I don't know if Divya finds knight c7.
Tanya, एक consolation Maggie तो भेजनी पड़ेगी अब, because that was, you did lose
Done,
that bet
bhai. Take
technically.
it on. Divya's playing. Come on, Divya, knight c7.
But
You know,
okay, I
for
mean, she
me-
has to find it. She has to find
For
it.
me, it's like it goes beyond just her board, right? Because the ramifications for the Vaishali board are so massive on this one.
By the way, Vaishali has only increased her advantage from that moment onwards. So it's like, okay, she's +1 something. She has an extra pawn still, no visible attack. It looks very, very pleasant for Vaishali.
So
things
Divya just has to
moving.
hold. Divya just has to hold. If Divya holds, Vaishali wins. Zhu Jiner का फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता है उनके बोर्ड पे क्या होता है. Vaishali will be the outright champion of the candidates and will challenge Zhu Wenjun for the world championship title.
अभी सब स्मूथली चल रहा है ना, बिल्कुल लाइक इसे अच्छा लग रहा है. बस जैसा सहज भाई योर डायलॉग, जैसा चल रहा है वैसा चलने दे. दिव्या होल्ड्स, जूजनर का फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता है, एंड वैशाली विंस. खत्म कैंडिडेट्स आज. नो रैपिड चेस टुमारो, बाय द वे. रैपिड चेस वुड बी a complete change in format, and that is the tie break, right? Like 15 plus 10, like that's a complete change to what you've been playing so far. So don't want to bet everything on that, hoping Vaishali can pull this off today itself.
No, आपने कहा जैसा चल रहा है वैसा चलने दे, but थोड़ा जल्दी चलें बस. 3 मिनट पड़े हैं. Like this is getting too close for comfort for me. Way too close.
And
3
knight
minutes
c7
is
is not the easiest, right? Because you're also looking at, I just want to point out कि after knight c7, अगर black वो knight को pin करता है, rook को एक step आगे लाके, then there's at least a check. You have rook b8, knight into pawn coming in with a check after that. Or knight e8,
Yeah.
and you're still safe in this position. But Divya has to find knight c7. Not easy. And now 2.5 minutes on the clock.
very, very
Oof.
tough.
Come on, Divya. Knight c7.
I think she'll find it though. I mean, if she's waiting this much, then clearly something concrete she's seen, right?
Right.
Otherwise, rook b6 is automatic here.
एक चैट में बंदा कह रहा है, शुड आई गिव यू अ स्पॉइलर? भाई ये कोई मतलब दूसरी बार थोड़ी हम मूवी देख रहे हैं कि तुम स्पॉइलर दोगे. ये क्या? Played!
Oh, played! Let's go!
Let's go!
Very nice.
Divya OP in the chat. She finds a very difficult chat. You know, I kid you not, with 3 minutes on the clock, the tension, the nerves to find this kind of a move is extremely hard. And it's not over yet. Black can still pick up that pawn on g3. Bibisara can still go for it, but after bishop takes pawn, I believe knight takes pawn would be the move here. Attacking the
And if you
rook.
move,
Let's say you move the rook. And now rook e1 is also a threat. Do you
Maybe
just
rook
go
bishop
b6?
f1 है ना, simple है ना.
Rook b6, no? Like you just take the pawn.
How simple is that? Rook takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. And are you saying that this is over? Because I don't think it's over yet.
I don't even know which side I would be more comfortable playing this.
I completely get that sentiment. Fully agree with you, Saj.
दोनों से ही नहीं खेलना मुझे. Like this looks very very bad. But I like this knight g5. Is this bad kya here, Tiku bhai? Knight g5 here? Because I see you don't have bishop h4.
Let's show
Definitely looks
that. Let's
tempting.
show that.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Oh, it
Bishop
is
takes
bad. Wow.
pawn. Bishop takes pawn, rook takes pawn. I want to just show that idea that Sahaj has, that you're fighting against this.
Yeah, and if you play check here, this is just bishop f1, but somehow she's a bit worse here. But again, right now she's thinking knight c7 ke baad. She has plenty of time.
She has plenty of
Focus
time.
on,
Let's
like-
check in. Let's check in with
Vaishali,
Vaishali's
yeah?
board.
Yeah.
Yes, let's do it.
By the way, she has increased her edge, and now let's go over the last couple of moves. But I think she had
Rook
a better
e4 was
move.
played, and now queen a7, queen e3, offering a trade of queens. She says no. Queen d3 aata hai, queen b6, and now bishop b2. Okay, that's a mistake apparently, but I feel like this is a move that Vaishali could only wait for so long. Yeah, you could only hold on for so long. कभी ना कभी तो bishop b2 आपको खेलना ही था.
Exactly. The only idea that I see for Lagno in this position is to set up an Alekhine's battery on the A file. सारे majors को वहाँ पे डाल दो, दोनों rooks और queen को, and then start threatening something on the A1 square.
You know, there was this move actually instead of bishop b2, f4, and that was the miss. What do you feel about that move? Instantly.
भाई ये move देखने के बाद भी नहीं दिखेगी मुझे. It's so difficult and so unnatural. I feel because your bishop is the only defender in the position. Why would you trade it? Yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
I agree.
Would you say कि bishop exchange से black benefits? Because also I feel like अगर bishop exchange हो गया, then maybe like I can just put the queen somewhere on c3, b2, and it's pretty safe. Or would you say कि the bishop on b2 is very essential?
For sure, I think the bishop should be traded off. I think because उसके बाद black का भी वो dragon bishop चला जाता है position से. But I feel right now she's only looking at the queen side because black has this queen rook. I mean वो Alekhine's gun का जो plan ताने ने बताया. All of this feels like कि black का attack बहुत जल्दी आ रहा है. And then you are only looking at the queen side कि how can I bring my pieces close to my king, या how can I set up a good defense. So you're not looking at moves like f4 here. I feel this is very very unlikely. But yeah, bishop b2 rook a5. Yeah.
No, finish your thought first.
No, this is the current position. Yeah. What's your
I
thought?
just have a question for chat. I wanted to set up a question for them. कि यहाँ पे we've been talking about queen trades, right? And bishop trades. So I see a clear path for white to do that, Sahaj and Sahil. I'll play queen e3. अगर आप queen exchange करते हो तो I'm तो super happy. But let's say you set up the Alekhine's battery with queen a6. And chat, I say मेरे को अपना bishop exchange करना है आपके bishop से. मेरे को एक और pawn खाना है. Bishop takes pawn. Black to play.
Tanya, the way you keep finding a position जहाँ Vaishali is losing, थोड़ा डर लग रहा है यार. I would totally blunder this, but great tactic, yeah.
I just want to show all the ideas that are possibly going on in Lagno's mind, bhai, till you don't know कि आपका जो शत्रु है वो क्या खेलना चाहता है.
Oh, Shatru, that's a great word.
भाई
Adding
ये
it to
क्या what is
adding
what?
it to my
How will you
dictionary, by the way.
fight? How will you
Bhai,
fight against it? You need to know your opponent's move to counter it, na?
भाई I'm still stuck
Shatru,
on
मतलब-
Shatru. भाई crazy. What is this?
उंदा,
ये
उंदा,
कहाँ से
उंदा।
आया भाई?
उंदा
क्या
शब्द.
Thank you.
हिंदी की शब्द कोश पढ़ रहे हो आजकल लग रहा है.
Oh, by the way, move आ चुकी है board पे. She's gone
You don't
bishop c3.
But yeah, by the way,
So
chat did find it was rook a1. I'm just going to show it very quickly. And this is winning
Oh,
for
nice.
black. So well done to you, chat. But she played rook a5 and no more moves here, yeah?
I thought she played something, but we don't see a move. Can we confirm by going full screen for a second? She did play bishop c3 actually, and that somehow
Yes.
is the best move. And Lagno can repeat now with rook b5.
But maybe now Vaishali has spotted that she has time to go for f4 because nothing is lining up on the a file. I won't be surprised if Lagno just keeps her rook on the a line. Rook, but the thing is, if you go rook a7, maybe bishop takes pawn is possible then.
And also she knows Lagno can't repeat. She knows Lagno can't repeat, right? Because she gives away all her chances. Maybe she's trying to see if Lagno might just kind of make a worse move instead of rook b5.
Also, I mean, if you repeat, then I think थोड़ा आप शांत तो हो गए ना. I mean, overall, because आपने dragon खेला, आप ऐसे pawn sacrifice कर रहे हो. Then if you make a repetition once, then okay, you're not as aggressive anymore. So overall, a nice decision there.
I
Either you
agree.
repeat or you make a mistake.
Oof.
And we'll just inform
Tense.
everyone, no decision yet on the Bibisara board. So we'll stick to this Bibisara after Divya finding that knight jump forward. Assaubayeva abhi tak soch rahi hain.
एक बंदे ने लिखा वैशाली ब्लंटर, इसको 200 साल के लिए बैन दे सकते हैं क्या? मतलब अगर थोड़ा सा कुछ है यूट्यूब की सेटिंग मतलब.
You know, everything, by the way, just one small update. I have the positions in front of me. It looks like Zhu Jiner is making some progress on her board, guys. And that result could be important. Should we just take a quick check on that end game? Zhu Jiner, if she wins her game, she will go on 8 points.
हाँ, second आएगी वो. जीतने
Oh,
के
sorry.
बाद.
Yes. She'll go on 8 points. But that is Sahaj only counting Vaishali getting the job done on her board, right? But it is possible. So I want to check in on this. Rook b3 khela gaya hai by Muzychuk, by Zhu Jiner right now. And it's not an extra pawn, it's equal pawns. Why is this slightly better for black?
A bit, because black's rook is more active. The knight on c7 is a nice blockader. The knights are always the best blockaders. Also, black has a connected pawn chain. White ka ye pawn c5 pe. We can call it a pass pawn, but right now it's an isolated pawn because you cannot go past this monstrous knight. And I think ये ऐसे endgame है जो at some point we're gonna go into rook endgame 4 versus 3, and अगर if white puts up a good defense, then you will just defend it. Otherwise, you are gonna be in trouble. But I could be wrong. But practically, I think very good chances for Zhu to win this.
Okay, meanwhile, so Zhu Jiner will push this one because of the piece activity and that beautiful knight on c7 playing a great defensive role. By the way, Bibisara has made her decision and now only move one more time for Divya. She has to grab the pawn, I believe, because knight g4 chala gaya hai. And has she made this move already? Has she gone for knight takes pawn?
Yes.
There was
She
a
has
big
taken the
threat
pawn.
of bishop d4 as well. Yes.
And now
Why
you
she
attack the
played this
rook.
in minus 17 seconds दिख रहा है मुझे. इतना fast खेली वो. It shows -7. Chat, go look. I'm not lying. -17 seconds.
For me, it shows
Let's go Divya OP.
0.1 सेकंड दिखा रहा है मुझे भाई.
भाई आपको मैं भेजता हूँ, रुको. इतना fast खेली वो.
I wonder if that's because if you make a move and then you have more time on the clock than what you started with the 30-second increment, तो वो math add करके कहते हैं -17. तो मतलब आपने सिर्फ 14 नहीं.
Rook f6 played.
Rook
What
f6.
कुछ तो होगा यहाँ पे यार.
Rook b8 सोच रहा था, but वो हो नहीं रहा इधर. But yeah, so rook maybe like knight g5 or bishop d5 or something.
Can I play rook e7?
Oh, rook e8. Oh, yes, you can.
It's checkmate actually. Rook e8 is checkmate.
h5 is
Wait,
forced.
how are you defending this?
Pawn को बढ़ाओ आगे और क्या करोगे?
But isn't it like a repetition of some sorts? Like check, knight g5 भी check है.
King h6 पे जाओगे तो knight g5 ना?
Yeah,
हाँ, repetition है भाई.
Oh. Why, this could be a draw very quickly.
Why is it a repetition? I don't understand.
Like rook e8 check, Tanya. Like I'm not sure where king h7 forced there, and I check you again on e7.
So king g8. I feel like I'm walking into something.
Bishop d5, no? And some problems, I think.
Bishop d5, yeah. Bishop d5 is dangerous.
But question is, does Divya repeat here?
I mean, I at least as black, yeah. King h8 only move. And king h6, knight g5, rook h7, checkmate chat.
Exactly. So here king h6 and knight g5.
Because bishop d4. Bishop d4 is still drawing. Knight f2 check. King h1, knight f2.
You know,
okay, Divya goes for knight g5. Divya goes for knight g5. She doesn't.
Oh, wait, what? Okay.
She's gone knight g5 and instantly bishop d4. Is Bibisara going to repeat? There is a draw right now on the board. She can go knight f2, knight g4, knight f2, knight g4, knight f2, knight g4 endlessly.
Oof, that's a tough decision, right? Because if you take that draw, like this is when you should ideally look at your look at
She
Vaishali's
will.
game. Would you agree
I
with that,
think
right?
she will. Yes. I think she'll get up. She has 39 minutes on the clock. Sahil, I think Bibisara will get up and take a look before she agrees for a draw, before she repeats it for the third time, if I had to make a guess.
She should, because I mean, if you take
I
that draw,
mean,
you're basically giving away any chances whatsoever. If Vaishali wins, you will lose the candidates by half a point. That's gonna hurt more than losing it by 1 or 2 points. Yeah.
but there's
She's gonna
nothing you
repeat
can
it
do.
once.
Bhai, you can't even play h6 or h5 because rook h7 check is something we missed before.
And bishop
And
d5.
bishop d5 check. उसमें रुक तो exchange हो ही जाएगा ना. So she's forced to take the draw, I think.
Maybe this is it. Maybe there is nothing else to be done. It doesn't even matter कि भाई वैशाली के board पे क्या हो रहा है, because there's no choice. And look at the determination with which she's going. And Divya will be the first one who will claim she was looking for the arbiter there. Is it 3 times already? She plays king h2.
Knight g4 will be 3 times. It has been repeated 3 times, but nobody has claimed it yet.
भाई ये दोनों यही करते रहेंगे, king h2, knight f, king knight f2,
Chalega.
king
Oh,
h2.
she claims it. Bibisara is the one who claims it. Very
But you have
interesting,
to
actually.
claim it before making your move. And now that's exactly what she's doing. She'll say knight f2 is a 3-fold repetition, and the arbiter looks at Divya. Divya agrees, does not refute the claim, and it is given. And this one ends in a draw. Vaishali needs now to win her game, to win the candidates.
Wow. I think that was a bold decision by Bibisara. Maybe she didn't have a choice, as you mentioned, Sahaj bhai, but कहीं ना कहीं अंदर से वो feeling तो आ रही होगी कि maybe I might have missed my opportunity, and now it's all on Vaishali. She needs a win, and she will have a shot at the world champion title. Bhai Sahab, we have to jump to that game now. What's happening, Sahaj bhai, on the board?
Why? I mean, props to Bibisara for analyzing the game afterwards. मैं वो game खत्म करने के बाद मैं सिर्फ वैशाली का game देखता मैं for the next like 2 hours. I think my eyes would not be anywhere else. But yes, looks like the advantage is still there for Vaishali. It's been there for quite some time. She has an extra pawn, but एक वो progress नहीं हो रही है. I feel so far position में. She just went rook c4 by the way.
Oh wow, best move in the position, by the way. Rook c4, Indian's first preference, and now where do you put that queen? Because queen a8 खेलूंगा तो rook का square जा रहा है, so I can't really bring it to the a file, Tanya. I don't have a great square for the queen.
Not easy. And the problem is queen b5 might look like your active square, but I think what Vaishali wants to do is to get her queen to c5 and then offer more queen trades and make her pieces even more active. e5 hanging hoega. So instead she puts a queen on e6 defending e5. Now next she wants to go rook a8 or rook b8. Kateryna Lagno keeping the game alive with this move, queen e6. I think this was a good find by her.
And by the way, with Bibisara drawing her match, Lagno के chances 0 हो गए, right, to win the
Correct.
candidates. So
Everyone on 6.5 basically, Sahaj.
Oh,
Everyone
yeah.
on 6.5. Anna Muzychuk, Kateryna Lagno, and one more player, Goryachkina.
can we have a look at the
All
standings for 5 seconds just to understand who all got eliminated? Because I think 3 लोग eliminate हो गए सीधा इससे, right?
3 log eliminate ho gaye, and there we have it. And at the start, it was Anna Muzychuk, Goryachkina, and Lagno. All these 3 players, as Bibisara has gone to 8 points, cannot reach her now. So it is only a 3-horse race now between Zhu Jiner, Vaishali, Bibisara. Vaishali wins, there is no question. There's no race anymore. She's the first to the finish line.
Chat stream like करो, come on chat, let's get more people in भाई, because बहुत मजा आने वाला है. हमारे हाथ में है अपना fate. That is the best part about this. Queen e6 played 17 minutes Sahaj bhai to play 11 moves. Time pressure building up. यहाँ पे nerves पे control is of utmost importance. अभी भी वैशाली is winning. How can she trade those queens भाई? Is there a way? मैं सुना है where there is a will, there is a way भाई.
there is a way for sure. But and
Is it
I
the
think
open
there is
section?
queen d3, yeah, in the open section mainly. But I'm thinking queen e4, queen d5, just to keep the queen centralized and okay, offer some trade there. So queen e4 interesting लग रहा है मुझे यहाँ पे. That's what I would consider, or just going with Tanya's plan of queen c5. ठीक है, मैंने अभी queen trade offer नहीं करा, but I'm just eyeing the d5 square somehow. But I think for like overall, there is no attack on the queen side. Like, what are you supposed to do now as black?
let's say rook a8, maybe like whatever you play. Like
Queen
I would love
c5,
to
rook
prove
a8.
that. Ha, like I don't see any other move.
Do I have queen d5 or no? Yeah, I'll play queen d5.
Queen d5.
Queen b6, I
Queen
guess.
Queen e7 also comes to mind with the idea of queen a3 maybe. I don't know which one is better.
Anyway, after queen e7, he'll go queen c5.
वो तो draw हो जाएगा ना.
And if I repeat, would you repeat Tanya here in this position?
No,
Like
only
it's
once.
huh.
I will
Then
check.
queen e7.
What happens, Ed?
No, I was just thinking वो एक बार repeat जो दिव्या के बोर्ड पे हुआ था वो एक बार repeat यहाँ पर भी करो यार. Just to do it once and then you move on. Okay, queen c5 maybe तो not possible. Shall we go bishop? Bishop b2 was a bad move last time. I'm gonna be careful here.
I have a feeling that somehow we have to set up an attack on e5. By the way, queen e4, she centralizes her queen. Beautiful square for the queen. It also defends that rook on c4. So rook b8, koi queen takes rook ke ideas nahi hoenge. Generally, queens in the center are where they are most powerful. She's, I think, next also setting up ideas like rook to c5, targeting that e5 pawn.
Yep, and also the queen on e4 just prevents black from playing e4 ever. You remember those lines जहाँ पे bishop takes e5 के बाद वो रुके one check की tactic थी. Those ideas are not possible.
It's a beautiful square for the queen. You know,
not able to-
Vaishali has an extra
Yeah.
pawn. She has two passers on the left flank. Agar pieces, majors ko hata lo, queens or rooks ko trade karo, it's game over. So I think in some ways Vaishali is also setting up the idea of going rook a4 to try to get rid of one pair of rooks in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Agar queens ne exchange hui, let's trade off rooks, yeah? I mean, that will also do the job. And
Exactly.
so you should play rook f8 or something, right? To prevent that. Otherwise, I think it's gonna be tough.
Most ही लग रहा है रुका फेट तो मुझे यहाँ पे और कोई चाल ही नहीं दिख रही मुझे. But maybe I have rook c7, yeah?
The idea
Actually, this is my question, भाई. Even if you play rook 8, अगर मैं आपको पास बोलता हूँ, आपकी चाल क्या है आगे?
I mean,
Do
I
I
want to
really
put the queen
do
on
this
a7,
defensive?
right? I want to play queen a7 and rook a1, something like that.
तो
ideally.
queen e7, queen a7 ऐसे.
हाँ.
तभी rook c7 में सोच रहा था. Actually, it's the best move. Wow.
Can't you try to go rook a3 or rook a2 and queen a6? Is that something? Oh, but you know what? Rook c7, rook a3, you can go queen d5 because queen a6, f7 hanging. Actually, that would force the trades.
Queen
Or
a6
queen
पे queen
c4
f7.
or queen d. Yeah.
Queen d5 is nice. Very nice.
I really like this idea. Vaishali just has to get one set of majors off the board, bhai. Checkmate nahi hona chahiye. Rook
So-
f8 on the
Rook
board,
f8
by the
played.
way.
By the way, this is exactly what we were discussing, but chat से सवाल rook c7, rook a3 आता है. Queen d5 and black खेलता है यहाँ पे e4. Chat, white to play and don't lose.
What? What?
Don't lose, chat. That's the only hint I can give you. Do
You
not
should
lose
say
it.
white to play and lose and see how
नहीं,
many
नहीं.
people get it.
नहीं, वो नहीं करना, मैनिफेस्ट नहीं करना भाई.
फिर तो ऐसे कुछ भी
Don't lose.
मूव मुझ पे मत डाल शायद कि भाई मैं मैनिफेस्ट कर रही हूँ नहीं
नहीं, you're
ऐसे
not
तो कोई भी
manifesting.
मूव बोल दे वाइट.
Which move do you
Chat
think?
ने बोल दिया bishop g7, rook f7.
So bishop g7 is fine, I think.
हाँ.
Rook f7 is not. For the same reason.
थोड़ा एक्सट्रीम हो गया.
Same हुआ ना वो तो queen e6 के जैसे queen takes e6 is a big blunder here. Which is because there is rook a1 mate. King b2 there's rook a2 mate. So same idea can be applied. So very, very interesting that these ideas are still possible.
I wonder if in that position you can go queen d8 check. Maybe not.
यहाँ पे
यहाँ
e4
पे.
के बाद या
After e4, yeah.
Yeah, in this position can you go queen d8 check?
yeah, it is
What?
possible.
What? So rook takes queen, rook takes rook, bishop f8, and I just wanted to go rook c8 and claim that I'm winning.
I'll agree to your claim, bhai.
Can I directly
You
play
have
bishop
a
f8?
very
Like,
solid claim.
direct
I
bishop f8
take-
खेला तो without taking the rook?
तो फिर रुक ए1 का थ्रेट ही नहीं है ना आपके पास. फिर मैं कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ. क्वीन f6 भी आ सकती हूँ. कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ मैं.
Queen f6
Fair.
is simple, yeah. GG.
Oh.
कि
Maybe
क्वीन
not
एफ
the
सिक्स नहीं, ओके,
cleanest.
कुछ तो होगा इधर, यू नो इट्स लूज. एक्चुअली क्वीन d4 इज सिंपलर, नो?
Yeah,
जस्ट
queen
क्वीन
d4. Queen d4 looks nice.
या
कुछ रुक B3 तो नहीं आ रहा ना?
No, bishop
क्वीन बचा
d2
के
है.
बैठी है d1 तभी.
That was the
हाँ.
problem, I think, with queen f6, Sahil, that rook b3 maybe was the possibility, and
Hmm.
I think that was
Hmm.
the refutation.
By the way,
Crazy, bhai, crazy.
I just checked the engine. Rook C7 is the best move, and it's almost +3 to +2.7 for Vaishali. Rook C5, not the best one, but still a practically nice idea. Putting pressure on E5, maybe preparing Queen C4 to trade off rooks, and also Queen D5. So Vaishali still looking for that trade. अगर एक रुक भी trade हो गया, would you say the attack is basically over?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you need that battery, right, for that rook a1 combination to work. एक रुक खत्म हो गया तो भाई 80% वैशाली विन, दोनों रुक चले गए तो 100%, दोनों रुक और क्वीन गए तो 1000% वैशाली विन.
And by the way, what does black play now is the question. Maybe one like H6 or H5, yeah? Just avoiding those back rank issues might not be so bad.
By no chance you're looking at h6. By no chance that's a
कुछ
human
है
move,
ही नहीं
भाई.
भाई यहाँ पे, और
No
कुछ है ही नहीं यहाँ पे.
h6 and h5 भाई, कोई no chance she plays this. उसकी उसकी नजर देखो टिकू भाई, कहा वो एच पॉन के दूर दूर तक नजर नहीं है उसकी. शी इज ओनली लुकिंग एट द क्वीन साइड भाई.
She wants to triple her pieces on the A line. So either move the rook and go queen a6 or go queen e7,
You
queen
know,
a7. One of these two things has to be on anyone's radar because it's the only counterplay, Sahil. You want
but
to set up rook a1 no matter what.
there's also a nice trap. No, H6 you can't take on E5 still. So I'm kind of offering you that as bait. कि भाई, oh, free pawn है. You could simplify
h5
everything.
नहीं नहीं भाई,
H6, H5.
I think I can play rook takes c5.
Maybe you can't, Saj bhai.
That actually works, na?
What
But
is
still, like, I'm
happening?
offering you
I
bait,
don't
yeah? कि आप
understand
मारो.
what's going on. What's
No,
going on,
no.
guys?
He meant bishop takes c5 में there's rook a1 and
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the idea. So I said, oh,
H5,
by the way,
H5,
bhai,
H5,
crazy.
Sahil.
भाई मतलब
Sir, sorry,
भाई
sir.
वन मूव ट्रैप्स में ही हम डील करते हैं तान्या एंड सहज. दैट्स द पॉइंट. और कुछ
Sahil killing it with his preparation. Bhai, H5 खेला गया है in this moment. And again, I'm just trying to see if white can continue trying to trade queens here. Queen to d5 will be a move that I will be very tempted. Or queen c4 is also very tempting for me.
But again, there is e4, no? Or no? There's no e4. There is e4.
There is e4 because queen takes queen, rook a1 abhi bhi hai.
I was thinking bishop g7 is there. King g7
Bishop
check
g7,
and
king g7 still
and
goes
check.
on. You still, the thing is, it's
No, it's
check,
not
but
king g7.
also like the majors are still on the board. What? It's not king g7? What
It's
on
not king.
earth?
I'm guessing queen c4
Queen
and then king
c4 ही
g7.
होएगा फिर. Queen takes queen.
This is still, I would still evaluate this as winning for white, like on the board.
Very likely
I
she
mean,
does this, by the way. Looks very
Yeah.
logical, yeah.
and just go king b2 here.
Just taking care of these threats.
And maybe it's not a bad practical decision. I mean, you look at these two pawns, unless I'm getting mated, which I'm not getting mated, like you would practically win this in most cases, in 9 out of 10 games, maybe. It's very hard
As if
to.
Vaishali wins the candidates, it is such a historic moment for Indian women chess to have a player fight for a world championship. Last time also India versus China tha. इस बारी भी India versus China होएगा. And we'll have Gukesh and Vaishali in the match. आपको क्या लगता है? Will they have it? They won't have it at the same time. I think it'll be two separate events.
No, it happens in April, I think. So this one will likely happen in April 2027, as far as
Yeah.
I remember.
And
So
November
अच्छा
will
है.
be the
हाँ, so अप्रैल में एक और इवेंट पक्का हो जाएगा अपना, अच्छे से कवर कर पाएंगे. And of course, we'll have two locations to decide, right? One is of course the location for the Open World Championship. One will be for the Women's World Championship. So एक होगा इंडिया उज्बेकिस्तान, एक होगा इंडिया चाइना. मतलब लोकेशन ही लोकेशन चूज करनी है यार हम लोगों को. It'll be amazing.
हम लोगों
It's a
को
good
कौन
problem
सी
to
चूज
have.
करनी है? कोई हमारी बात थोड़ी ना सुन रहा है. By the way,
अरे कल ट्वीट किया ना
हाँ
एमएल
जी,
की बस
एमएल
ट्वीट
ने
yesterday की कि बताओ कहाँ करना है. तो आप
कहाँ
बताओ.
करना है? आपको बताओ. एक्चुअली उन्होंने आपको डीएम नहीं किया साहिल डायरेक्टली.
अपना
हाँ?
प्रग का गेम तो भेजो उनको एक बार, देखो क्या कहते हैं.
प्राग के सेकंड्स वो गेम भेज दो भाई, तभी मैं भेज पाऊंगा. मेरे पास वो गेम है ही नहीं. वरना अब तक 10 बार मैं वीडियो बना चुका होता उसके ऊपर, बाय द वे, जब भी प्रग कोई इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट जीतता. बट बाय द वे, वो ब्लू एरो रुक C7 क्यों दिखा रहा है भाई? इज दैट जस्ट विनिंग?
भाई वो तो पॉसिबल नहीं है ना, शी जस्ट प्लेड रुक C5.
Yeah, very
लाइक
difficult.
वापस तो रुक C7 नहीं टच करेगी वो, आई थिंक.
Hmm.
Maybe queen d5 or queen c4, but she will have to calculate this e4 वाली line जो हमने discuss किया, queen takes queen, bishop takes bishop, and you go into double rook endgame, which I think is it. I mean, optically, I would think white is completely winning that. So I will go into that with like open arms.
With arms wide open, you mean?
Yes.
By the way, Goryachkina is also winning. Not that it matters, but she will go to 7.5. So field बहुत packed होगी at the top, right? One player on potentially 8.5, then one on 8, and multiple people on 7.5. So very close tournament. This is going to be the women's candidates, in complete contrast to the open one. And this is the crucial game. I think what is Bibisara doing right now? Yeah, glued to her TV with Sindarov, looking at the variations, kind of one by one. Oh, नहीं गलती कर सकती है, ये गलती कर सकती है. I would love to see video footage of that. Yeah, just kind of them kind of going over the variations together.
I'm sure Chessbase India has it already. They'll be recording it somewhere. उनके cameras होंगे. We'll get to see it later for sure at some point. But if I had to guess, I think they'll probably be sitting together, eating somewhere, or phone पे चल रहा होगा match. So they would be looking at Vaishali's game for sure while enjoying some food. H5 खेला गया है. Another move that I think is quite attractive to me would be to double up the rooks on the D file to again threaten rook D8. I see rook C7 is the best move, as our blue arrow is indicating, but I would also consider rook D5, rook D8 ideas here.
Okay, if I go king h7, oh, damn, this is amazing. Yeah, king h7, but there's a nice tactic. I feel there's rook d6, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, nice.
That if you
I
take
did not
everything,
spot that.
I will take this. I'm not
Super.
sure if it's working. Ah, it
I
is
think
working.
it's working. Of course it's working. It's very strong, in fact. I love this idea. I love it.
ये तो
Okay,
मतलब
now I
winning हो
like.
गई ना, या तो ब्लैक
Now,
रिजाइन ही कर देगा.
ये तो 100% याद है. 2 rooks
यार,
off the board मतलब 100%.
मैंने एक सेकंड के लिए नजर अपना WhatsApp पे लगाया, दोनों रुक कहाँ चले गए? Wait, how did we achieve this? Dream scenario.
Guys, I'm very excited right now.
Yeah, very excited.
I
Actually,
mean,
me
this
too.
has been, everything. कहते हैं ना, the stars feel like they're aligning. Divya does her job. भाई उसने draw कर लिया बिबिसारा के साथ. बिबिसारा को रोक लिया उसने. Zhu Jiner का चल रहा है उसका, like इतना कुछ winning तो है नहीं, but it doesn't matter. Vaishali gets the white pieces. She gets her opening advantage. She wins a pawn out of the opening. No counter play for Kateryna Lagno. She's played it out to perfection. It just feels like it's so close.
By the way,
It's so
she's
close.
played G4. So she's now playing
Okay.
on the king side, and that's a question mark. But I mean, at least looks decent, yeah? I mean, you're kind of opening up the king side. Would you agree with this move, Sayesh and Tanya?
Generally, I would worry about after this move, and I think it's clear Vaishali is also a bit worried about the position, because probably she couldn't see a way forward, like this queen c4, and she wasn't convinced कि वो rook endgame winning होगी या नहीं. So I think she just went with g4. Ideally speaking, I take back. Okay, you're stopping f5. Kind of makes sense. But yeah, it's not the kind of move that you make when you're comfortable, I think. At least right now.
Okay, so I want to put the queen on a7. How am I getting there? Queen b6 या queen e7? Let's pick one and just try to get to a7 side. But like, what is white doing now?
But मेरे दिमाग में, I don't know why, just rook takes c5 is just there the whole time. पता नहीं यार, sacrifice का वो माहौल बन रहा है. Maybe rook d5 actually simple. Oh, by the way, she takes, pawn takes. This is the position. So you were saying queen
By the
e7
way,
now, yeah?
I have my eye on the other games. Guys, if you quickly want to jump over to Anish's game, because it looks like he's about to wrap things up. It might be Matthias Bluebaum's second loss of the candidates, which will hurt. Look at that. Anish has an extra piece in the position. Bishop takes pawn, mat marna. Rook g1 mein pin ho jayega. But it's a whole bishop for 3 pawns. But Sahaj, in this sort of a setup, I don't think the pawns are going to be enough.
Correct. And I think just it just goes to show how sad the situation is. Imagine आपके
Exactly.
8.5 पॉइंट हैं 14 में एंड फिर भी आप 1.5 पॉइंट के डेफिसिट से आप सेकंड आए हो.
Wow.
And look at that beautiful
Like,
move, rook f3. Now you can actually even think about picking up that g3 pawn. Rook on f1 pinned here. Anish beautifully set that up. Rook takes pawn is a possibility here.
it's just a piece up, yeah, basically.
And
Takes
all the
everything.
pawns, yeah, pawns are going to fall one by one.
Yeah, confirmed लग रहा है यहाँ पे win. This feels like a done and dusted job. Bluebaum knows it. He's smiling. Yeah, I mean, I think he couldn't
he
finish
might
off the
resign.
sweep. Wow, what a win for Anish there. Kind of proving a point at the end. You know, like he was the one who really had a genuine chance to catch up with Sindarov. But at the end, he did fall short. Tanya Sahaj, I mean, a great performance from Anish at the candidates, even though he couldn't really win it.
I think agreed. And I'm just looking at the standings. Sindarov at 10, Anish at 8.5. So 1.5 point का फर्क. And उसके नीचे Wei Yi who had 7 points. So again 1.5 point का फर्क. So Anish was also, I think, pretty much there. I think he performed very well towards the second half. But yeah, that loss to Prag really hurt him. And of course, the loss to Sindarov also really hurt his chances.
Yep. And he will finish in second place. Let's jump back to the Vaishali game now, where after H takes and F takes, it's a crucial moment for Lagno. And wait, correct me if I'm wrong, the best move for black is actually Rook A3 now. I thought you'll just put the queen on A7. Rook A3 is the plan with Queen A6 incoming, yeah?
Also, somewhere setting up rook takes pawn. So I like rook a3 if you're black here because dual purpose move. You know, one move, many grooves by rook takes b3, queen a6 ideas. It makes a lot of sense. But I'm just wondering, why is it the only move in the position? For example, let's say black does move the queen away. Queen e7, queen a7. What's the problem with that?
Good question, actually, because
I
rook
was
भी attacked
thinking,
there.
जैसे को लास्ट like बैकअप सिनेरियो के लिए मेरे पास रुक d5 रुक a5 तो है. Like I'm just saying this is how I would think here. Like rook d5, queen a7, I'll have rook a5.
But there's a check on g1 in a lot of lines that you'll have to calculate and be sure that you're okay with this. You know,
जब तक
the
queen
line
है
goes
तब तक
on.
ठीक हूँ. जब तक queen है तब तक I'm happy.
h2 hanging.
Yeah, so you'll take everything, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah.
Or you'll play queen h2 straight. So takes
I mean, let's
takes.
say I take everything on a5.
नहीं rook a5 थोड़ी ना मारना है. Bishop a5
अच्छा,
मारना है.
bishop से
Of
मारोगे
course
आप.
bishop a5 मारना है.
And I take. Can I take on h2 here?
No, I have rook d2, I think.
Rook d2 is coming and that just wins on the spot.
By the way, didn't see bishop a5 and rook a5 का difference. I just saw the bar move and I was like, okay. But maybe you have f5 here.
Whoa, not a move
Maybe
that was
what-
on my
Okay,
radar
that's-
at all.
Yeah, but the idea is strong, yeah, because e4 happens and suddenly the king on b1, b2 is kind of struggling.
Bhai,
and
best
you
move
might
hai.
see some. Oh wow, bhai, this is
Amazing.
tricky. And by the
Yeah.
way, 9 minutes for Vaishali now to play 7
Oof.
moves, and 10 minutes for Lagno. And the position is still not completely winning. There were a couple of moments where Vaishali could have played a slightly better move, made it cleaner, but she has played fantastic chess. That rook h1, I think so far was the star move for me. But she has to finish it through. You know, वही क्रिकेट की याद आ रही है ना, you want to make sure कि you are batting till the end. बिल्कुल लास्ट में भी किसी और पे डिपेंडेंट नहीं छोड़ना है, एक मौका नहीं देना ओपन को कम बैक करने का. तानिया क्या लग रहा है? आई मीन Lagno also falling below 10 minute mark, yeah, 9 minutes each now.
यार थोड़ा सा तो स्ट्रेस हो रहा है इस पोजीशन में because you know again as long as the queens and the rooks are on the board it's not over. One set of rooks तो हटाना है कि भाई कोई checkmating ideas ना हो इस पोजीशन में. टाइम प्रेशर आ रहा है, फुल ऐसे गूज़बम्प्स हो रहे हैं. आई स्टिल थिंक दैट वैशाली हैज सम वर्क टू डू. शी इज प्लेड दिस फ्लॉलेसली, everything aligning for her, but the job isn't finished, Sahil.
Agreed. I feel like I think एक और moment आएगा जहां पे वैशाली will have to find a crucial move, critical move, Sahaj bhai, and she needs the time to think there. By the way, for the first time in a long time, Lagno falling below Vaishali on the clock. That's huge because Lagno का plan although simple है, what is she thinking about here? I mean, she has to find the queen's path to the A file, right?
भाई ओपनिंग में
exactly.
वैशाली के पास 40 मिनट का एडवांटेज था. It's in this game has been one of the games, Sahil, where Vaishali has also been putting pressure on the clock, and that's why I'm getting a bit nervous. Both players under 10 minutes. By time pressure की territory में कुछ भी हो सकता है, Saj.
I think the only worry for me is that this last move that Vaishali played G4, it shows that she wasn't confident in her position. It showed that she didn't believe or she wasn't able to outcalculate her opponent there, or she got confused, or she got. I mean, it's a sign of panic. Because I think this is definitely on no one's radar to play G4 in a position. She knows structurally this has to be bad, but I'm guessing उसको और कोई तरीका मिला नहीं जिससे वो position को मतलब she can move forward with it. And I think G4 is definitely an inaccuracy, but let's hope she can continue. But the time is just too low. गलतियां दोनों साइड से एक मूव के अंदर हो सकती हैं,
What
so
move number are we on, guys? What move
33.
number?
33.
So
Seven
seven
moves.
Seven
more
more.
moves. And she has
But if
made
you
a
have a move.
decision. King
King
H7.
H7. Wait, what? Okay, that has to
So
be a
she's-
mistake, yeah?
No,
She's
it's
just
a good move.
passing the ball. She's saying, ki, I don't see an immediate win for white. I'm going to play on the clock here. And King H7, Vaishali still has to find a plan to make progress here. So I'll not easy at all.
भाई एक
Because
प्लान है
now-
बट टैन आपको पसंद
बोलो।
नहीं आएगा वो आई हैव अ
Queen
प्लान
sacrifice का मत बोलना फिर से.
नो रुक D3 नॉट क्वीन बट रुक सैक्रिफाइस रुक टेक C5 तो रुक D3 रखते हैं
Look.
एंड रुक टेक C5 यू हैव रुक H3 रुक H8 मेट देयर
Why would I not like this? I love this idea, यार.
नहीं मैं मतलब अभी पूरे दिन में सैक ही सैक कर रहा हूँ आई फील
You know,
तो आई थॉट ओके
Rook D3 पे Queen
Commentator's
B6 है भाई.
privilege. Commentator's
D3 पे-
privilege is कि दूसरों के पीसेस जितने sacrifice करने हैं करो भाई.
आज मत करो यार, आज मत करो, आज बहुत स्ट्रेस हो रहा है. आज लेट्स कीप इट काम, कंपोज, ऐसे आराम से एंड गेम में ना वो पॉन पुश कर करके हराना है उसको, लाइक विदाउट एनी स्ट्रेस व्हाटसोएवर एक्चुअली.
भाई वो सबसे मुश्किल होता है वो सबसे मुश्किल होता है करना आई थिंक टू विन
I think very likely because Vaishali played G4, I really like the more positional strategic approach of even going G5 in this position. And the reason is my one pawn will take care of two of your pawns. Her F5, F6 ka idea is dead after that. So anywhere where you can kick out my queen, open the diagonal is not happening anymore. I'm also lining up Rook D3, Queen H4, Rook H3 ideas, Sahaj, to take your point forward. And I feel that because she said G4, she will say G5.
I really hope so. I really hope she pushes G5. I mean, before you said G5, it was not on my radar. Like I would think I want to go H4, H5 because
Also very nice.
Sicilian brain. Yeah, when you have the pawn on G4 in any Sicilian position, you want to go H4, H5. It's automatic, I think here.
Well, you know what, Sahaj, now that you say H4, H5, I feel like G5 ke baad H4, H5 will be even stronger in that case.
Yeah, there's an argument to
G5
be made for sure.
is amazing. I think वो F5 का idea भी था एक, we saw it in a couple of lines, I think completely avoids that, and वो E5 pawn becomes a huge weakness after G5. And of course Queen H4 ideas also come into the picture, Rook D3, Rook H3 ideas at some point, Queen trade करनी है, एक piece exchange करना है कोई भी majors में. By the way, she's played Rook to D5 on the board.
Rook D6, Sahaj.
The bar didn't move
Rook
a lot.
D6.
Oof. भाई वो सब टेक करके Queen D1, Queen G4 आपके पास तो.
Pawn G4 पे आ गया ना एक तो, और King H7 पे आ गया तो
हाँ ये
A8 का rook
G4
check
पता
के
नहीं
साथ
क्यों
नहीं.
खेला इसने. G4 is the problem here.
Okay, now I'll tell you what. I think next Vaishali wants to go G5, Queen H4, Rook D8 भाई, और ऐसे गेम ही खत्म कर दो फिर.
So G5, Queen H4, Rook D8, yeah?
Simple plan. Simple.
भाई का
Nice.
Keep
dialogue
it
याद आ रहा
simple.
है. ब्लैक वेट करेगा बस, चिल करेगा वो.
हाँ ब्लैक नहीं मैं बोलता था यूजुअली ब्लैक तालियां बजाएगा यहाँ पे और ग्रेट बिकॉज मेरे कोच बोलते थे मुझे पहले और ब्लैक क्या करेगा तो ताली बजाएगा राइट तो इट जस्ट
ठीक है, ताली मत भी बजाओ, पर 7.5 minutes में क्या ही कर लोगे आप.
7.5
let's try
ताली
to
तो
fight
बजा
that
सकते हो ताली तो बजा सकते हो उसमें
Let's
easy.
fight that idea. Let's say Queen E7, for example, with the idea of Queen A3 as well. I think this move is a very human move to make. I see it's not the best move, but I think this is something that players will think about.
There's no G5 now because Queen G5 is hanging. So maybe
Also,
Rook
Queen
D7.
A3 is maybe my threat. Okay, so Rook D7, unfortunately, Queen A3 doesn't come with any big checkmating idea. That's the sad part.
Yes.
But I think Rook D7 is the only move though now after Queen E7. So
I
that's
need
the
to
really?
take
tricky
on
part
F7.
for Vaishali. So she will have to find
But
that
this
one.
is simple na
She'll
bhai.
find. Rook D7, she'll find.
हाँ,
This
of
is
course, but
बहुत
like,
simple.
but you know, like, only move that you have to find it. Like in that moment,
Queen
you cannot
C6.
afford to even
Sahil,
go for
Queen
the second
C6
best
played.
option.
which is
Pawn
also very
c6.
interesting because she is hitting the c3 bishop. Rook on d5 is pinned right now to the queen on e4. So queen c6 actually a strong choice here by Lagno, yaar. And by the way, just a reminder, Lagno is a 3 times world blitz champion.
भाई रुक d3 क्वीन टेक c3 ये तो मैं पूछना भी नहीं चाहता चैट से भाई बट दिस इज हैपनिंग इट कुड हैपन
भाई कुड बी
सहज
हैपनिंग मत
प्लीज
बोलो
यार,
भाई। भाई
सहज
ध्यान से
प्लीज यार, ऐसे मत बोल यार।
सहज भाई को इंग्लिश बैंड है आज से स्ट्रीम पे भाई। ये क्या था भाई? दिस इज हैपनिंग भाई, डरा दिया भाई एक सेकंड के
मैं कह
लिए।
रहा हूँ दिस कुड
नहीं,
हैपन लाइक दिस
but
कुड
oh,
हैपन लाइक रुक d3 इज द फर्स्ट
it will
आई थिंक
happen to all
आइडिया फॉर
three
मी
of us, but not to
या
Vaishali. Sahaj, I fully agree with you because Rook d3 is so tempting. Bhai, you're looking at h3 check, and it is such a sneaky trap that Lagno has set up. She has set this up, and Vaishali has to be careful right now.
भाई
Queen
बिशप b2,
c6, भाई क्या ही चाल चली है। Yeah, bishop b2 looks like the
बिशप
move
b2
that you
खेलो।
want to make.
लेट्स जस्ट
और
कीप इट
सब
सेफ।
safe कर
a3
दो।
स्क्वायर कवर्ड एंड नाउ वी कैन फोकस ऑन एनी rook d3 आइडियाज। वी कैन यू शो दैट आइडिया अगेन सहज भाई एक बार, लाइक व्हाट इज द प्लान क्वीन d3 rook d3 के बाद? rook d3 का सॉरी,
सो यू मीन रुक d3 के बाद भाई
या कैन वी शो दैट?
एक so this
Oof,
queen
and
takes c3
takes.
you go check and there's checkmate भाई
Oof.
Okay, she comes back bishop b2. She comes
Oh,
back
nice.
bishop
God.
b2. Everything is safe as long as the bishop is next to the king. It is its best friend. सब कुछ defended है.
But oh, ooh, very interesting actually. Because now, how do you get to a7? It's not easy, right? Because at some point I might have rook d7. Not right now. How do you triple on the a file now? Wait, she played rook
That's
a2.
that's a
She wants to
mistake
go queen
apparently
a6. And now the idea, right, Saj? Can't we go g5, queen h4, rook d8? I've been screaming for it. भाई वो rook exchange करो, g5, queen a6, queen h4 check, forcing the king back to g8 and rook d8, all problem solved.
भाई this is amazing I think if this इससे तो g4 भी justify हो गया
Exactly, भाई g4 ने ही आइडिया दिया है मेरे को कि आके यहाँ पे रुक एक्सचेंज कर दो एंड दैट इज इट, गेम ओवर, GG.
This
wow
is a crucial moment because Tanya, g5 is the best move. Second best is h4, and everything else is at least equal. So
what
she
do you mean by
doesn't
at
have a
least equal
choice. I mean, if you don't find g5 or h4, you're not winning this game anymore.
She will find g5. I'll tell you why she'll find g5. In my eyes, she's set, and it's on the board. It is on the board. Vaishali, you go, girl. Okay, look at this. She set this up, bhai. g4 खेला उन्होंने, rook c5, rook d5 double किया उन्होंने, queen को e4 पे लाया. It has been all a big part of a plan here. Queen h4, rook d8. I don't even see how you're fighting this. How are you stopping this idea? Because even if you go queen c7 and take control of that square, white can still play for that plan. Queen h4. Maybe there's something stronger, Sahil.
why there's
Queen
rook
h4,
d7 also is there I think but yeah
rook
queen
d7.
h4
But I want to see if I can just go with the idea of rook d8 because I really want to trade the rook, Sahaj.
Okay, I have a plan.
Not the best.
Okay, I have a plan. So let's say I play queen c7. And what would you play here?
I
Queen
wanted to
h4
give a
check.
check.
You'll go check.
I
Because
think rook
thought if you-
d7 is the simplest though it's a cleanest for me
But now
Rook
queen
d7,
a5.
queen a5.
Exactly.
So that is
Now
my
I-
point now.
Now I control
not
d8
so
and I'm
clean.
threatening rook b2.
rook b2 where
I mean, at some point after queen a5, yeah? So rook d7, queen a5. At some point, I'm threatening something. I don't know what I'm threatening, but looks dangerous.
you're threatening
to me.
rook a1
You're threatening
but I
rook
still
a1 and
still
game over.
winning
Huh.
You're
king
threatening
c1
rook
I guess
a1.
should be something
King c1.
Oof,
takes
brave.
takes check moves check भाई brave ही होना पड़ेगा ना इसमें तो
भाई मेरे को लग रहा है कुछ और simpler होना चाहिए.
Agreed. My king
I
c1
feel
is
like
scary.
there has to be something simpler here.
but king c1 is should be winning no it is actually
But is it the only move or is it like...
I don't know. I'll see. Look one sec. By king c1 plus 3, c4 is plus 1. Everything else, okay, 0.5 for queen
No.
h4 check.
And out of king c1, c4, king c1 is definitely the move that you make.
Yeah.
100%.
But still a bit tricky, I think. It's... ऐसे बिल्कुल simple, smooth win नहीं है दो. So I
भाई
think...
पर पहले तो लाग्नो को चाल चलनी है ना. g5 on the board है. And अगर queen h4, rook d8 आ गया, that's handshakes on the spot. So first Lagno has to stop this idea. Live board अगर
Chat.
हमारा आ जाए तो.
Stream
5
like करो
minute
भाई.
है उसके पास.
This could be a historic moment for Indian chess. We could have world champions in both sections. Like the stream below, let's get more people in, because final moments of this game, Bibisara has drawn. अगर win आती है, we are the confirmed champions in the women's section. बस एक win चाहिए, and we are winning right now. Sahaj bhai, Tanya, what do you feel are the odds of us winning here? 80, 90, क्या percentage लग रहा है?
Like above 90 for me, I think here. I think she
Around
wins
90
this.
for me.
I think she wins this. Like I have a very strong feeling she wins this.
I also believe in Vaishali converting this position. And you know what a story it's been for her at the candidates. At 24, she's playing her second candidates. By the way, there is a move decision. Queen b6 khela gaya hai against that rook d8 idea. So Lagno also realizing and recognizing that rook trade to bhai fully avoid karna hai here. You know, this is Vaishali's second candidate. Toronto making her debut there. 4 losses, 5 back-to-back wins, finishes tied for second. Coming into this tournament and has a very difficult first half. She lost very early on in the candidates in this tournament. In fact, her first defeat was in round 5 after 4 draws. Vaishali started Cyprus with 4 draws and 1 loss. And here she is on the precipice, on the brink of taking the candidates and challenging the 5 times women world champion Zhu Wenjun.
And she was almost out, by the way, Tanya. याद है वो blunder rook a1 by Tan Zhongyi.
Yes.
I mean, opportunity का फायदा जो उन्होंने उठाया है इस tournament में, it's a treat to watch. So, you know, single एक ऐसे होता है, she was almost out of the event in terms of chances, but वो एक single opportunity को उन्होंने grab किया. She got multiple wins in, and now she is in the lead, and she will win if she wins this game. Only one game, half a game away now from becoming the next World Championship challenger.
You know, when you say that rook a1 stuff, अब मुझे ये clarity मिल गई कि वैशाली rook a1 तो कभी मिस नहीं करेगी.
Actually.
ठीक है, ये actually सुन के थोड़ा हौसला मिला मेरे को टिकू भाई. So thank you for that. rook a1 मिस तो नहीं करेगी वो. I mean, if she found it against that. So let's go भाई.
Also
and
only
that was
4.
a completely busted game for Vaishali. But you know, होता है ना थोड़ा champions, तुम कितना भी अच्छा खेलो, championship luck थोड़ी सी तो चाहिए होती है in such moments.
Yeah.
So
Also,
just
4 moves to go, by the way, to the 40th move. So उसके बाद दोनों को 30 minutes दिखेंगे. I'm gonna guess that's gonna be beneficial for Vaishali because she is the one winning. By the way, Queen h4 check played, King g8 played in half a second by Lagno.
Tanya, she's going for your plan with rook d8 check. I think she's gonna go into that endgame. I
Sahaj,
don't
for
think.
me, it
Oh,
is
no,
a
no, she doesn't.
very it's actually a very human thing to do. You meet move 40 भाई 5 मिनट में खेल रहे हो, check दो वापस आओ. That's how black की queen कहीं जा नहीं सकती है. You still can't go queen a6, queen a7 because of rook d8 check.
Very smart, actually.
Very smart, just reaching the 40 move mark. And you know, Vaishali's story has been one of filled with inspiration in so many ways. She's the one who started playing chess, and Prague went into chess because of Vaishali, right? And then there was this Vaishali was this super talent. They are the golden siblings of Indian chess. But I also saw a phase where Prague's achievements were so through the roof that, you know, somewhere there was a bit of a shadowing that happened on Vaishali, and it's not the easiest to deal with that. And to then find her footing, to find that balance, you know, with Prague doing so incredibly well, Vaishali now about to play in the Women's World Championship. What a story this is for the two siblings. And it's just incredible to watch. And I just hope that she's able to convert this brilliant game that she's played so far.
Yep. She's shown like no signs of nervousness. By the way, what a move.
No, that's a blunder. That's a big blunder from Lagno. Vaishali is about rook d8 check. Wait, rook d8 check.
Okay,
King
bishop
f7?
f8 only move. Bishop
Queen
f8
e5.
only move.
Queen e5.
Oh my god, that's game over. Sai, you have to show this. Rook d8 check, king h7. Okay, rook d8, king h7.
Oh, then I thought king h7 में कुछ है मेरे पास, रुको.
You know, I also thought queen
Don't
h4.
tell
By
me.
the way,
Don't tell me it's queen takes
h4.
e5.
No,
if it's a
the
queen takes e5, I will not. I will. What is it?
Bhai, that's not working because of rook b2.
Rook
But
d-
the only
no.
move is c4.
Rook d4. No, c4.
The only move is
Arre
c4.
bhai,
That's
there's
tough. But it is winning for Vaishali. That's a blunder and 39th move, by the way, chat.
Guys, we have to break this down thoda aaram se. So rook d8 check दिया. Chat, अगर Bishop वापस आता है, queen takes pawn, easy spot, easy clap, game over. Everything defended. King h7 pe, if Vaishali plays c4, queen h4 is undefendable. You can take that pawn on b3, you can take that rook, the bishop on b2, but at the end of it, queen takes pawn, queen h4, ho jaye Sahil, to show the end of this line, Sahaj, in this moment.
So rook
c4
takes.
ke baad, like queen takes b3, for example, to just show the checkmating idea. And that is it. c4 is the key move here. If Vaishali plays these two moves, she is going to the World Championships.
Come on. This is the crunch moment, Sahaj. I feel like if Vaishali finds this, we might just have the game ending in the next 10 minutes even. It is so crucial. If she finds this, completely winning.
You know, I think the c4 is very hard to find over the board because I feel there are other options besides c4 that you will consider. जैसे queen कहीं g2 पे h3 से आ सकती है. Rook d4 is my first instinct in this position because okay,
Oh, wow.
you are. I mean, if I want to go for this queen h4 का plan, तो rook d4 is a tempo. या मैं एक मतलब c4 से मैं कुछ threaten नहीं कर रहा हूँ, सिर्फ queen h4 threaten कर रहा हूँ. rook d4 से एक अलग threat है मेरा. So what's happening with rook d4? Because I think this is what Vaishali would be thinking about.
Even my first instinct was rook d4. I really
That's
thought
losing.
rook d4.
Why?
Rook b2 and queen d... no, not queen d4.
Is it just
Why
rook
kid?
takes?
Takes and rook d4. Yeah, just.
You
Yeah,
can't
just
play queen
rook
h4 check,
d4
yeah?
and
Yeah.
d8 is hanging, no? In the end.
Yeah. This check nahi hai mere paas. Yeah. This is nice. So I'm guessing this is what she calculated, Lagno. And
Yeah.
it's very, very possible that she missed c4 is there.
100% Sahaj. She has missed. By the way, rook a4 looks like you've played a brilliancy. And Vaishali doesn't know that it's a blunder. She has no idea, right? So firstly, there's a bit of a shock value here. ये rook a4 कहाँ से आ गया? Pawn takes rook chat possible नहीं है क्योंकि queen takes bishop checkmate है. You can't touch that rook.
Can we go full screen? I feel like Vaishali is, looking a bit nervous right now. She's about to potentially play the move of her career so far. And Saif, I had to look at the few lines, Tanya. It feels like this is the simplest way. The only other alternative for white here, apart from rook d8 check, is queen e1, which just allows rook takes b2 and e4 check. You do not want to idly enter those lines if it is avoidable. So rook d8, the simplest way, or the game will 100% get a bit complicated.
She will find it. Vaishali is a tactical genius. And in my heart, I feel that this is the moment. This moment belongs to Vaishali.
भाई नजर किधर है वैशाली की? I just keep looking at her and hoping she spots c4, but actually she is looking on that corner of the board, I feel.
Sahaj, rook d8 checks captures checks तो उसने देखी है. Rook d8 check. c4 is the big question. That is the moment. By the way, rook d8. Now, does she play c4 is the big question. Chat, king h7, c4 is tournament over. And if bishop f8, I think Lagno will play king to h7 because bishop f8, queen takes pawn, there's no fight.
Yeah, that's just one move checkmate. You're forced to go rook takes b2. There is no other option there. So for sure she will go king h7.
Okay, that's it.
40th
That's it. Moment of
move.
truth.
Why this is the 40th move? 40th move curse. Is it real or not is the question. This is it.
This is the moment of the candidates. This is the moment of candidates, Tanya. I feel like ये move सब कुछ decide करेगा. Imagine the stakes, the pressure on Vaishali right now. c4.
भाई 1.5 minute है वैशाली के पास to find a winning move to challenge the world champion, and it had to be move 40. I just want to stress that how hectic this is.
One move away from winning the candidates and challenging for the world championship title. Vaishali, she's getting ready. She's about to make her decision.
Chat, will she do it? Yes or no?
Come on, chat.
Come on, chat. Just good vibes and positive vibes. c4 and it's all over.
Counter-Strike reference there. c4 has been planted.
Oh, let's go! On the board!
What a move! Let's go! c4, the only move played, and it is the 40th move, Tanya. It looks simple now.
Sahaj c4 on the board, and with that, it is busted for black. Vaishali will win this game. I think Kateryna Lagno might even resign. She can have 1 hour on her clock. Bhai, checkmate aa raha hai, and we are going to have a world championship challenger from India for the first time after 2011. After 15 years, we'll have an Indian girl fight for the world championship crown.
Come on, Vaishali. Historic for sure. And
Sahaj, I don't think you can fight. I don't think the game goes on because Queen h4 is a killer move.
It doesn't go on. I think she just realizes कि 40th move ही होनी थी. क्योंकि इसके अब ये तो निकाल लिया, अब आपको आधा घंटा मिल भी गया. तो there is nothing you can do.
Queen f2, rook d2. Rook d2, right?
Rook d2, no?
Yeah.
Rook d2
Which
and
one?
you win the rook.
Which
Yes.
one? Yeah.
Other, yeah? 8-1.
I think this one makes more
Other
sense.
depends, you
Checks का
have check,
chance
no?
ही क्यों देना?
हाँ. रुक भी मर रहा है भाई a4 पे.
a4 पे रुक मरा है, Queen h4, rook d8 वैसे ही आ रहा है. वैशाली knows it. उसकी दिल की धड़कन, कोई heart rate monitor लगा के तो देखो. Looks calm on the outside, but I can imagine the emotions that she's feeling right now. And chat started with 4 draws and 1 loss. And here she is. Find c4. And she's going to the World Championship.
Yeah, and this is going to be her 5th win at the event, by the way. Only 1 short of Sindarov's record, yeah? So, huge tournament for Vaishali. And Lagno, by the way, has 2 minutes, but I don't think there's a defense. In fact, the best move is actually just rook takes b2, giving up the exchange. And
Yeah, but then king takes b2 is there and queen h4 check ka. I mean, this is checkmate. It's not even a check ka threat.
This is really the moment of her career right now. You know, we spoke about nerves and pressure, but when the pressure was highest, Vaishali went higher than that.
And Divya did her part. Bilkul chat. Absolutely. Holding Bibisara to a draw. So likely no tie breaks tomorrow. Sahaj and Tanya, we get to celebrate tonight.
You know, I'm just gonna go through the last few moves, and I'm just gonna say, like, in terms of difficulty level, like, considering कि उसके पास 4 minutes पड़े थे when rook a4 was played, which was obviously a surprise for Vaishali, the fact that she was able to find c4 is 10 on 10 difficulty for me. With 4 minutes on it. The fact that she found it,
Amazing.
This is unbelievable.
And Sahaj, that move g4 that we were questioning, everything happened because of that. She set up the idea of g4, doubled up on the d file, centralized her queen, played g5 at the right time, opening up that lateral way for the queen to give a check on h4, and then found the brilliant c4 after doubling up her rook. Just everything from start to finish, perfection by Vaishali.
Wow. And g4 objectively was a mistake.
Guys, I can't believe that we're going to have a player in the World Championship. You know, it's been so long. It's, you know, when we had Vishi, last time he played World Championship was 2014. And then we had Gukesh after 10 years, right, in 2024. It felt like Humpy or Yufan ke match ke baad, which we lost, ki kab aayega? When will we get that chance in women's chess? And it's happening right now. This is that historic moment for India.
And imagine the Olympiad now, by the way. We're going to have 1 world champion and 1 world championship challenger. So it's going to be a lot of fun to cover that event. And by the way, koi chat पूछ रहा है, why not queen h4 check directly? यार वो rook जो a4 पे है ना, it also controls h4. So you can't give that check directly. आपको पहले वो block करना है rook को with c4.
18 seconds for Kateryna. 17 seconds. She's running out of time as well, by the way.
By
10
40
seconds.
Last
Can we go full screen? Can we go full screen on the players? Oh, she gives up her rook. She gives up her rook.
What? Queen takes c4. That's a what?
It's just it's nothing. It's just she knows that there's nothing to be done here. Queen takes rook. She's eyeing rook b2 and e4 check. But you can just come back. You go king b1.
भाई एक काम करो, ये ठीक है, you can choose where I put my king.
Okay.
Just put it on b1, no checks.
But I'm just saying it's that winning. You can put white, black की choice भी होगी तब भी winning है. Even a3 is winning.
No, rook takes pawn is not an attempt. It's just the feeling sinking in that this is over. And it's
Yeah.
that last move, desperation, panic, and making peace. By the way, she takes it. Queen takes rook on the board. She takes the rook. She gives up her second rook. Vaishali will pick this up as well confidently. It's on the board. Lagno will give one more check and she'll shake hands.
And Chad, it's +9 for Vaishali now. So it's completely winning. Like there's not even a glimmer of hope for Lagno. And I think the only reason why this game will last a few more minutes is because Lagno is just kind of trying to understand where she went wrong, because the game is essentially over. "30 seconds. But okay, she has gained 30 minutes, chat. Once the clock drops below 0 seconds, I think she will gain the 30 minutes. So that's not an issue. But the problem is the position. Extra rook, yeah? I mean, you have a rook and an exchange. Oh my God, that's completely over.
Yeah, actually E4 check पे मैं सोच रहा था rook d4 ही खेल दो, like just to be safe. ऐसे moments वो thoughts आते हैं ना कि like okay एक check मतलब okay
Yeah.
you wanna keep
7,
your pieces around.
6, 5, 4,
Tanya, she
3.
has a time, I think.
She has half an hour more, no?
Oh yeah, we're gonna get 30 minutes. But she could have 1 hour on the clock. It wouldn't matter. But मुझे लगा कि भाई 3 seconds में but I think she resigns. She gives one check. The king will go back. And I think we'll have handshakes. 30
by the
minutes
way,
given on the clock.
जो नेटवर्क है सहज भाई, मे बी वो नेटवर्क कभी इन्होंने बंद कर दिया होगा, हो सकता है. लाइक इट्स पॉसिबल, राइट? लाइक मे बी नेटवर्क नहीं
हो
आ रहा मेरे
सकता
घर
है
पे, हो
maybe.
सकता है ना, बिकॉज क्रूशियल मोमेंट है तो नेटवर्क बंद कर सकते हैं वो लोग.
क्या नेटवर्क?
कुछ नहीं
क्या मुझे क्यों नहीं पता होती ये चीजें?
लिंगो के हटके बताना पड़ेगा तान्या, फिर सबको समझ में आ जाएगा. तो
अच्छा. Oh, I
Duolingo
think
की बात
Lagno
कर रहा है
knows
वो.
it.
भाई.
Yeah.
खतरा से खेलने में राकेश भाई के बाद सहज भाई है.
So if I go
check.
king, so king b1, I think she's just trying to be sure where to put the king. Maybe king on b1 is the safest.
कहीं भी actually, even king c2 I kind of like, but okay, maybe there is some check on.
वो prophecy भी सच हो गई ना?
We're gonna have an
Sindarov को
Indian.
सर. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that we're gonna have an Indian player in both the world championships, and I'm just getting my head around that. Gukesh will fight against Sindarov and Vaishali against Zhu Jiner. It's going to be India versus Uzbekistan and India versus China.
Wow.
It just gives me goosebumps thinking about it. And Zhu Jiner, she has been dominating women's chess. 5 times women world champion. Nobody has been able to shake her. Nobody has been able to take the throne from her. And Vaishali,
Tanya,
the new generation coming on.
I think she's gonna beat her, yeah. I mean, especially if she was gonna start building a team, I think the first step would be getting like a strong 2750 player as her second. I wonder if there was one close by for Vaishali. And then building that team from there, I think there could be a genuine chance of Vaishali beating Zhu Jiner. And of course, I think she's played some fascinating chess, but यही continue करना है.
Also, I mean, considering the prep today and like how it unfolded, despite facing a surprise in the opening, I think Vaishali handled it very well. Yeah, from move 10, she was basically just much better, and then slowly she consolidated. It's very nice, actually.
Incredible. I can just imagine Prague and Vaishali and Prague's mom right now just waiting for this moment, watching the game, Sahaj, and just the emotions that they'd be feeling. Just the incredible pride.
Nothing can match that. 100%. Oh, by the way, she gets up from the board. She knows that this is over. But if the last glimmer of hope is what Lagno is holding on to. Maybe you have Queen A5, kuch Queen A1 check ka threat, something like this. But of course, Vaishali has already calculated this till death. She will know this.
By the way, Rakesh, by making a point ki both, world champions and both challengers from Asia. So it's like सारी world champions and Asia से आ रहे हैं. That's a change in order a little bit. I think Fabi, Hikaru, I think we all expected Fabi to pull off in the open section, but no, it's Sindarov.
Yeah, I think that's actually really incredibly amazing because I think a total of 130 plus, 138, if I'm not, world championships have happened in the history of the game. And for the first time, we had two Asian challengers was when Gukesh played against Ding, because it's always been dominated when we had the Soviet era and then the post-Soviet countries as well. But when it was Ding versus Gukesh was the first time we had two Asian challengers fighting for the ultimate crown in chess. And then this time in 2026, after these two candidates, you'll have again two Asians in the Open, Sindarov and Gukesh, and two Asians in the Women World Championship, Zhu Wenjun and Vaishali from India. And that just means how much geographically the chess superpower has actually moved to the east.
Wow, that's a good point actually. Also, potential world champions are also from Asia, yeah, with like Sindarov and Vaishali in this sense. They're also gonna be from me. It's like जो भी world champion बनेगा next year and this year, they're also gonna be from Asia, regardless of the results, which is
Exactly.
which is very
It's all
crazy.
four players are Asians in this world championship that's
Mm.
coming up. And that was something that was almost unthinkable even 10 years ago, even 5 years ago.
By the way, Vaishali is now world number 13. Her rating is 2490.5. So she's going to win today, gain another like 5 or 6 points or so, and she's going to be around that, very close to that 2500 mark. So she'll be gaining 26 rating points in this event. That's an amazing performance. So the perfect upward trend you need, similar to Sindarov, yeah, when you're kind of readying yourself for the world championship. And Zhu Wenjun maybe doesn't play as often, I think, nowadays. So maybe there's a genuine chance of her becoming the world champion, chat. So yeah, let's hope for the best. Okay, game is not over just yet, but it would be like impossible to imagine something bad happening here.
Yeah, I mean nothing. I feel like she's gonna think because abhi still she's digesting everything because okay, it's kind of sad for Lagno as well. कि 40th move pe, that C4 move happened. I mean, of course, it's great that Vaishali found it, but that critical moment happened for Lagno as well. So she can, she can go back and she can say 40th move pe hona zaruri tha kya. And I think she's gonna accept all of this, and which is not an easy task over the board.
It's what a game by Vaishali to finish off the candidates, really. She never gave Lagno a chance. And I think that opening decision to first go long castle and then go bishop c4. And then after winning that pawn, finding that right defensive idea, just everything that she did, she just never allowed Lagno back into the game. A very controlled performance today by Vaishali.
By the way, a
No,
question,
yes.
We know that Hari has been a second for Zhu Wenjun. So it's going to be very interesting to see.
And for Gukesh, by the way.
Yeah. So both world champions. Very interesting to see how this goes forward. Will Hari will be helping anybody? I don't know. We don't know that yet, chat. So it'll be interesting.
Idea.
Oh, that's a very interesting question.
Yeah, because last world championship was Zhu Wenjun versus Tan Zhongyi, and there Hari was a part of Wenjun's team, went on to win the Women's World Championship. He was part of Gukesh's team, went on to win the World Championship. So Hari holds a lot of unique titles himself.
No.
Well, Hari ko matlab rokna hai, matlab basically just to enter Zhu Wenjun's team. That's the goal.
I also wonder, it's Sahaj and Sahil, that how, would a player want to actually, let's say from Wenjun's perspective, she has an Indian opponent in the World Championship match. Would she and her other teammates, would they be comfortable having another Indian Grandmaster in the camp? And how does that work in the psyche of things for the player?
Ooh.
A new chess player from India for sure, I think they will have a problem with. But I think someone you've worked with for so much time, I don't think so.
But still, I kind of get what Tanya is saying. Yeah, it's not easy because एक Olympia team में Hari and everybody has won, and I kind of understand what you're saying. So it will be difficult.
Because trust is the most important factor, right? Whenever you have your teammates. So you can't even have that 0.0001% doubt in your mind.
अरे वो एक रैंडम कोई लाइन किसी इंटरनेट पे लीक हो जाती है तो इट बिकम्स लाइक न्यूज ऑफ द डे. मतलब रैंडम ओपनिंग व्हिच नोबडी इज गोना प्ले. इमेजिन लाइक हैविंग योर सेकंड हु नोज एवरीथिंग about your preparation. Like you need to have full faith. So I think maybe there could be some changes, but regardless, I think Hari will be helping somebody for sure. Yeah, I mean he has so much experience. Gokesh, Ju Wenjun. I mean, जिसकी help करते हैं world champion बन रहा है. So of course for
Crazy
sure.
guy.
तो कौन बनेगा वर्ल्ड चैंपियन नेक्स्ट ईयर टिकू भाई?
Depends on who Hari supports, right? So I'm guessing
That's
Gokesh.
what I was asking you, भाई.
But it's
तो
like
गुकेश तो
you're the
कंफर्म है ना?
आप हो ना हमारे सबसे like A++ predictor. So you are
No, I
the
am the vessel. आज मैं
you're
vessel हूँ,
not the
remember?
vessel. You're literally the one making all the prophecies that come true. So आप
आज
बताओ.
तो मैं vessel हूँ. आज
अच्छा,
vessel हूँ मैं
आज.
भाई. आज सिर्फ wrestling होगा और कुछ नहीं.
Done है भाई.
The only question is कि what is Lagno thinking? I mean, she
She's about to
clearly
resign. She's going to resign.
she knows
She's
it's
just
over. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, she does go queen after one move threat. Rook d2 आएगा. And I think that'll be it. That's just over. Lagno's thinking, is there any way that I can keep the game going? If not, you're just sort of accepting the fact that the tournament is over. You know, you've put in 2 years of your blood, sweat, and hard work to get here, and this is it.
I even like Rook d4. Just Sahaj mentioned a while back. Just block that bishop. Khatam karo game. That will literally force resignation.
This is what I would do in this situation. Then I will look at my opponent. खेलो अब. Take what you want. Push what you want.
I like that.
उसी के बाद opponent calm बैठता है.
Also because rook d4, e3, rook h4, and then the queen will checkmate at the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very nice. Rook d4 is the simplest. खत्म करो भाई. Queen c2 में क्या हो रहा है?
कुछ
भाई
नहीं
हम
हो
भी
रहा
देखो
यार.
कैलकुलेट करने लग गए इसके बाद बिकॉज हमें भी पता है कि कैंडिडेट्स है तो हम
Queen
भी
c2,
डबल
Queen
चेक कर रहे
a7. Sahaj भाई. Queen a7.
हैं. वो उस पे भी क्वीन ए2 तो है ना मतलब.
हाँ मतलब
फिर भी
मजाक.
डबल ट्रिपल चेक करते हैं ठीक है अच्छे से ताकि वो भी वही कर रही होगी वैशाली.
I think rook d2 to me is like a very natural move. It's what I would play in this position.
यहाँ पे तो टिक्कू टेस्ट भी नहीं कर सकते भाई.
No TT
नो
here.
चांस भाई. टिक्कू ये तो मतलब यू विल बीट स्टॉकफिश आल्सो यार फॉर श्योर.
I mean, I'm hoping. I'm hoping I
100%.
would.
Come on, you will beat stock.
Otherwise
100
तो
easy.
भाई I should stop playing chess. But meanwhile, chat पूछ रही है कि भाई अगला बड़ा इवेंट कौन सा है? Well, clearly एक बड़ा इवेंट तो फिक्स हो गया. Hopefully, that's going to be the Women's World Championship जो अगले साल likely अप्रैल में होगी. So देखते हैं कहाँ पे होगी. By the rook d2 played smooth chess by Vaishali. No mistakes. I think we should see resignation now.
We should. But we're not sure.
Wait, Tanya का कैमरा गायब हो गया. That can only mean one thing.
Wait,
Somebody's
Vishi
joined
sir?
us. Yes, Vishi sir, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
So it looks like great news so far in the Vaishali game.
I mean, 2 rooks against a bishop, I think I'll take that.
But it has not ended yet.
No, I mean, Lagno is proving to be very resilient. Finding moves that don't lose with this material imbalance is incredible. But come on, it's just, and it's past the time control. But I think Vaishali will probably take another 15-20 minutes and carefully make sure that. I mean, there are no prizes for jumping the gun now, so she has to just make sure and do it. But with one bishop, there's not much you can do. Also, Black's king is not that safe.
And it was such a controlled game by Vaishali, Vishi. Even, after you left, just the way she executed the whole plan felt flawless to us.
Yes, the only question is, had Lagno gone back to h7, had she played king h7, then the question is, would Vaishali have found rook d7, queen a5, king c1, which is the absolute only way to win, or taken the draw?
Vishi?
So they were repeating, right? They went queen h4 check, king g8, queen e4. And here, if Lagno had gone back to h7, there is hardly a good move for white. I mean, you can make a case for h3, But there is no other waiting move simply. But instead, Lagno decides to go for the win. And with rook 8, a4. And then we were thinking that c4, well, it's a move. You find it or you don't. It can be difficult. But rook d8 check, king h7, c4 came. Again, she ran 5 minutes down to 1.5 or something, making absolutely sure. And that was it, game over. Because then you have to sacrifice the rook and and the exchange. So that's just a bit too much.
Wow.
So that was the only drama there. We were just wondering, 2 minutes, it's perfect countdown and drama. 2 minutes, can she find c4? And then, I don't know, maybe she had a minute or two and she goes rook d8 check. And then we thought, well, if you play rook d8 check, then it's got to be c4. But you could feel the drama, whether c4 happens or not. And boom, it did. So
amazing. Were Pragg
and there's no more
Nagalakshmi
ambiguity, I think. So what's that?
I was just asking you if Pragg and Nagalakshmi ji were around when c4 was played. Did you see them?
No, but I saw them outside waiting outside the entrance for the players, where the players exit after finishing their games. And both of them are there. And Pragg is telling his mom, no, you can relax. And his mom saying, can I stop praying? So it's a great sight. But well, you can understand because it's been such a roller coaster the last 3 days for her. But wow, there she is.
Incredible. And Vishi, to start a tournament with 4 draws and a loss, and then to be at this stage.
Just one day in the life of Vaishali.
And so she had that moment, right? Rook a1. I mean, that was an opportunity, and she's just not looked back since then.
Yes.
Now I think Queen f5.
No, she's taken her chances, but also in the end, you have to say she showed the most stability. I mean, she took the blows, but if you look at Jiner, who's also been very impressive, but she has 4 losses. So Vaishali holding it back to 2 and honestly, I think if Vaishali had not lost to Jiner, she'd be even in a very comfortable position. She'd be coasting in with 3 rounds to spare. But I think there she went for a full battle. You got to admire that. And then still to win the tournament after that defeat. And so we have one horse in both the races.
Yes, we do. One as a challenger, one to defend the title.
Yes.
We were also talking about how it just feels like after so many years and decades, World Championship has moved so much towards the East, having the players from Asia playing, and it feels like the superpowers are all on this side of the world now, after a lot of Soviet domination, post-Soviet countries as well.
Yes, I think especially that's one trend, but even more noticeable trend is towards younger players. I mean, here you saw a lot of veterans. I mean, Anish put in a great performance, but in fact, still 1.5 points behind Javokhir. And Fabi, Hikaru just never got going here. So, and that's been also a kind of pattern for a while. Last time they were racing Gukesh till the end, but this time it never quite happened with Sindarov. And Vaishali as well. Is she the youngest? She's the youngest, right?
At 24 to play the World Championship match.
No, in the candidates. Is she the youngest candidate? No, Jiner is younger, right?
Jiner is younger, yes.
Yes,
Jiner is younger.
but I'm wondering, is she the youngest candidates winner, Vaishali, in the women?
But Li Tingji played it, no? I think once or
Li Tingji, how old is she?
Oh no, she's older. So
yeah,
maybe,
I have a feeling she's older than Vaishali. So Vaishali, we'll get this fact checked. But to your point, actually in the World Championship matches, Wenjun would be the one who will be the eldest, the senior citizen, so to say, with Javokhir and Gukesh at 20 fighting it out and Vaishali at 24.
Yes. Sometimes it's quite revealing to see the age of the oldest person because that kind of tells you where this trend is going. But very good news because Indian men have shown amazing results, but to top of the Olympiad win, that now a woman after what is it 14 years since Sampi did it?
15 years, 2011, yes.
Okay, 15 years. So then it's nice to resume that tradition.
Amazing. Vishi, Ding Gukesh was the youngest World Championship match, I believe, for the ages combined. Ding was, I think it came to 50 when they played. And now it's going to be 20 and 20 with Gukesh and Sindarov when they match. So it's just truly getting younger and younger in every way.
Yes. Yeah. I think with Gukesh and Ding, it was an average of 25, right?
Yeah. And I
because
think
it
the
was 50 in
combined age
total.
was, yes,
And now
combined
it's
age was 50.
now it's just 20. The average is 20 because they're both 20. So
Exactly. I think
or
Gukesh
both
is
will be. I
6
think
months.
Sindarov is still 19, but he will be 20. And no, it's the Gukesh as well. He will be 20 only in May.
Yes.
So
Yes. He's, I think, 6 months older than Sindarov.
yeah.
Wow.
That's huge
By the
in
way,
chess stories.
she just played Queen D5, by the way. I know it's over, but I'm still.
Any moment. I'm expecting
Yeah.
a handshake any moment. This might be it. Oh, what a roller coaster of an event this has been.
Yeah. And it must be said, from a difficult position, Lagno did a great job. But then 1 minute she got ambitious and tried Rook A4. It turned out to be an error in judgment because sometimes you have to understand when you're worse. But still, Rook A4 is an impressive try. And it turned out there's only one way to do it. And Vaishali spotted it. I don't know if she spotted it earlier. Anyway, I guess they'll ask her these questions in the press conference. It'll be interesting to know the sequence when it happened. Did she see Rook A8, D8 check only after Rook A4? Or, the C4 idea, or she saw it before? Kind of interesting to know.
We were both debating, me and Tanya here, that Rook D4 or Bishop D4 moves look a lot more natural. Maybe that's what she calculated when she was looking at Rook A4. C4 was not a move that
Yes.
came to my mind instantly.
Yeah,
Or she just
Rook
maybe.
1 D4. I think the problem itself is. Oh, it's not Queen D8 because then there's Queen H4 check. So what is it? Rook takes B2 check. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, Rook takes B2 and then Rook. Exactly.
Yeah, and Bishop D4, Queen D8 wins, and that's the problem as well.
Exactly. Oh, by the way, she plays Queen. Oh, she's still playing on, yeah? She hasn't resigned yet.
She's setting up Queen C3.
Well, I have traveled back in time 15 minutes. Because of course I ought to know what's going on there, but I actually don't know what's been going on last few moves. I left it at Rook 8 D2 and something like that. But anyway.
So Rook 8 D2, she played
Queen F5 and then I haven't seen it since. Did she play Queen D5?
Yeah, Queen D5 and Queen F3.
D5. Maybe
Rook
hoping
C2
for
played.
Queen C3, stopping Queen C3. And maybe this is the moment. Now that all the plans have been stopped, complete control, Queen and Bishop can't line up.
Yeah.
Handshakes incoming right here, right now, is my prediction.
Seems like a very reasonable one.
Because it just feels like White has an extra rook in the position. Like Rook versus Bishop, you can understand this, you can play this, but yeah.
And so, by the way, I think the women's section was much closer, of course, than the open section, but Vaishali now will be first. Was there a certain quality that kind of brought her to the first rank, like something that was better than the others?
I would have to look at all the games more closely. I think in general, there's no special quality to Vaishali, but her tenacity always stands her in good stead because she gets into difficulties, but she's quite cool and able to overcome them. Peter Svidler was also mentioning that she's a phenomenal calculator. And that definitely helps her on multiple occasions. So I'm going to go with that for the moment because I haven't had a chance to review all the games and kind of make a pattern. In the end, the winner is always right? I mean, she did a little bit more than everyone, and that was enough.
She also very, in more ways than one, a very proud moment for you, considering that both Gukesh and Vaishali are students of the West Praggnanandhaa Chess Academy, and both will be playing in the World Championship.
Yes. Yeah, that is going to be a nice situation.
We're expecting some celebration from Vaka and hopefully an invite.
I will pass
Consider
on
it.
the strong recommendations from the public.
Amazing. Oh, still no moves.
Yeah. She has to resign, yeah? I mean, there is not even a single threat remaining.
I don't know what she wants to do, to be honest. Like literally everything is defended.
Yeah, I think this is the best time to quote Viktor Korchnoi. Excuse me, do you speak English? Yes.
Oh.
Why don't you resign? And but I think it's understandable that Lagno, for a minute, she thought she was getting somewhere, and then she realized that she had in fact thrown away. Whether, but it's ambitious. I mean, when you go to King G8 and the game hasn't gone your way, still you decide to give it one more try with Rook 8 A4. I think that also tells you why the women's tournament has been so much more exciting.
Yeah. I think it's safe to assume that for both these players, maybe C4, for Lagno, definitely C4 was missed, and Vaishali found it. That's the important part, whether she had seen it beforehand or not, but that was definitely the clutch moment for her to do it on the 40th move. Vishi, a move number that's known for being an absolute curse in so many games, is when the winning move happened.
Yes. And yeah, C4 is the move you definitely want to make, and you can't see another way, right?
Yeah.
I think Queen E1 also just about does the trick, but I mean, who's going to do that?
Yeah, Queen E1 also works in the position, but takes C4, it looks kind of dangerous. By the way, she has just played Queen F8. She's still playing on, yeah? She played Queen F4.
And there's no idea, by the way, in a way that you're not setting up Queen E5 or anything. So as white, is there just a move that forces Black's hand? Can you attack E4 and win it instantly? Don't see it. Rook E1, E3.
I mean, anything, yeah, basically. Do you want to play Rook E2 here or Rook E1?
Spoiled for choice. And it was also, I think, a very important moment that I'm not sure where Sahil and Vishi have both disappeared.
No, I'm actually trying to look at the position as well because there's only so much I can do on my phone.
You're on your phone, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm an old build. I can't do phone and diagram and everything at the same time. Okay, so Queen F4 is still hanging in there. Okay, now I'll come back.
Hanging in there, yes. But you look at Kateryna on the screen and it's quite evident that she knows that it's just delaying the inevitable.
Sure. And even miracles, I mean, with a rook, extra rook and an extra exchange, it's hard to imagine what move could tilt the balance in some way. At most, I can imagine that you blunder a rook and it's a draw because the king is too open, but come on. Yes. But sometimes people just need to come to terms with it and you have to.
And what a roller coaster of an event, and it ends without a tiebreak. Divya also doing her part today, Vishi, Bibisara holding her to a draw. Nobody lands on the same points. It's a beautifully written script for Indian chess.
Yes. What did Divya say about missing knight d6? Because if you saw her in the camera, she was actually showing the whole line. So did she calculate it and not play it because she was not sure, or did she calculate it after making the move? Did anyone catch that? That would be interesting because she had a win on the spot actually.
We didn't
not
see
seen
that.
that.
Yeah, knight d6 was completely busted for black, so we kind of missed
Well,
the
but
post-game.
word on the street, at least Swidler Street, is that Divya said showed the whole line with her finger, and he could watch her lip sync the moves, and he thought, "Wow, she's got the whole line correctly because you have to bring this knight to hit six, take there, and then when the final knight h3 check, you have to go king h2." Divya showed the whole line, but then why didn't she play it? Is the interesting question.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because we saw it with knight f7, knight h6, and we thought it was complicated. Possibly she kind of saw it. I would guess that either somebody
She saw it afterwards,
informed
right?
her.
That
Yeah, she
seems
saw it
logical.
afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe when she got
Or
out,
the
someone
last
informed
move
her.
she saw afterwards and thought, oh, damn, I missed that. Because you
Yeah.
have to see queen h6 and king h2. But anyway.
Yeah, we'll show that. We'll show that to chat in a bit. But that was a complex line. And very interesting that Divya was able to rattle that off the whole variation in her interview.
Very much.
By the way, still going on. She's played e3. I feel like Vishi sir, you know something we don't.
No, I can promise you, I no longer know something you don't.
I feel like you know
I'm
something,
back in
sir.
time. My spaceship came back.
Oh.
You're back on our timeline now.
Are you carrying any message with the spaceship? We would love to know the message.
Yeah, well, I would love to have one as well. In this particular case, I spent 10 minutes talking to Prag and his mom and kind of just wound my way up, and boom, here we are. So
But
I don't
here
know,
we
but
are.
I think in 15 minutes or something, it's got to end. So
Vishi, I think 15 minutes might be pushing it because there's a huge threat of queen h3 and rook c8 now. I'm not even sure.
yeah, well, in that case, yes.
e3 is hanging.
Well, what did she play? Queen d7 or something? No, what did she play for queen?
Queen
F-
g2. So she played e3 and then queen g2.
Ah,
So
okay.
queen-
And now queen h3 is
Yeah.
coming up.
Queen f4, rook e1, attacked e4, e3, queen g2. And now just queen h3 and you're winning this e3 pawn. Rook c8 is coming in.
Yes.
You'll also lose the pawn now for sure. So you should be a resignation now.
Interesting question. If black had a pawn on h5, this would probably go on a while, right?
For sure.
Queen h3 is just that the straw that breaks the camel's back, really.
It's the only one.
Yeah.
Chad is saying finally we can sleep peacefully. It's been a stressful couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think I'm also going to go for dinner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy as I am to celebrate this moment, but it's okay. It would be nice to catch that moment, but my God.
How about you
But
wait for
knowing that
one
it already
moment?
happened downstairs and you're seeing the past, I mean, that really kind of freaks me
Wait,
out.
so you do know something?
No, I don't, but I know that it has already, whatever we have seen has already happened long back.
Yeah. It's like watching the night sky.
Or perhaps I can call the arbiter. I think we can dispense with the 15-minute thing now. Because, come on. Where's the cheating?
The tournament's over. But it
Yeah,
would be
but-
amazing to have. Vishi, give us like one more minute. If it doesn't happen in a minute, then I won't stop you. But I would love it if you're with us in this big, big moment.
No,
you were
trust me. I
there-
also, I want to go, but I want to stay. That's the problem
Yeah, I
with this
can-
game.
You were there when we won the bronze in Chennai. You were there when we won the gold in Budapest. And now with this, Vaishali's sort of, I think, the biggest moment in her career so far.
Mhm.
Yes, I would love it if you're around as well.
I think she's going to resign now. I mean, it feels like even through, okay, I thought so, but no.
I agree with
The
you. Sahil, because-
longest minute of like Vaishali.
Okay, it's about-
I think for
it's about to be
sure.
over, yeah?
He's waiting for that resignation.
He's about to resign, I think. Let's
I
go!
She doesn't.
She resigned.
Yes,
She resigned.
just
Vaishali
now.
is going to the World Championship. She wins the
Wow.
candidates.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
What
What
a
a
game.
moment.
What a game!
Oh, wow.
What-
We have confetti, by the way. Not the DL1, but digital. But works, does the job. What a moment for Vaishali and Indian chess.
And to be here sharing it with Vishi Anand, what a moment for all of us. As after 15 years, Indian chess will have a challenger at the World Championship. We'll have Gukesh fighting for the title. We'll have Vaishali fighting for the title.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
Amazing.
And this was quite some drama today. Or just shows what Vaishali went through to haul this point in. So
Yeah, for sure. So now you can tell us, did you know?
no,
You
I
knew,
did
right?
not know.
You knew. Okay, now it's over. You can say.
Yeah, but I was over, and I'm telling you, I didn't know.
Oh, okay. Wow. You're very good
As
at this,
nice as the
fella.
story would be, if I knew, I didn't know.
But if you knew, would you tell us?
Okay, this is Inception level stuff.
Yeah, well, that's an awkward one as well. Because,
Nice.
that's an awkward one.
Vishi, before we let you go, and I know that even for Vaishali, she would love to see you at this moment. How would you summarize her performance at this Candidates in your words?
In the end, she was stronger than everyone. I mean, she grabbed the lead, then still showed a combative attitude in how she played against Jiner. I mean, I would have counseled taking that one slow, but as Sindarov learned to do. But and then to come back strongly like this, amazing stuff. And today she played a great game under the circumstances with all the tension. Just a fantastic game. Good preparation, caught Lagno off guard. I don't know if she was expecting the dragon particularly, but she coped beautifully. Great preparation. I think her preparation in this tournament has been outstanding and has helped her normal resourcefulness amplified the effect of her normal resourcefulness, because normally she will get out of trouble, but yeah, she had great preparation to go with it, and just in every department. So I think fantastic for her. I mean, she must have been dreaming of this. So.
Absolutely.
There's a dream come true for all of India, I think, not just Vaishali. What a moment, actually. After Gukesh, now Vaishali is going to be amazing. We'll be excited for the World Championship match coming up. That's going to be super exciting as well.
Yeah, and it's quite unusual that we have. But maybe China managed it the last time when Ding played. Maybe the other match as well. So China just managed two people, but okay. Now India signs up for this. A man and woman at the World Championship at the same time. So very nice.
It's amazing. What a moment it is. And Vishi, thank you so much for sharing this with us, this historic moment for Indian chess. And yeah, it was amazing to have you on our broadcast. I know that a lot of people want you in Cyprus right now. So
thanks a lot.
Yes, I don't know how many people want me in Cyprus right now.
Everybody.
But it was great fun.
Thank you, Vishi. Thank you so much. And we're going to also have Vaishali's interview play and hear it from the, well, I want to say the woman of the moment right now. Check this out, chat.
Grandmaster Vaishali, congratulations. You're going to play for the World Championship. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. I'm so super happy. Yeah, I won't be able to put it in words. Yeah.
I'm sure you'll figure it out soon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Vaishali, whole India is proud of you. How do you feel right now? What is the emotion? Thank you so much.
A lot of things going within. I don't know, I won't be able to push through this. It's like a team moment.
Wow, what a moment that was. Welcome, Rakesh bhai, with the Indian flag. Why feel आ गई that smile on everybody that ऐसे 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 घूम रही थी वहां पे वैशाली देख लो. So nice to see an Indian win finally.
Crazy. What a moment, bhai. What a moment.
मजा ही आ गया भाई. मजा ही आ गया. वैशाली ओपी भाई, रुकना नहीं चाहिए.
I'm
लेट्स गो.
just
और क्या
honestly
जीती भाई. क्या जीती भाई
taking it all
लेकिन.
in.
लेट्स
Amazing.
जस्ट अंडरस्टैंड मतलब क्या जीती है वो. मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि कहीं पे मतलब
हाँ.
खराब थी कहीं भी. मतलब शुरुआत से लेके एंड तक इट वाज लाइक वेरी कन्विंसिंग. या
तेज भाई आप नहीं थे ना वापस और एक बार.
ओहो, लेट्स गो. लेट्स गो.
भाई जर्सी कैमरे से चालू हुआ था जब जू जिनर ने रुक दिया था अपना वो
Yes.
रुके वन.
First
सो
win.
भाई
फर्स्ट विन
जर्सी
वहीं
को
से आई थी.
पैटेंट कर लो. अपने पास रख लो उस जर्सी को. चाहिए रहेगी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में.
Oh yes. Yes.
भाई दूसरा 2 जर्सीज ले लो भाई. एक गुकेश के लिए भी.
But this is actually huge. Yeah, I mean, I think as many said, like there was no separator between all the players. बहुत packed field था. Within like 20-30 rating points, there was everybody. There was no somebody you could easily beat. Yeah, somebody was clear favorite. So huge win by Vaishali actually. And she was the lowest seed, by the way. I'm not even sure if that's been done before. कि lowest seed candidate जीत गया हो.
Yeah. No, it's been incredible to watch her journey. And, just the fact that you start with 4 draws and a loss at the candidates. Today, what she put up, it's like from pressure to glory, from dream to reality. Whatever you say about her performance, it just feels so incredible. And that moment when she walked out of the tournament hall with Praggnanandhaa ji there outside waiting for her to come. And you could see the relief on her. You could see how much this means to her. And now it's to the World Championships.
I mean, and it was so nice to see her entire family, seconds, everybody there congratulating her. सबके चेहरे पे smile थी भाई. That was so nice to see. हमारे कमेंटर्स है चैट भाई क्रेजी चैट. एक बार वैशाली ओपी और इंडियन फ्लैग हो जाएगा कमेंट से भाई. क्रेजी विन. लेट्स कीप इन माइंड यहाँ पे 16 प्लेयर आए थे, 2 ही विनर होने वाले थे. एंड we got like 50% of the results. Yeah, essentially huge win for Vaishali. Of course, Divya also contributed at the end, because if Divya had lost, then we would have tie breaks tomorrow. So at the end, a proper team performance.
Rakesh, there was a moment in this candidates where Vaishali was at the bottom of the leaderboard. After round
Yes.
5 or 6, I think it was, when she was she was 7th or 8th place. And then to fight her way back up, just incredible mental fortitude by her. It was just amazing to watch this happen, and to beat Kateryna Lagno twice in this candidates. It's really something.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing win. I think best day of her life, I think. And maybe more in April 2027 when she plays for the women's world title. But Tanya, you were teammates with Vaishali and Divya in the Olympiad when you won gold. Aaj, like, because of Divya's draw, Vaishali could win. So can you tell us how they will be celebrating?
I honestly, meko itna FOMO ho raha hai. I wish we could all be part of that celebration. But I'll say one thing. I think it's amazing that Divya did her job as well. Bibisara was in such big form. So for Divya, I don't know what happened, why she didn't go for knight d6, because Vishi hame bata rahe the that she actually had spotted that whole line, is what was the case in when she was analyzing it. But even to hold that, it was good enough. I think she realizes it herself that this was not just her draw, but a Vaishali, an India win, because we've got a player in the candidates. Divya did not have any chance to make it. So I think she needed to do what she did, and she delivered when it mattered. So for Vaishali and Divya, I think Vaishali definitely owes Divya a treat right now. A big one.
Yeah.
कम से कम मतलब it can't just be one bhai. It was a big assist there. So yeah, Divya OP as
Huge.
well bhai in the chat bhai.
Yeah.
For sure. And of course Tan did the same for Zhu Jiner yesterday when she drew against Vaishali. So it was like kind of them helping out. But yeah, overall, bhai Zhu Jiner is still playing, yeah.
It reminds me, Sahaj, Rakesh, of how in 24 candidates, how Vidit's result against Hikaru played such a big role in what
Yes.
happened at the end with Gukesh. तो भाई teammates तो चाहिए
Exactly.
होते हैं लाइफ में.
उधर भी 2-0 जीता था विदित हिकारू के साथ.
Amazing.
By the way,
So, Rakesh, because this is the first time the four of us are together, bhai, World Championships mein kya hi hone wala hai? Let's just talk about that because the stage is set. It is Vaishali versus Zhu Wenjun. It is Sindarov versus Gukesh, the youngest ever World Championship. Gukesh would have turned 20. Sindarov will be 20 at that time when the match will happen. Vaishali, I believe the youngest ever candidates winner, but chat will correct me if I'm wrong on that. But in my memory, I think Vaishali is the youngest women candidates winner. Will be playing against the 5-time world champion. आपको क्या लगता है राकेश भाई क्या ही होने वाला है chess world में?
I think it's going to be Vaishali's time. The tide is turning, 24, 25 years ki hongi Vaishali when she plays. Zhu Wenjun, I think already about 30. And we saw Javokhir और भाई Gukesh यहाँ पे. Open section में तो there is nobody born in 1990s. सब 2 से start हो रहा है सबका birth year. So I think women section में also that is coming. Divya also, is upcoming. So I think
Zhu
it's
Jiner,
going to
she's
be
23 years old.
yeah, world number 2. So I think it's going to be tough for Zhu and Jun. So rooting for Vaishali and Tanya. क्या ही बढ़िया चीज है एक 2750 का सेकंड आपके घर पे है. So
और क्या ही चाहिए लाइफ में. एंड द थिंग इज आई एम श्योर वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस राइट कि जैसे सिंडरॉव ने बिबिसारा की कल पूरी रात बैठ के हेल्प तो की होगी भाई ओपनिंग्स चेक करना प्रिपेयर करना. Similarly for Pragg, his focus would have been 1000% his sister, going in for the game of her life. And
Bhai,
that
but लेकिन Pragg won
preparation.
this battle. Pragg
भाई
won
भाई
the
बहन
battle.
over girlfriend boyfriend.
Let's go. Family OP. Let's go.
and we actually saw them, right? मतलब नागलक्ष्मी जी के साथ प्रग था, प्रणेश था, and Vaibhav Suri. So like
Yes.
everyone was there when she walked out. So it was an amazing thing to see.
And I think for Ramesh also, this is such a moment filled with pride. Of course, Vishi's role cannot be overstated. They are all part of Waka, but I think Ramesh has sort of been such a core part of Vaishali and Pragg's team since they were very little, since they were 8-9 years old. And I can just imagine what he's feeling right now to see Vaishali go and fight in the big stage. Huge.
Yeah, and chat, fun fact, when in 2013, before Magnus versus Vishi World Championship, Magnus played a simul in Chennai, and Vaishali was the one who defeated Magnus in that simul. 13 साल पहले.
क्या ही मोमेंट है गाइस. बहुत मजा आने वाला है. I mean, I'm just thinking कि 15 साल के बाद finally we'll have someone fighting for the women's world championship title. Somehow I genuinely have felt over the last few years our boys have been doing so incredibly well and we've all been so proud of them, but somewhere women's chess gets a little overshadowed even if we have those achievements. And I think for young girls, they believe in what they see is possible. So having someone go and make it to the world championship, I think it just means that we'll have a whole big generation of young girls take up the sport. And what this means for Indian chess is far beyond what we can fathom right now. To have a challenger at this match, and it's India versus China. Last time that happened, we know how that went.
Yeah.
Oof.
And भाई मैं समय में कुछ तो WhatsApp पे भेजा है आपको. And Tanya, मतलब even if you can check. So this is an amazing photo of Vaishali. Can we show that to chat? मतलब भाई.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
You will feel that you are in Cyprus, and what a moment for this family. Yeah, I think समय महिला भाई super chats आ गए हैं टिकू भाई. India OP, you all rock. Thank you Asim bhai for the generous super chat.
Bhai, that's like 3 weeks of hard work coming, giving you results finally. Like the nerves kind of finally culminating in that, oh my God, finally I did it. I think we saw something similar with Sindarov, and
You look at Vaishali, it's relief. It's
Mhm.
relief and it's joy. And then you look at Nagalakshmi ji, you look at the mother, and it's pure happiness. It's pure pride and happiness. They're two very different smiles.
मजा आ
Four
गया
very
भाई.
different smiles.
Rakesh, आपने जो भेजा है, how are we doing it? How are we doing this for chat? Because I think we have to do it for chat. Chat, we have a surprise for
Yes.
you. Rakesh will tell us about it.
So, we had something special when Gukesh won in Toronto, and we did a very special giveaway. Samay Bhai was also with us back then. But chat, and Tanya, you let me know if this sounds fair to chat. So,
Okay.
we have something special to celebrate Vaishali's achievement. So, today, whoever is streaming, who's watching this, and of course, we'll give you a chance to apply for this online. But so the prize is ours, chat, that we want to give you all. So, 10 lucky winners will win a diamond membership. 10 lucky winners will win a signboard from Tanya Sachdev herself, and
Bhai,
10
sab
lucky winners will win a merch from Chesscom
Oof.
India. So
Oof.
30 winners, chat.
I want to add one thing, Rakesh bhai. I think the signed chessboard should be from all of us in the panel. Yeah, like we have been. This is your community. They have been watching you all. Let's make it everyone sign on the board,
I think
including the only player to defeat
थोड़ा
Praggnanandhaa.
logistical problem हो
लॉजिस्टिकल
जाएगा, I
इशू है.
feel.
सहाज भाई, और मेरे तक बोर्ड पहुंचते पहुंचते वो बोर्ड पहुंचेगा नहीं पहुंचेगा. आई एम
वर्ल्ड
वेरी डाउटफुल.
चैंपियनशिप खत्म हो जाएगी.
Exactly. सहज भाई बुडापेस्ट
जाना
में
है.
टिकू भाई के घर पे ब्लिंकिट जोमेटो डिलीवर नहीं होता तो Chesscom-
So it's going to be very tough, I think. I would
अच्छा,
say
तभी
कि
मुझे चूज करती हूँ कि दिल्ली तो सब कुछ आ ही जाता है.
Correct.
अब समझ में आया चैट. मुझे लगा प्यार दे रहे थे यहाँ पे, but it's nothing like that. It's just pure convenience. But okay, what does chat need to do to be one of the 10 lucky winners, Rakesh? What is the contest?
So yeah, 30 winners overall. We'll put up all the information on our socials. So do follow Chesscom India, Instagram and Twitter. And yeah, it's a random lucky giveaway. We want to share this happiness. बोलते ना तानिया की खुशियां बांटने से बढ़ती है और so
Yes.
we want to share this with the community. And bhai, cool merch coming up. We'll announce more details in last week of April. So Chesscom is partner and Tanya आपको मिलेगा of course.
Thank you. I love how Rakesh knows me really well. उन्हें पता है कि क्या ही आने वाला है. Are the plushies part of the merch? Because that's my favorite bit with the Chesscom merch.
नहीं ये Chesscom India merch है, so it's not going to be plushies. It's going to be oh, that's so nice.
I
But yeah,
love
we'll
so
have
cute.
It is
Oh,
the
nice.
cutest. Yeah, I cannot tell you the amount of people who have come into my room or my friends and they have tried to steal this from my room और ये कहीं नहीं जाता. It is the absolute best. भाई stress buster है, paperweight है, बस cutie porn है this plushie.
Yeah. By the way,
और मेरे पास
another
एक और है by the way. मेरे पास ये वाला भी है.
ये तो मेरे पास भी नहीं है. ये क्या है?
अमीर होता है, गरीबों के पास एक भी नहीं है. हमें भेज दो. जब बोर्ड भेजेंगे ना, एक हमें भी भेज देना ऐसे तानिया.
और
पर
मेरे
आपके
को
यहाँ
अभी
तो कुछ आता नहीं है ना. आपका पता नहीं कहाँ रहते हो कि कुछ जाता ही नहीं है वहां पे apparently. कुछ
मैं दिल्ली
पहुंचता
आऊंगा,
ही
मैं ले
नहीं है.
लूंगा, कोई बात नहीं. डन. नाउ एक तो जाएगा फिर से.
डन है भाई.
Another super chat from guess of what AI SSS आप तीनों के बारे में बोल रहे हैं. SSS Trio commentary. Thanks for this huge effort. We got a very nice end in the end. We had a nice finish to the tournament.
भाई मैं S
Thank you
कैसे
so
हुई?
much,
मैं
भाई.
तो T हूँ.
आप
सचदेव ना.
सचदेव का S लिया होगा
अच्छा,
उन्होंने.
सचदेव का
हाँ.
S. Triple S. Nice, nicely done. Thank you so much. But seriously, chat, इतना मजा आया ये candidates में, and you guys were with us. I saw at some point we had more than 4,000 people joining us in the moments when Vaishali was finding her path, navigating to that world championship spot. And it's just so meaningful for us because at the end of it, all of us commentators on any channel that broadcasts chess, हम किस लिए करते हैं? आप लोगों के लिए तो करते हैं. And you guys make all of this possible. So दिल से thank you.
मजा आया भाई.
Wow.
बहुत बहुत मजा आया. एक वो I feel like completion की feeling आ रही है, you know. I feel like it's been, because I think as an Indian chess fan and as a commentator, you've been waiting for a moment like this since 2024. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Like, we've been waiting for a moment, and I feel like this is that moment that we can celebrate. So it's
Yeah.
very nice.
And like Sahaj, I completely agree. On that note, the last major event won by an Indian was Vaishali in Grand FIDE Grand Swiss 2025 उज्बेकिस्तान
Right.
में. उसके बाद ना आपको पता है एकदम पूरा ड्राई स्पेल था, कोई जीत ही नहीं रहा था. हर जगह पे Indians were in the second half. We did those streams. Well, of course, Arjun won World Rapid Blitz में bronze, but Tata Steel, Prague Masters, टिकू भाई तो रो दिए थे, मतलब literally.
So basically, last लिटरली भाई रोया था ये पक्का. बट यू नो लास्ट वाला अगर वैशाली जीती है, उसके पहले वाला देन प्रगी जीता ना, टाटा स्टील मास्टर्स इन 2025. So it's just the like मतलब घर में ही जीत रहे हैं
Divya
भाई.
won the World Cup as well. That was a huge
That's true.
moment.
Yes, that's
Oh,
true.
yeah,
Yes.
So
yeah,
we
that's
had
true.
that.
But I
no,
think जो वैशाली जीती फिर थोड़ा गंदा स्पेल था, फिर वापस जीती. अभी
Yeah,
आई
yeah.
थिंक अच्छा होगा.
अब
अभी से
टाइम बदल
normal
गया है
chess.
दोस्तों.
Yes.
अब टाइम आ गया है. You know that switch has happened. So Olympiad coming up, World Championship coming up. सहज तुम बोल रहे हो कि ऐसे लग रहा है एक लूप कंप्लीट हुआ है, पर अभी तो पिक्चर बाकी है, because we have 2 big World Championships coming up. This is the stepping stone, bhai. This is the last step before the big one.
But you know, Tanya, ऐसा लग रहा है ये पिक्चर पहले देखी हुई है. You know, like as you said, the last time this happened, we know what happened. So we know how that match turned out. So
And also I think 2 वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप तो है ही. टोटल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है, वर्ल्ड रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्ज चैंपियनशिप है. आई मीन आज मतलब अगले 1 साल में सब ले लेंगे हम लोग, कुछ नहीं छोड़ेंगे भाई किसी और के लिए भाई, सब पकड़ के रख लेंगे. एंड आई थिंक इंडियन प्लेयर्स टॉप पे इतने सारे हैं कि ईच वन ऑफ देम कुड हैव अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप चैट. सो आई मीन ह्यूज विन फॉर वैशाली. आई थिंक इट्स टाइम फॉर सेलिब्रेशन. I'm sure that she's going to celebrate. I wonder कैसे celebrate करेगी वैशाली. I'm not sure. Maybe like a huge party somewhere. राकेश भाई, any experience like कैसे Ukesh celebrate किया था?
नहीं,
Ukesh
नहीं,
went, I think.
I'll tell you, she'll go back and वो दिव्या के साथ वो जो क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस, वो जो फोर्ट्रेस था ना, वो डिस्कस करेंगे वो लोग. And you guys might laugh, but it's a very realistic possibility. Like at some point, you know. So yeah.
Actually, good question. Rakesh, you're the one who has all the big goss coming in from Cyprus chat. I can't tell you, Rakesh भाई के पास जो info होती है, मैं क्या ही बताऊं आपको. What is the big party scene in Cyprus? What do you know that we don't know?
I just was talking to Weber. So party scenes तो मतलब इतना ज़्यादा नहीं है, but definitely they're going to be having a nice dinner. But I have some relevant information.
I knew it. Give it to us, Rakesh.
About the World Championships. So because of some ऐसे हो रहा है कुछ issues, not confirmed yet, but be ready for December is what I'm hearing. November में नहीं होगा. Yeah. So December में होगा World Championships.
Do you mean the Gukesh one, right?
Yeah, Gukesh one.
Oh,
And women and Gukesh Sindarov, these are going to be 2 different matches held, right? They're not going to happen together. And
Correct.
actually, I think Sindarov's birthday is in December. So I wonder if he would have turned 21. That means he will actually be 21 when the match happens.
So you're telling me कि एक time के अंदर they will play World Classical Rapid and Blitz Championship in 1 month.
Yes. ऐसा
Crazy
सुनने में आ
भाई.
रहा है.
What a
And
month.
he will turn 21 during the tournament. और last time जब ये हुआ था, like a player playing a world championship on his birthday was Magnus Carlsen. When he beat Karyachkina वो Queen at 6 के साथ.
Yes.
Like the tie breaks. So.
Yes. Wow. And that was also end of November, I'm guessing, when that happened. So this will be in December, you're
30th.
saying. यार एक बात बोलना चाहती हूँ. When Gukesh Ding happened, the broadcast that we all did, ऐसे सब साथ में, we did it live. हमने हंगामा मचा दिया था. Chat, I think everyone remembers. It's such a core memory. वैसा कुछ plan तो करना ही होएगा इस बार के लिए. It's such a huge moment for India. And you know, for Gukesh, I think it's beyond just the crown, right? It's about proving himself that he belongs there, that he is truly the world champion, and to kind of just give the biggest and the strongest reply to all the detractors. So winning this match would just be, I think for him, it would be really, really incredibly even more meaningful than his first world championship. Because there were all these questions, right? When he beat Ding, what was Ding's form, where he was coming from? And then for Gukesh, now this comes down to Sindarov, who's on top of his game by the way he's playing. Can Gukesh take down the challenger this time?
Gonna be a very
Good question,
difficult
Tanya.
question. It's a very difficult one.
But by the way, Tiku bhai, can we just show our standings for a bit because all games have ended in the women's section. And good news hai, chat or Indian fans ke liye, like if you could just have it up that Divya Deshmukh has managed to reach the 7th position because Tan Zhongyi haar gayi. So Divya avoids the wooden spoon, Tanya.
And there is, for every half a point in the tournament, the players do make money. They get extra cash. I know in the Open, for every half a point, there's 5,000 euros on the line. For women, it's slightly less, but every point matters. But I think, Rakesh, for Divya, this candidates has been so much about experience, just like it was for Vaishali last year. And I know that we're going to see Divya in so many candidates ahead of us, and she will have her time as well.
Yeah, and also you were mentioning the youngest winner. So I think she is the youngest winner in the candidates, but I'm not sure because Goryachkina qualified via the Grand Prix, shayad, tabhi hota tha. But one
Oh
thing
yeah,
which Vaishali...
Goryachkina, how old was she in 2019? Because she won in 2019, right?
Correct. So she's 27 now. So 6 saal pehle she was like 21, I guess.
So she was the
But
youngest then.
But biggest point is, Tiku bhai, she is the only player in the history of the candidates to win it as the last seed of the event.
Wow.
Yep, and hopefully become the world champion as well by. And then of course, world champion tab ki journey lambi hai. So by the time we reach there, maybe she's already 25-50. So it's not even like a tough contest. So bada maza aane wala hai chat and full hearts of Vaishali socials pe. Do congratulate her and it's going to be amazing. We'll be back for the next big event जो मई में अप्रैल में ही actually chess.com open होगा. But I think overall conclusion wise open section में at one point लगा था अरे यार प्रग जीता नहीं but क्या ही मजा आ रहा है यार. We got the dub भाई. We got the dub. Vaishali won.
We'll take it, bhai. I think we'll take this result because okay,
Yeah.
this is something that never happens as much. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, and
Awesome.
just a quick last words from my side. Congrats to Javokhir, but bigger congratulations to Vaishali. Excited for the World Championship. 23rd April से हमारा next stream है chat. सहज भाई टिकू भाई और मैं रहेंगे. Chesscom Open है. And lastly, please follow Chesscom India on Insta and Twitter. 30 winners को special prizes. Over to you guys.
Wow. Well, मेरे side, so everything that they said, chat, and love you, yaar. बहुत मजा आया. I think I can't wait to get back onto the commentary panel soon. This year is going to be absolute fire.
Yep. And thank you, Tanya, for joining. I think it's always fun when Tanya joins. Thank you, Sahaj Bhai. I mean, it's been amazing to commentate with you for so long. And Rakesh Bhai, I mean, without you, this would not happen. Yeah, the Jersey Gambit is what started it all. Indeed.
Rakesh bhai's jersey was the game changer, bhai. Like I can attest to that, and chat can also attest to that. So thank you so much, bhai. अभी भी एकदम पूरा एकदम gear में आए हो आप.
भाई ये full ऐसे emotional stream बन गई है अब से. सब अपनी दिल की भावनाएं.
Of course, it's I think such a big moment. I think no, and we've all been waiting for this for Vaishali. I think as well.
It's true. It's just like like with all the love flowing all across, it's a very special moment.
And thank you, chat. Most importantly, you. Aapke bina, I think this event would not be a success. Thank you for joining. I think we're going to see you in just a few days. 23rd April is the next event. And congrats to Vaishali for making her parents proud and all of us proud. And maybe we'll have 2 world champions from India. Thank you, chat. See you soon. Take care and good night.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Vaishali, our next Women's World Championship challenger. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What was your mindset coming into today, tied with one other woman?
No, I was just trying to focus on my game because I know I have to win. That's the only thing in my control. So I was just trying to focus on my game.
But were you looking at Bibisar's game at all?
Briefly here and there, but I was mostly on my game.
5 wins this candidates, I think 6 wins last candidates. How are you getting 11 wins? Like, what are you doing? Are you playing your game differently, or why are you being such an exciting player?
Maybe it's because of my playing style and some luck also. Sure both.
Was there a defining lucky moment in this event that really propelled you into thinking you could win this?
Oh, definitely against Stand. To get such a win against such a strong player in such a tournament, I think I had some luck starting there, but yeah, I felt bad that game, but I think soon I started to focus on my game, and already the second half I felt like my games were much better.
There's never been an Indian women's world champion. Does that give you a little bit of extra motivation that you might make history?
Yes, definitely. I'm looking forward to the match.
Your mom, of course, walks in with you most days. What did she say to you after you won your game and you embraced in the hallway?
No, she was super tensed. Yeah, she was very, very happy. I mean, it's a dream moment for her family. This is the moment we have been playing chess for more than 15 years, and this is one moment. Yeah. So,
Was there any moment this year where you drew on your experience from 2024 that helped you succeed this time?
I think the pressure, like handling pressure, like I just wanted to focus on the game quality. I think that's something I learned last time, and this time I tried. Of course, there were some moments where I could not follow, let's say, and but yeah, that was one thing.
Speaking of pressure, you're the 2024 Olympiad gold medalist. Sindarov is the 2022 Olympiad gold medalist. Do you think that the pressure of succeeding in a team event can actually help you manage the pressure in an individual event?
Yeah, team tournament, it's different. Even if you're not doing well, you know that your team is. I mean, your team will save you. Yeah. So I mean, that's different kind of pressure. I would say this is different. It's just hard to compare.
And Sindarov was telling us a lot that he's playing cards and he's playing video games. What were you doing in the evenings to kind of de-stress and get your mind off of the game?
On rest days, we were playing some table tennis and paddle, but I mean, in the evenings after the game, when we had the game next day, I was usually rest a bit and start preparing for the next game.
Okay, I still want that table tennis game. And finally, at some sporting events, the winner gets to pick the menu. So what are you going to have for dinner tonight for your celebration?
I think something my mom cooks. Yeah.
Great. I'm sure that she's helped a lot with her home cooking. Hey, it's been a blast to cover you, and good luck in the next 6 months preparing.
Thank you.
Back to you.